right? The DP, the Shadow Shaman, even Mars does a decent amount of damage into towers. I don't think they have the greatest catch for the anti-mage. The way that I could see this potentially turning a little bit more in Boom's favor is on the back of Tim's playing the Rubik. If he's able to get a lot of those things that aren't targetable, like non-targetable stuns, overgrowth, the spear, the silence, that'll be effective against the anti-mage. And as well, if Storm Spirit's able to get into the Aghanim Scepter, similar sort of thing, right? AoE Electric Vortex, you could finally lock down that anti-mage and potentially burst him down with a PA. But I do feel like RNG have the better end of this draft.
Yeah, have to agree. I think the anti-mage rounding it up all looks like perfect. They have great ways to pressure without an anti-mage. Usually when I see anti-mages, sometimes a little hesitant because they don't have ways to like pressure buildings or set up for fights. They've got Death Prophet, they got Mars, they got Shaman. They have multiple ways to take fights, multiple ways to take objectives. Yeah, to me it looks really strong, and I'm worried for Boom because their lineup, it takes a long time to ramp up. That PA is going to need 30 minutes, maybe FBZ, maybe they can somehow bring it together with FBZ and Yopaj making all the space, but definitely concerned. That last pick looks too damn good with what he's got right now in RNG.
Oh, Boom with quite the challenge that they're going to have to rise to. Speaking of rising up, because we did have Fog come up here, we had to send someone down into the pit. It is, of course, Gareth joining his boy Lacoste down in the underground.
Oh no, I've fallen down. I can't get up. Please, help me. I'm down in the pit. Here we are, Lacoste Grand Final for Gamers Without Borders as we get into game one of this best of three. And something a little interesting is the first three heroes that RNG picked up were the first three heroes Boom picked up in their third game victory in their earlier matchup.
A bit of a steal.
Yeah.
Know, if something's working for the enemy team, go ahead, try yourself. And yeah, it might work out. Looking at the drafts, I do favor RNG in this one. Same goes for the panel. Looking at this anti-mage, yeah, it's a free anti-mage game. In terms of like what he can do, but you know, carry to carry matchup, I still favor Phantom Assassin. I'm just like a little worried because like the style that RNG can play. Look at their heroes. They got Dead Prophet, tower damage, Shaman. They do have living armor to stall. I've seen this before, Gary.
Yeah, I know. 30 seconds. They're all grouped up and ready. The only hero not here is Storm, but nobody actually kicks things off. They see each other, they back away.
And also, I would point out the two standout performances for me in this tournament were FBZ on a Brewmaster and also Chalice on Mars. And they both get to play these heroes, so it's going to be very hype. I like Chalice on... It's just insane what he does. Like, it's a different Mars. Usually, you know, Mars tend to miss a couple of spears here and there, but Chalice pretty much always on point. And this is going to be...
You might get first blood. Somnus is actually going to take it up. Getting first blood in your mid laner always feels incredibly nice. And yeah, you're right. It's always so hype when the MVPs basically of the tournament are these initiating offlane heroes that are always breaking vision, starting team fights, and making the calls to go in and kick off those battles.
He already has enough to buy a bottle.
On the DP, yeah. 730 gold already. He's waiting though. Is this deciding whether he wants to buy a magic?
Yeah, I think so. I think so. Maybe he wants to get like a null and a stick. Maybe if he feels, you know, having a little bit more damage. 800 gold on a Dead Prophet. He's going with the bottle. Never mind. But he was thinking. He was definitely thinking.
It's one of those things, right? Like bottle, sure, it's going to regen you up, but having stats matters a hell of a lot. And having a wand against Storm, obviously, when he's spamming remnants, helps out your laning stage.
Oh, look at the micro. Both couriers.
Down bottom,
gonna be in the jungle. Kaka does have... Never mind, they're not gonna go for it. The Abaddon level 1 is extremely painful to deal with because he comes in, absorbs the damage, and then AoE 100 damage. It's very annoying, but once you get like levels, once they get level 2 on these heroes, like they should be able to play around a Photic Shield. If they use it like one time, there's still like 2 other spells that they can use to lock either him or lock Phantom Assassin down. And this is gonna be the problem. Like Brewmaster without mana, not really a hero that puts the pressure. Also pairing him up with Treant Protector, this is gonna give Anti-Mage like that little bit of extra something where sometimes Anti-Mage do struggle to find their ring of health, and by having like either a living armor, alright.
Chalice. Yeah, down you go. And Kanka's gonna fall as well, it looks like. This Orb of Venom over on Jackie, just slowing the Shadow
Good
Shaman
body
down to a
blocks.
crawl. Yeah, 240 move speed, and down he goes. A double kill for PA.
Okay, Usually, I'm not a big fan of full Orb of Corrosion. Like, Jackie didn't even want to go for it, but since he got the double kill, that's going to give him extra more pressure in this lane. Now I'm a big fan. You know, if you're off to this good start, you should definitely go for it, because it does give you that kill threat. And they do definitely need to enable Phantom Assassin in this game.
That makes a lot of sense. And yeah, back to your point about these supports in both of the side lanes. You know, this Treant, this Abaddon, they're both very good pressure relievers to get that damage and stuff away from their position 1 carries. And Skem gonna go and die to a tower back at that tier 2 bottom, so we can return with full resources and maybe even bring some items for the PA. And now things calm down a little bit in the side lanes. How's mid going? Even between the two of them?
Pretty much. A couple of less CS on Storm Spirit, but yeah, that Prophet did have that first blood, so gets the bottle a bit early on. Yopaj dropping low.
That should help.
There is a bounty rune to be picked up. Somnus, 1 Spirit Siphon left, has a Fairy Fire and a lot of Magic 1 charges, so he might try to go for a play, but also should be a bit more careful, because like Storm Spirit can dish out serious amount of damage, but Yopaj needs to fall back. Ooh, barely lives.
Yeah, it's getting close. And also, kind of interesting with these two defensive supports in the Treant and the Abaddon. They're not the best at contesting runes. Yeah, they can just put their body there. But I think it's going to come down to Shadow Shaman and Rubik coming in from these position 4 roles to actually guard the runes and help Somnus and Yopaj, as we've seen time and time again. Like Fogg was saying, even 3.5 minutes in, you just see these 4 or 5 heroes rotate to try and get these bottle refills and the active runes.
Yeah, look at Skem and Kaka, both of them going for the rune, and also Tim's is coming.
He's gonna
6
get a
people
stack.
mid, 4 minutes in, let's go.
X-Nova's like, hello, what are you doing over here? Somnus and X-Nova should have that top one all locked up. But that means Kaka, he's gonna force Skem down bottom to take it. So that means the Storm Spirit doesn't get the refill, which he so desperately would like. Kaka chased back by the Abaddon. Such a pest.
Yeah, it's like we're gonna throw a couple of spells at each other, see what's gonna happen, but no one wants to commit. Mars does have extra levels from that. I mean, both offlaners and both safe laners are getting levels, because every single support in this game was mid.
It's pretty important, these fast level 6s on Mars and Brew, that first ulti usage very often nets you a kill. A little more difficult, I guess, to kill off, PA and AM naturally blinking away from danger. We'll see if they can actually get it done. And Ghost currently doing very well for himself on the CS. Actually, all 3 cores of RNG outlast hitting their opponents as Bottom Boom trying to make a move on Kaka. Scam and Jackie get on top of the Shadow Shaman. He's very fired, but he's going to die here. Even with the shackles going, they've got plenty of sustain and tons of damage with that Orb of Corrosion you mentioned.
Jackie had 10 magic stick charges before they went into this fight, so he feels very safe just jumping in aggressively. And after the fight is done, he still has another 6 stick charges, so he's gonna be ready to go once again once Kaka comes back to the lane.
So many spells being spammed. Oh, Kaka actually TP's mid to refill bottle there for Somnus. So yet another small little advantage going the way of the DP mid. Piling on the pressure onto Yopaj, who is still level 5. And you see these sharks circling around the storm, and you just wonder, can he get a read on this? Does he understand the danger is coming? Because there's
He's
2
also
supports.
half HP.
Yeah. Like his 2 supports are coming, and they've just pinged out behind his tower saying, hey, danger is here. So I think they've got a pretty good understanding of what's coming around the corner.
This bottom lane, like this double kill for Jackie is what kind of gave him the opportunity to snowball into this game, and this is going to be another one. Skim will get the kill, but yeah, off to a really good start on Jackie. Players are reconnecting. Yopaj in trouble. Like if he shows, Shaman will just dive underneath the tower immediately.
Oh, for sure. You've got, what, 2 Spirit Siphons, you've got Exo, level 3 Crypt Swarm, plenty of damage to kill off the Storm. Even if Tims and Skem get there in time, I struggle to see a world in which the Storm survives. But, again, we could just see Yopaj hide behind his tier 1 and play defensively, as it looks like they have spotted X-Nova coming in, and a bit of packet loss, so we'll have the boys disconnect, reconnect, and try and get things sorted.
Radiant does have a glyph. Dire does not, so they can't keep the catapult alive. They will need to tank the tower. It's one of the better tools to just die with the creep wave. You pop the glyph, they're like, oh, all right, something's happening. And Kaka's build is 1-1-1. I know Fogg mentioned it. We also talked about it during our cast the other day. He's, I think, the only Shadow Shaman player that I've seen that like does not prioritize Ether Lens. So he just gets Mana Boots, Blink, and then he gets a BKB. So no Shard, no Ether Lens, which is, I'd say, very uncommon. But in terms of trusting people, how they play Shaman, I think Kaka is really up there, so...
Yeah, I mean, especially when you're getting that BKB, you know, after level 15, basically, you'll have the 2 Shackles talents, right? So it's just permanent disable on someone. Someone just can't move. But I guess this game, there is a way around it with the Abaddon Shield, right? So it's not going to be that guaranteed permanent lockdown with the Shackles.
Yeah, but it does give him, like, security in these mid-game fights, because the only damage he needs to care about, if he has a BKB, it's still a long way to think about it, but it's going to be Phantom Assassin only.
Yeah, that is true. Maybe they can throw the living armor on him for a second or two as well. So thinking about the way this first 5-6 minutes has gone, and obviously the game's pretty even, but I have this feeling that Anti-Mage has been given a lot of room, and you were talking about the Brewmaster not having any mana, unable to put pressure on him. How does Boom kind of shut down that AM?
I mean, their control is very limited. Like, they don't have this, like, instant lockdown. There is, like, Rubik Storm Spirit, but also having living armor behind him. I think they have very nice ways of protecting Anti-Mage, and he's off to a really good start. He's currently 30-7 on top of the CS.
Yeah, he's going to have his Battle Fury pretty quickly this game. Do we expect PA to try and match that farm speed with a Battle Fury of her own?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's going to be delayed slightly because she did go for Orb of Corrosion. But if she gets like another kill, I think you're going to get the value out of it. And it means you're still going to have extra bit of slow, extra little bit of a minus armor. So yeah, I think that's completely fine. Usually, like, don't go for Orb of Corrosion PA because it delays your, especially if you're pushed out of the lane. Because I've seen like PAs, they try to go for it, they heavily commit, and then they can't play the lane. Like they die once, they're pushed out of the lane, and you're in jungle level 3, level 4 with Orb of Corrosion, and then you get like 19-minute Battle Fury. So you got to have a good read on the situation. I think Jackie has a very good one in this one. Still a bit of a packet loss for the players, so we are waiting until that is settled down.
Yeah, we'll be back in shortly. And I guess also with an Abaddon behind you, you'd think maybe he needs the Ring of Health here to sustain in lane, but when you've got this Mist Coil, the shield, and that sustain from Abaddon, you're not lacking in that department. Obviously, the Magic Stick has been working wonders for the PA in that bottom lane against Mars and Shadow Shaman, who are spamming out all of their spells consistently. But honestly, this pause has been kind of a blessing for Boom, right? They've spotted Kaka, they've spotted X-Nova. Yopaj has got himself away from the grasps of RNG, so he's not going to die, but he's still going to be stuck at like half HP here, pre-level 6. What's that? There's a null being delivered to him, no salve, so he might have to wander back home or try and dip into the jungle for a little bit. And that gives an opportunity with first Catapult Wave, first Exorcism, for some serious damage to be done to this mid-tier 1.
Yeah, I want to see how this is going to be played out because they do have advantage in terms of levels. You said, there is level 6 on Dead Prophet, and Storm Spirit's still level 5, so they might get a kill, might get a tower. Not sure if they can like fully commit and get a tower with Exo. There might be another TP rotation coming out from Boom, because Exo deals 50% less damage to towers now, which was kind of needed change, because
for sure.
that was a change in the previous patch that was not listed, so we had to revert it. Also, to point out, like, it's a good ABBA game. He's playing into Shadow Shaman, he's playing into Mars, so the Aphotic Shield is going to get a lot of value, but you're also playing into Dead Prophet. I think she's one of the better heroes overall against Abaddon, just to be able to silence him, and then he can't use his abilities, so that's going to be mostly your job, because they can't focus people down. And not just that, the other way to approach it is the Spear of ABBA from the people you're hexing and shackling.
Yeah, that's a good point. DP Silence is such a great value spell. 3 seconds at level 1 in that big AoE.
It's always been like one of the better counters to Abaddon. Either that, or I've seen like Skywrath Mage being extremely efficient as well. The instant silence, because that Prophet was instant silence before. Now it has a bit of a
projectile
that seems a little bit wonky, but yeah, gets the job done.
Or like the OD, right? Just Astral the Abaddon. Even if he ulties, just Astral him before he ulties so he can't heal people. Get him out of the fight. All these little things definitely help out. Well, we're still missing FBZ. And as the admin was saying, a couple of minutes left for Boom in terms of reserve time. So we hope we can get them all back in to this game and crack on with it. Because we've been really expecting a great match here between RNG and Boom. In this game, one of the best of 3.
Yeah, these pauses can throw people a little bit off. By people, I don't mean spectators. I mean
players.
Players, yeah, because they you lose a bit of track of time. What needs to be done, you lose the focus. Boom has 3 minutes of the pause time left, so hopefully they are able to reconnect and everything is good to go.
It's kind of interesting time because there's no level 6 on either of your offlaners, so it's not like Chalice or FBZ could come into this mid lane, pop their ulti and say, hey, we're going to make a team fight happen here. It's going to come down to the movement of these supports and the spell casting coming out of X-Nova, Kaka, and maybe even Scam coming in to save someone and heal them. We could actually see, you were mentioning the flow of the game and people's kind of read of what's happening in the current state. We could just see everyone run away, right? That's also an opportunity just to disengage and say, okay, it's not worth our time to stick around here.
I think RNG will fully commit. I think they're going to go all in with the EXO, and even if they don't get the initiation on the Storm Spirit, in that case, they're still going to go and try to deal some damage to the towers. Gotta stay hydrated, as we see Gary on camera. Drink some water, get some snacks, and hopefully we'll be right back.
We will indeed. I'm just... Oh, 2 minutes of pause time left.
It's ticking down.
It's getting lower and lower. Oh, no.
I mean, Boom also in the DPC had a little bit of an unfortunate series. Because they played against Enigma C. This time around, I hope everything's going to be okay, so we can continue with this one, because this is a hype series. Last time they played, it was 2-1 for Boom, and yeah, it was just these two teams are really on point in terms of like how they use the spells, how they approach team fights, the itemization, thinking outside of the box, as well as we've seen on Yopaj Lina when he needed extra armor, going for like Witchblade, Phase Boots, a little bit of unorthodox build from Lina these days. But yeah, players extremely skilled, skilled at just adapting to certain situations in the game. So yeah, always fun, always 3 to watch them.
Yeah, it was also nice to see RNG kind of bounce back, right? Dropping out of the Chinese finals against Extreme and coming to play against eHome. We were wondering if they'd be a bit rattled, a bit shaken by their loss. They still looked pretty damn solid. Maybe a few problems in their drafting, but gameplay-wise, spellcasting, and I think most importantly, like you're saying, the spellcasting and mid-game teamfight decisions, understanding when we're strong, when we should posture, when we should just relinquish ground and give up a bit of positioning to take that bigger objective a little bit later on. It's like, okay, we'll let them take our jungle or triangle, but in 2 minutes we're going to be there taking Roshan and destroying you. It's really the spectacle of the mid-game 25, 30-odd minute team fights that come out from these two squads, which does prove how strong they are. 1 minute of pause time left. Come on, boys. Woo. Come on. Oh, it's just FBZ, isn't it? We did have the other day in the Saudi or the MENA region, we had someone disconnect and fully abandon, unable to reconnect. Luckily, it was before First Blood, before anything ever happened. So I'm just hoping, crossing all my fingers and my toes that FBZ can actually click the reconnect button and get back into game. But I'm assuming he's restarted his router and he's trying to look. There's X-Nova asking the same question. He's restarting his PC now.
Yeah, still having some packet loss, restarting PC. Hopefully he can come back. Admin saying you do not have pause time anymore, and the game must be unpaused.
Maybe RNG will repause it. No,
Yeah, because
Nova's
good sportsmanship.
just give him a good 5 minutes here. Have a couple of minutes of our pause time. Yeah, we've seen pretty much everything we expected out of this game. You know, some good early game pressure. These two defensive supports keeping their carries farming away. A 30 CS on that anti-mage. He's ahead of the PA, but she's got a couple of kills to her name, so they're pretty much on even footing. PA just 70 gold in terms of net worth ahead of that anti-mage. But again, it's going to come down to post 15-20 minutes where the real action kicks off. I'm honestly the most important thing for me is when Chalice and FBZ hit level 6, how they use those first ultis. Now, do we see them TP into this mid lane to try and collapse onto Somnus? Do they try and push the AM or the PA out of the lane and into the jungle so they can get a bit of map control and pressure onto these safe lane tier 1s?
It's gonna be a bit more difficult for Boom to just push out Anti-Mage out of the lane. Like, even if he goes to jungle, there's gonna be a Treant Protector with the living armor protecting the tower, and they also don't have much tower damage, so that's another issue, because like your Phantom Assassin early on doesn't deal much damage. Your mid laner also 0 damage to towers. Like, even your off laner, like Brewmaster and 2 supports as well, so that's one thing I'm really worried for Boom.
Yeah, because if we get into that situation where you're trying to trade towers, you've got Exo, you've got Serpent Wards, the ability just to shove buildings as RNG. Yeah, you're right, so much stronger. So if you're on this, or in this map state where it's even footing and you're trying to get opposite objectives on the map, I think RNG, yeah, going to come out on top every step. And it's not as though we're going to see too much like jungle stacking, right? There's no Medusa, there's no Gyro or hero that can immediately clear stacks. We need the Battle Furies to come out of the position 1s early. I guess Storm and DP can to some extent, but not really big stacks of Ancients. That's something we have seen a lot from these two teams, is building up those big bank accounts in the triangle and making sure you defend them. I think this game is going to be much more about playing forward and playing active into your opponent's side of the map.
Yeah, there aren't many stacks being made. I see one big camp stack only for Boom, because they also don't have the heroes that can clear the stacks easily, at least early on.
Now we've lost Jackie. I didn't even notice.
Jackie has also been connecting and disconnecting. But seems like FBZ is the one having still the packet lost, unable to reconnect.
Oh, look at that. Ghost is tipping Yopaj. Is that a sign of things to come? He's like, I've got my eyes on you. I'm an AM, you're a Storm. I'm gunning it. I'm gunning for you all the way. Yeah, I think we've got a bit of time here, I think, before the players get back in. So we'll take a quick break and return once we have Boom back in the lobby. We'll see you in a little bit.
I'll choose Snapfire for core because as a support there's so much limitation that you can do compared to as a core player or mid or off lane, because you can get a lot more goals and items that can actually transition to team items or just personally damage build that can play your own tempo, right?
I'd say mid with Daedalus and level 20 talent. Just kill everybody in one fire, whatever that spell is called.
Core.
Midas, I think.
Midas.
Midas. Because it lets you skill more. It makes like your ult more.
Okay, we're back into it. FBZ still unfortunately out of things, but RNG in that mid lane to get the exorcism out onto this tier 1 tower. Yopaj has hit level 6, and they've glyphed up the tier 1, but there's a catapult behind Somnus, and Kaka has got a Hex Shackles towards Skem. The damage flowing from Somnus, it's destroyed the Abaddon. And it looks like this is going to be a tier 1. They can keep the catapult alive. There's another creep wave coming in about 5 seconds, and this is going to be a 7-minute tier 1 for RNG unless Boom do something drastic and make a play.
Oh, I don't know if they can, Gary. More or less hit. Yopaj will get it, but Kaka is coming from behind. They already used the telekinesis, so that's gonna be... Ooh.
Oh, he's got enough mana to zip away.
Yeah, it was 1-1-1 build on Shadow Shaman, so not enough lockdown at that point. Manages to zip out, gets the deny on tower, gets some extra gold for his teammates. Unfortunately, FBZ, someone needs to micro him.
Yeah. I wonder who it is, honestly.
And this is... Unfortunately, this is not an easy hero to micro. Let's say this is
one
like
of the worst.
If it was like Tidehunter, sure, but this is Brewmaster.
Oh man. Wait, like who could it be? Like Rubik needs to be focused on his own spell casting, right?
Maybe Abba.
Yeah.
It's a difficult one.
Well, Tim's is taking that top lane. Oh, FBZ's back. We didn't lose him for long, just a minute or so. And he'll come back in, return to the lane, and get close to that level 6, which he needs. Because Chalice has already cracked 6. He's got ulti ready to go. That's why we see Jackie in that bottom lane, just playing a little more defensively, afraid of who's going to TP down to come and kill him. But losing a tier 1 mid that early on has got to be painful for Boom. That widens the map, allows more points of access into the 2 side jungles for RNG.
I mean, yeah, that mid tower, this is the most important tower in the game. And they, like we talked about how Boom does not have enough tower damage, and RNG has Treant Protector as well on top of that, just to be able to hold the towers for longer. So map is gonna become smaller for Boom, because as you said, RNG will have the entrance to their jungle.
And that's maybe where the PA is going to want to be. Still seeing her very defensively positioned behind her bottom tier 1, knowing that Somnus and Kaka have come down here. They saw Kaka walk down here. They don't know Somnus is here until now. He shows on the tower. Exo off cooldown and has an arcane rune going. It's just perfection for Somnus so far this game. A little bit of luck, of course, but here comes some TPs to react to RNG's move. Yopaj, level 7. He wants to get in there, and they've got Brew 6 as well, but Chalice ready with a Arena Spear. Yopaj ahead of him, though, already balled away, and FBZ is going to move forward, shackled up, still has the split, as Somnus drains the life out of the Storm and the Abaddon, but FBZ's got different plans. Cyclones the Mars, moves back towards the DP, but she's so tanky. Living armor on her, 2 nulls and strength treads. You can't shred through the Death Prophet, focus on Kaka now instead, but FBZ can't do it alone. Storm's out of resources until he's regen up a little bit now. He's back in again, but the AM's here. A double kill for Ghost with a Mana Void. Down goes Jackie on that PA. A triple into an Ultra potentially for Ghost. The perfect game for RNG. 7-4. They come down bottom. They'll claim a tower as well.
They brought everybody on side of RNG. Boom, Rubik was not there. But yeah, Somnus too tanky. As you said, he had the perfect rune, Arcane Rune, got the multiple Spirit Siphons off. And with his build, having that Power Treads, just to have an extra HP coming up from the Fairy Trinket. Not much, but the old things do tend to add up. And also having Living Armor on top of him, like against the Brawlings, that's going to be super effective.
Incredibly so.
Also a anti-mage. He got a triple kill. And who got the tower kill?
Dyer did, I think. Yeah, just Dyer.
Dyer, okay.
Good job, Dyer.
Great job, everyone on side of Dyer. Anti-mage will have like 12-minute Power Treads Battle Fury.
It's insane. I mean, where's the PA in comparison to that? And she's now 1,000 net worth behind, and you know, like you've been saying, this Orb of Corrosion, the Magic Wand, all these little items, they add up in terms of cost. So Battle Fury delayed by several minutes behind the AM's one.
Like once you get a good Battle Fury timing and you take one good fight, potentially kill Phantom Assassin, that means you're gonna be 1 item ahead of her. Shaman has Book, is still not using it.
I love it when players do this, because then we start thinking, like, why is he doing it? Is he doing it on purpose because he doesn't want to die and give away more resources to the enemy team?
Pretty much, yeah. If he finds the opportunity, he will go for it. Also, sometimes when the heroes are not showing, you check the scoreboard, you see they're level 5, and when the fight is about to break, he pops the book and gets level 6 in the middle of it. And
Surprise,
that's like,
serpent
oh,
wolves.
okay, surprise! Suddenly he is level 6.
That's always a good point. Oh, FBZ now jungling in the most dangerous part of the map, down bottom. They see X-Nova and Chalice. 12-minute runes, a regen. Somnus gonna have that guarded for him. Plonk it in the bottle. I've also got Blink Dagger on Mars. Phase Bracer Wand Blink at 12 minutes. It's just everybody on RNG hitting their timings.
Yeah, I think
Supports.
he decided to go for earlier Blink Dagger before the Soul Ring because they did manage to kill like 2 towers, and he found the opportunity and understands that like he can be the one initiating because like they want to give a little bit more extra time to Anti-Mage, and they want to keep fighting with the rest of the team, and he will still go back for the Soul Ring just to have that extra mana, also extra tanking, and just investing in these like small items on Mars always feel good. Yopaj, triple null, Fairy's Trinket, going into BKB straight after. I can't blame him playing into like Mars, Anti-Mage, Shaman. Like there's just way too many lockdown on side of RNG, so BKB kind of is natural choice for him.
Yeah, he's got to. A nice little pick off on Skem there. Well executed by RNG, making sure they did very little damage into his ultimate, so it was quite simple to take him down and even give the kill to Somnus, who pretty much has a Yule's done now on top of all these smaller stat items. And yeah, with this Treant Protector, I'm just looking at these tier 1s. Top tier 1, basically full HP. Mid tower being healed up by X-Nova. He can keep the waves out with the Nature's Grasp as well.
There's just not enough damage to kill the tower. Like, they need to take a full 5-on-5 engagement, kill them, and then go for the tower. Otherwise, I just don't see it falling down. Playing behind Jackie still needs a lot of time to farm the Battle Fury. In the next, like, 2 minutes, if they manage to kill him once, like, Anti-Mage is just gonna pop off completely. And it's always gonna feel difficult for Yopaj to join the fights playing into Anti-Mage. It's just something that Storm Spirit, like, they don't like to do.
Yeah, and you've got to feel pretty happy as RNG about this. You've just farmed 2 lanes, jungle, you're now smoking up towards top, and the tier 1 hasn't even died yet. X-Nova's there with level 3 living armor, and this smoke from Chalice and Somnus gets the catch on Skem. Abaddon gets his ulti out. Skem pretty low, but Somnus with a 2-man silence onto the Storm Spirit immediately. Kaka, Serpent Ward's back on the other side, and they've got a Hex on him, but Yopaj's balled away. Kaka nearly dead, but inside this arena, RNG are gods. Jackie's down, and Skem in trouble. The Storm will zip back in to at least kill off Kaka, but FBZ's ultimate is about to be shredded. All the Brewlings destroyed by the Ghosts, 3 heroes in exchange for 1, and RNG victors yet again in front of an enemy tower.
This is why Chalice Mars is such a treat to watch. He finds pretty much the perfect target, gets the Spear and the Rebuke on Abaddon, pops the ulti on him, body blocks him, gets in front of him, and then they decide to take the fight. Because they know, like, if Abba gets close, he's still gonna die. Kaka also living there. He didn't live, he actually died, never mind, but he lived for long enough because he trapped himself with the wards and also Arena, keeping him alive. Somnus also clutch silence just to be able to prolong a team fight for a little bit longer. And look at Kaka, pops the magic stick and inside sitting, and they're like, well, maybe we can go. I think Yopaj decided to finish him off. It was actually Skem, but yeah, also these Brewlings, they die. Like, they
disappeared.
There's a lot of like overtime damage because like ghosts are gonna kill you. There is Shaman Ward sitting in Nature's Grasp from the Treant Protector. It's not an easy Brewmaster game by any means. And while all that was happening, Anti-Mage was split pushing bottom. He dealt some damage to tier 2 tower. By some damage, I mean he almost killed it because the tower is sitting at 300 HP, now has a double damage. He's gonna have a Mantis style pretty soon, compared to Phantom Assassin, who still needs to farm another component, needs another 1,000 gold to finish off the Battle Fury.
Well, Boom need moves like this. They spot Chalice at that top rune. He gets an Arena Spear off. The silence from the DP. Kaka's here with the shackles and the disables as Somnus takes down Tims. They do get 1 kill, but it's not looking good for Boom. X-Nova's there with the overgrowth, and FBZ healed up by Skem. He can't get away from this, though. The hexes, the shackles, the silences, RNG just insurmountable control against Boom in this game.
Somnus is going ham on the Dead Prophet. Like, they really set him off for a really good game, gave him the first blood, he dominated the lane, killed the tier 1 tower mid, picks up the Arcane Rune, comes back to bottom, they kill the tower, they win the fight off with that Arcane Rune, and now Anti-Mage, killing the tier 2 tower, so some extra gold in the pockets for the whole team, and also taking the outpost. So every single time, like, they want to play the bottom lane, they have something to TP to.
That's not really where Radiant want to be either, right? They want to be up in that top part of the map. Tier 1 still standing there at 200 HP. Let's see how healed that can be by X-Nova. But we've got to start thinking about that Roshan as the potential for RNG if they do win another team fight, seeing as they've taken all these towers. And that's, yeah, Boom signaling top part. That's where they want to play, up in towards their own vision, into the natural pocket of space. And it looked like RNG were signaling down bottom where the AM is going to live and make his base camp down there. It's not like Anti-Mage is a hero that really Boom can go on at this point.
Oh no,
It feels like it's very tanky.
They need Phantom Assassin to be like extremely farm. She needs like 2 more items plus a shard, I'd say, to be able to deal with the Anti-Mage. Like, break mechanic's going to be extremely good. But it's a long way, Gary. We still need to, you know, finish off first couple of items, especially on the Storm Spirit. He's in the middle of the pack, sitting at 6,000 net worth. Needs to find some farm to get his BKB. Then the initiation is going to be easier. Because if you think about Abba plus Storm, Abba can't just go inside of the fight and follow the Storm. It's very difficult for him.
Oh, a nice little play there. Ancients all set up for Jackie, so they've got all of these beautiful tier 2 items coming to them now. That gives a lot of money to the PA towards that BKB, which he obviously needs quickly. Radiant scan. They know Treant was nearby. And the tower top, yeah, it's gone from 200 HP to about 800 now. Even more work for them to do, but Yopaj, he's got his eyes set on the Treant, but he doesn't want to go too deep. Focus on the buildings instead, but you look at the other side of the map, Lacoste. Ghost is pushing high ground. He's
and they don't have a
bottom.
Treant Protector, so that's gonna be, you know, it's not a lot of damage, but it does put the pressure on it. Tier 1 tower is finally gonna drop on the top lane.
Oh,
Who's gonna get the last hit? Yopaj, so pretty much the perfect one just to be able to get that BKB for the next fight. FBZ does have a Spirit Vessel, so there's going to be some healing reduction for both Spirit Siphon and Living Armor. And going into Eon Disconnect once he disassembles his Mana Boots.
Nice. Because that AM kind of just poking a little bit, you're right, it's not that much damage, but it's kind of emotional damage saying, hey, next time there might be a DP here. Next time there might be Serpent Wards here. Next time your Rax might not be here.
Exactly. And now BKB on Dead Prophet. I think RNG should try to go and take the fight. Turn that into potentially Roche. Yeah. Right now, Boom, they are playing around the Roche pit, so RNG will need to get the smoke, but I feel very safe for Anti-Mage to be able to just do what he was doing in the last couple of minutes. Split push the wave, no one shows, so you know where they are.
Kaka starts things off on the Brew. Chalice and X-Nova are both here. Does FBZ want to ulti to try and get away from this? He's not looking like it all. Oh, he pops it. He turns to fight it. X-Nova jumped on by Jackie. Big damage, and Skem clears up the Treant. They've cycloned the Mars, and they're moving on to Kaka now. The arena from Chalice, focusing the PA. No BKB for her, but a shield will help her out greatly, as they've also cycloned that double damage DP. Chalice still battling with FBZ. The Brewmaster shielded, turns into a piggy and runs away as Yopaj jumps in. Finds Chalice with Jackie Boy jumping back with the Phantom Strike, and now the DP. The next focus for them. Somnus has his BKB though, and this Ghost AM arrives on the scene of the crime as they'll clear up one, but not the other. Phantom Assassin, thankfully for her, TP's home, and honestly not a bad fight for Boom.
Because Anti-Mage was not there. Tier 3 tower almost died. Anti-Mage was pushing, yeah, and he was pinging it. He's like, I'm split pushing, I'll join the fight. There is still a Tier 2 tower. But yeah, they did get a couple of kills, and they did get some gold on Jackie. He desperately needs this BKB. And we also see the power of like these two saving supports on both sides. But Skem has been doing one hell of a job considering like the situation they're in. Even with the EXO being down, with Shaman Wards, they're gonna go inside the pit and get that Aegis.
And it feels like the one player we've not really talked about too much is Tim's on this Rubik. Is that just an indication of the hero not being in a great place this game? Or is it the state of the game that has made it difficult for him? Or are we just expecting later on he'll have more opportunities to steal big spells?
It's not an easy game for him. Playing into like Anti-Mage, Dead Prophet, Mars, sometimes heroes like Rubik do struggle finding an opening, but he did steal the spear finally. Good Yule Scepter there.
Yeah, they kill Tim's immediately. Somna still incredibly tanky. 21 charges in the pocket as well, and Ghost might make a move onto Yopaj here. Mana Void at the ready. He's ready to pull the trigger, but he'll get onto FBZ instead. Immediate bash from the Ghost Anti-Mage. Manta style out, and the shackles from Kaka pop the Eon Disc. FBZ getting healed and shielded, though the overgrowth from X-Nova will slow them down. The retreat not available for Boom, as they're being dived by their tier 3s.
Yeah, the power of silence, like already said it once, it's one of the best tools against Ebba. If he lands that silence on Ebba, they can focus other heroes, and silence is maxed out. So it's a 6-second silence right now, 50% downtime. Anti-Mage holding the Aegis. Like, I don't think Ghost should die this game until like Phantom Assassin gets, as I said, like 3 items plus a shard.
We'll see though. And Boom, so good at executing these team fights. Even in that top fight, the way they danced in and out, jumping with the ball lightning, phantom striking back and forth. It really is this kind of ballet-esque movement from Boom, really beautifully synchronized. I just think a couple more opportunities like that.
Adaptation that Yopaj is trying to make this game. Like, this is the second item Aghanim Scepter queued up. It's great against Anti-Mage because it can get counterspelled, and yeah, just have like a little bit more like team fight potential, and potentially just like Fate Bolt into like Battle Fury from Phantom Assassin. They're dancing around.
Oh, the second time in a row he's done that. Yopaj is doing like a 100 range ball, and Ghost is like, I'm not falling for any baits. I'm going to press my counter spell every time you ball towards me. Respect from both players. Wonderful to see. And Ghost going to blink down bottom. As you've been saying, that tier 3 tower so close to death already. And this time around...
So
oh, yeah.
it's just dead. I mean, they can't fight this. It's level 3 Exo plus Shaman Wards.
They're bringing heroes down, but they've already jumped FBZ. Eon Disc is going to be allowed to ulti. No, maybe not. With the shackles and the hex, he gets it off. Yopaj also ball lightning in to finish off Kaka. Good pick off to start things off, but Yopaj has to ball back towards Fountain, or else Ghost will take him down. So 1 kill for Boom, but your racks are falling, and Ghost is just moving in, trying to focus down the Brewlings, shackled up by the Rubik. PA BKB's here. Trying to get back in towards them, but Chalice with his Arena Spear turns back around on the Storm. Yopaj destroyed by Ghost. Good silence coming out from the Rubik will slow the advance of RNG. But at this point, I don't see what Boom can do.
Oh, what a beautiful fight from RNG. Like, they used this opportunity because Anti-Mage was pushing the mid lane. He connects with the rest of the team. They go with the Exo and Shaman Wards. Like, Shackles and Hex used almost to perfection by Kaka to be able to lock down Brewmaster, even with the status resistance from the Eon Disc. He gets it off, gets the split off, and yeah, they get a return kill, but they lost the bottom barracks, and still Aegis up and running on Anti-Mage for another minute and 20 seconds, plus a double damage in a bottle, so they will take another fight.
I think Abyssal Blade's coming as well for him. Yeah, Vanguard plus the recipe on Courier. So Ghost will have that additional piece of disable against these BKBs from PA and Storm. And now all these lines drawn on the map. Drastic moves needed by Boom. You can see Storm and Rubik going to try and wander out, connect with the PA, maybe find some solitary targets on the map. But RNG are just playing so tight together. Chalice, the only one separated from the rest of the squad, but he can always TP to mid-tier 1. Like the Dire mid-tier 1 is still there, 26 minutes in, basically full HP. And actually, RNG are going to connect in towards him, which leaves Kaka out in the open, not spotted though. Radiant Courier seen by X-Nova. Now they know there's heroes up here. Yopaj, Jackie, Tims, Hex onto the Rubik, and now the Arena Spear. They've blown up Kaka. No, not quite. The Essence Ring of the turn. The Hex and the Shackles, the stun, and Yopaj has the BKB and Ball Lightning away. He can barely kill off Kaka here. He's trying his hardest, but somehow he's still alive. Now the Spear in onto Jackie. Down you go, and a TP home from Yopaj. No, just about successful in the trees.
I mean, they're taking such a good care of each other with the living armor, with the arena. Like, he pops the essence ring, which does allow him to use the ulti and gets his spells off multiple times. So, yeah, just a good way of fighting. Phantom Assassin did finish off her shard, so that's going to be the break mechanic, extra AoE damage. And going into Deso next. Yeah, she invested into shard. I can't blame her because it's like cheap damage, and they definitely need any kind of damage that they can get right now.
Especially against that AM. You got to try and shred through him one way or the other. Offering so much damage from all of their cores on RNG. And when anti-mage is 20,000 net worth, 27 minutes in, the bad times are coming for Boom. Still able to hold their base for now, though. We might see RNG wait another couple of minutes for that next Roshan to really secure this game and get it in the bag.
Man, Chalice, love his itemization this game. He went for a Blink Dagger, back to Soul Ring just to have extra mana and like the little stats that we talk about. And also now going into Refresher. Because Arena level 3 is 200 mana, so you just have enough. You pop one Soul Ring, you have for Refresher and 2 ultis.
And this AM right now just cutting waves, pushing every lane in towards the Radiant base. Tims drops the game is hard, and I absolutely agree with him. It is a difficult one for them. They can't really handle this Ghost Anti-Mage when he's all over the map causing havoc. And it's again going to come down to some supreme teamfight execution. We know that Boom can pull it out. And a smoke like this, it could pay off dividends for them. X-Nova going to show. Breaks the smoke, a good ball in. Overgrowth being held still. Gets it in onto Storm as he's BKB'd, but bashed and stunned. The Abyssal Blade still to come. Ghost gonna find Yopaj. Storm dead, but with buyback. Might come back in as the Arena from Chalice finding another beautiful fight here around Kaka and Somnus. They've cycloned the AM, but Scam is dead. FBZ's little Earth Bruling. He's waddling away, slowly dying, and Somnus beyond godlike. 10-0-6 on his Death Prophet. Perfect games from him and Ghost so far.
Yeah, just X-Nova as well. Waiting for Storm Spirit gets the blink out. If he gets caught, that'd be pretty big because he did have a buyback. Never mind, but he would definitely buy back. But it was a potentially good opener for Boom to initiate on a Treant Protector. He holds that Overgrowth for a long time. Storm uses BKB, he counters it immediately, and then Anti-Mage comes. They control the Abba in the backline, so he can't get close. So just a great understanding on everyone on side of RNG what needs to be done in a fight.
And another set of racks. Oh, and an almost instant Roshan respawn. 10 seconds. I don't know. Is that good for RNG or is it bad for RNG? Because it feels like they're winning this game no matter what. If Boom can contest a Roshan, though, maybe they can steal it. Maybe they can get Aegis on Storm.
70 seconds until EXO. I mean, Boom doesn't know that Roshan, none of the teams know that there's going to be another initiation on him.
Yeah. They didn't know they were holding this high ground. And Yopaj is just being chain disabled by Ghost with his Bastion and Abyssal Blade. They try and catch Kaka, but they can't kill Kaka. He is surviving. Dies to Tims at the very end, but another spear inside this arena will find FBZ. And Ghost is diving behind tier 3s, forcing the Phantom Assassin back to Fountain. The Fountain Assassin hiding away as RNG take apart their entire base.
Did you just say Fountain Assassin, Gary?
I did, Lacoste.
Yeah, there's not much they can do. Abba using the buyback, and let's see if RNG decides to take this one slowly, get the second Roche, get the shard. There's also double damage that they can give bottle to Anti-Mage, so Ghost can't pick it up. Shiva's guard on top of that, just to have extra armor and also find the heroes in the backlines. It's being pinged out right now, straight into the pit.
With a DD rune, let's go. Good determination from Boom, though, not giving up, holding out for that big team fight. They know that they can maybe get a kill here or there. But against this secondary Roche with Aegis, with Shard, things get ever so much more difficult. And now, we do have the shard on Kaka. There's still one on the floor there. It looks like Chalice is going to be handed the goodies from Roche.
Kaka did buy the shard for himself. This is the first time I see it, because usually he does go for a BKB. Maybe he felt like, you know, we just need a bit more damage on the ground, deal with the Brewlings, have the extra cast range, and I mean, so far it's been working out. He did die 7 times, but many times Treant Protector did save him.
Oh, Ghost using the remainder of that DD. Pummel the building's top, and DP's ulti is out. Boom. With one last chance, it feels like. Buyback-wise, not looking too good as they ball in, but Chalice Without Arena finds Tim's off the bat. The refresher and the spear as well as Jackie's down. No buyback for the PA, and Boom just being destroyed by RNG inside his Radiant base. Storm zips back in, a Cyclone Ghost, and he's going to jump forward and finish off the Abaddon. 2 buybacks from Boom, another ball lightning in onto Kaka, but Somnus has an ultra kill, and they're closing this one out now. Ghost is onto Yopaj, diving Fountain, a rampage for Somnus, and Ghost is going to die to Fountain, but he's got Aegis, gets the Storm kill that he wanted, and GG is called.
Yeah, beautiful game from RNG. Like, 2 cores did not die a single time. Like, they did enable the anti-mage, and they also did enable Somnus, giving him the first blood, and also playing around him on the mid lane, refilling his bottle. I think twice Kaka died and comes back to mid lane just to refill the bottle. They take the tower while Storm Spirit was level 5 still. A little bit of unfortunate that FBZ missed like a minute and 30 seconds of the game being disconnected. It can hurt you a lot on the off lane, especially with the Brewmaster that is like tempo oriented hero, but yeah, they just couldn't push the towers. That was one big issue that I've seen, especially against the Treant Protector. Like, none of their heroes actually did any kind of tower damage.
Yeah, it was difficult for them to find any opportunity to go and do that, especially when you're against Exo and Shadow Shaman and stuff like that. And obviously, First Blood for Somnus, giving him that early bottle, helped out a lot. But that's just game 1. It is a best of 3, so we'll have a quick break, return with the panel and the rest of the series.
And after every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
Good draft, good execution, that makes up the cake, but internet issues for your opponents, well, that's just the cherry on top, and that is the cherry that gives RNG an easy opening for this, going one game up. I'm joined once again by Fogged and Danog. Boys, an unfortunate sequence of events, but RNG, they still had to execute. FBZ wasn't gone forever, and RNG definitely looked dominant as this game went on.
Yep, I think they set themselves up like perfectly in the draft. I think this last pick AM was amazing. I don't think that the reactions from Boom were in particular very great. I really don't like the Rubik pick, really. I know we were talking about it a little bit. I think that was one that just limited their play potential quite a bit, but things fell apart a lot faster than just the Rubik, right? Like everything kind of crumbled really quickly because of this Death Prophet core.
Yeah, and it just goes completely away from what I believe to be the Boom style of, playing these position fours, ones that are able to get that instant pick-off that actually disables someone for more time than what a telekinesis does. They were severely lacking in damage when they were eventually starting to get run over, and, against a Death Prophet, you need that burst damage. We could see, even with RNG's bans, right, in that last phase, they got rid of the Ursa, they got rid of the Chaos Knight, these heroes that could have potentially turned things around.
Yeah, and we complimented a lot FBZ for his Brewmaster also, and I think this game, it's not an easy brew game by any means either. I think they just got super outdrafted, super out thought of how the game is supposed to go and which heroes go against what and stuff like that. Because if you see also in the mid game, the Brewmaster split couldn't do its job because it was dying. It would get rooted, it would die to Shaman Wards. So Shaman Wards, Rebuke, Exorcism. There's so many different damage instances that actually made this pick look very fragile this time around, and lots of different forms of disable too.
Even just in that previous team fight, right? You saw Ghost turn up at a team fight at 9.5 minutes just because he realizes how heavily Yopaj needs to commit to be able to get any kind of kills, because he'd gone a full static remnant build. He needed to go and jungle because DP has the better lane matchup against him, and they had the better rotations towards those water runes. So it just really didn't make life too easy for him. And was able to get the kill, clean things up, and Tim's at the time just wasn't there. He needed his level 6 because they realized how important it is to be able to steal one of these great teamfight spells. But the downside is, if you're just not present at all in the early stages, you are still just going to be severely lacking in that damage.
Yeah, I think it's really back to the drawing board for me. I think it just too many things were. I think RNG just was way too prepared for this Abba plus Storm. It seems like they knew this was coming. It seemed they knew the brew was coming. So for me, fully just back to drawing board for Boom. This one just didn't really look like them at all. They couldn't really do much. So yeah, full reset after this game because RNG just looked too damn good. But can't forget about some of these things where you can't have so many holes in your draft. And it's really rare that I actually see Boom do this. I usually really like their drafts are usually quite well rounded. This one just had damage issues, catch issues, building damage issues. It had way too many holes in it, and just not something I see from Boom very often.
Maybe a little bit too defensive, right? I think that was someone that's kind of been question mark, the Abaddon and the Rubik. Maybe get someone a little bit more offensive. It's almost like they knew this disconnect was coming, so they thought they needed to protect whatever was left.
When they never rely on Indo Internet, that's the thing, right? Both Jackie and FBZ are there at the moment because they need visas and for the upcoming major. And yeah, it just felt like perhaps they were relying a little bit too strongly on the Storm Spirit. Killer Pigeon, you asked us during the draft, have these first two heroes from RNG's side appropriately answered the first phase Storm? Shadow Shaman with 2 different disables, Mars with another one. Answer has to be yes, right? They were able to do that, plus get the silence for later on before the BKB came out. It was just really nice. And X-Nova on point with his Overgrowth as well.
A bit lucky sometimes, I would say. But yeah, absolutely on point with them. And also, other things I'm noticing too is when we talk about disables and everything, which is always really good versus Storm, just going back to Mars, we talked about in the middle of a fight, some of the fight, he's trying to focus Kaka, and the Bulwark comes down. So even more so, I'm looking at this Mars. I know we always talk versus range heroes, etc., but versus Storm, Storm's damage got reduced, not a crazy amount, but every little thing counts. And then you have a Bulwark coming in, absorbing hits. I think they're starting to find some really good answers versus this opener Storm. So I think, yeah, back to drawing board, Boom. Let's see what type of clever stuff they've got, because they've got massive hero pool. So I don't want to just see them get stuck on this and just lose the series because they're just stuck on the Storm Spirit.
That's a good point as well. Not just that, it was also the living armor from the Treant, right? We saw how hard it was just for them to kill Kaka alone. You can say, oh, it was RNG's lead, but it's a really cool idea around damage mitigation coming out from RNG.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Hopefully, like you said, Fog, they're not just going to get zoned in on this one strategy. I believe it is Boom that have first pick and Radiant this game. It's going to be played on the Chinese server for game number 2, so might influence things a little bit. But I know previously when Boom lost some of their series in recent times, or at least some of their games, it was because they got too honed in on going an IO gyro strat when they were trying to innovate when they didn't need to. They've got a good way of playing Dota. It's just, like you said, they had way too many holes this draft. Waga and I were talking about it, right? We go through a checklist. Does your draft have this, 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 this? And if you're lacking in early damage, tower push, it's just way too much to be able to come back from.
I think you hit the nail on the head, really. I think it was too many things into the Storm basket. And then when you look at the overall draft besides the Storm, look at the 3, 4, 5. You have Brew, Abaddon, Rubik. playmaking is going to be extremely limited if your Storm Spirit's not the one leading the charge, unless you have Bruce Split every time, which is just not going to happen. So I really like that point that you made there. So yeah, we'll see if the adjustments are going to start to be made. So as that first pick, we're seeing a little bit of, that's different ban, right? Did we have the Pango ban first too?
No, we had
we did.
Wagner DK banned by Boom,
DK, right?
And then We'll Never Give Up got rid of the Grimstroke and Cole.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think with that one, Boom really like picking their carry on the 8th pick overall, the last pick of this phase, and considering this game they have first pick as opposed to the last time around, they're just going to pick the flex in the Death Prophet for the first time. Makes sense, right? You could put it into a number of different roles and then probably go something along the lines of the Medusa that isn't quite as capable of being locked down by, for example, a Pangolier and getting the mana burn off as well.
We've gone full circle. DP got nerfed. DP just crushed the game. DP still really good. Back to first pick really fast in this tournament. And RNG, I was going to say, I don't think you change stuff up. I think this Mars Shaman, it provides you everything. It gives you objective taking, it gives you stun control, gives you defensive purposes too with the Bulwark that we saw. It gives you quite a lot as an early Monkey King. So we're back to Dubai. We've got the DP Monkey King first too, right? That was the Tundra and Boom specialty that they were doing.
Yeah, and they have flex for it as well, right? It doesn't have to be position 1. It doesn't have to be position 4. Boom even run it mid lane if they feel like it's the more advantageous matchup for them. So I'm expecting going into the next phase, we'll most likely see FBZ's hero picked up first in that the double pick that they've got there, but it's still a little bit open for Boom. But of course, RNG, this is just a very solid combination, right?
Yep. So following up, when we look into this next phase, like, are you now going to try to flex yourself for your RNG? Are you a little bit paranoid about giving this Monkey King a good lane?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, even against the Mars, I feel like it's a little bit of a concern. I mean, you mentioned before, as we were leading into this series, Chalice, Mars, plus FBZ Brewmaster were like your big standouts. And well, Monkey King could certainly dampen that a little bit. Not massively, but you know, it is still a little bit of a rougher matchup for sure.
Yeah, it's a rougher matchup honestly, in most situations. I think when you have something like a Shaman, we have double disables, you can actually play around the Jingle a little bit, right? You have the Mars that can do 2 different forms of knocking him away to prevent him from getting the stacks. Then Shaman has 2 different other forms to prevent him from getting stacks. So they can play around it a little bit, but yeah, it still is going to slow down the Mars a little bit.
If that's the route they go down. I mean, you can see that they're just banning out the heroes that are good against it, right? TB, just attack range. Razor, of course, you just lock onto the Monkey King. It's potentially bad for these team fights. So just trying to keep their options as open as possible.
I feel like this is earlier than we've been seeing the Monkey King before, right? Like, I feel most of the time it gets banned out in the second phase. Does it feel a little bit premature in Boom's draft? Maybe like not as dominant as the Storm could be when it's being picked in that first phase?
It's team specific. Like Tundra and Boom like picking the Monkey King just in general. So even like other SEA teams like SMG run it in the off lane, for example, and they make it work for them. So it really just does depend on what a team values. If you want it to give you a little bit more of that vision advantage, then it's going to be a position 4. If you want to dominate a lane as a core, you throw it mid or in the safe lane. So they're just trying to keep their options open for now because they really feel like RNG punished them pretty heavily for like zoning in on this one strat of make Storm Spirit have a great game.
Yeah, definitely. I also like, I think with like patches, like I actually was surprised. I thought Monkey King was going to start, his stock was going to start rising significantly because of the changes we had. Because Dubai, it was played a crazy amount. Like every single game was being opened from the top 2 teams, Boom and Tundra. And then we've had nerfs on every other hero. He didn't get touched. So he still is the same monster. He still provides everything. We'll have RNG, they'll get their Lina. So that's that matchup probably versus, if it is the Death Prophet mid, they're going to have that there to counteract. It's going to be their kind of pseudo carry that we saw Somnus own on the other day and Die Fountain as the Lina with his MKB.
Force 4 buybacks. Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, DP is probably one of the better heroes against the Lina, right? You can trade somewhat easily. You can nuke the waves a little bit. So you're not going to fall too far behind, and it's not like this massive lane win for the Lina, I suppose.
Yeah, it's also just what the Lina provides you in mid game too versus DP, right? You're the big burst and you're the consistent damage as the game progresses too. So it's, yeah, you get like 3 different benefits, it feels like, when you get that, if it is a DP in the mid lane. So see what Boom decides to do.
I wonder if this potentially leads them to say, okay, well now Monkey King, we want it to be that position 4 because Lina doesn't have that same level of flex. If you pick the Lina, it's going to be mid. And so if you can go one of these heroes that are capable of rotating mid quickly with, of course, the tree dance, boundless strike on Alina into the primal spring, into DP just looking to chase her down, you can get kills pretty quickly against her, and she is kind of vulnerable in that earlier stage. I like this hoodwink pick as well. You know, it's something that Tims likes, it's something that Skem likes, and they're just going to Sand King as well. Like this feels much more like a boom draft, right? They've got tower push, they've got decent lanes, they've got stuns, they've got pick off, they've got better survivability. It just feels really solid.
This is literally the Dubai draft. This is the Boom Tundra Dubai drafts that I feel like we saw. It was the Sand King plus Hoodwink opener that I think both teams were kind of parroting a little bit, and then or we would have the DP Monkey King. So they've got the 4 that they really like. Yeah, looks strong. They have a couple heroes like you mentioned to get on this Lina. The Monkey King scouting, the Sand King now just a quick easy initiation. This Phoenix pick though, this is a hero that I think has been on the rise for some time. Has continued to get buffs, Fire Spirits. If you've played this hero recently, you feel like you always, once you hit 7, you feel your Fire Spirit's permanently up. It does feel like it's constant. It's really nice. And now you got buffs on Icarus, and you have, of course, we've got the Mars combo. So Phoenix and Mars can be a bit of a different element, and looking at their egg hitter, it's not great right now.
Yeah, I wonder if they're going to lean into something like an Ursa for this. You know, into the Mars, it'll be pretty decent. You do provide somewhat of an egg hitter. You then give yourself Roshan potential. It might not be too bad, but again, it does leave you kind of vulnerable for being overall last picked against by RNG, right? It would mean that the Monkey King is playing, let's say, mid lane, and I'm not sure if that's how you want to do it, right? So what could they even have? Like, we're assuming this is maybe a position 4 that Boom still have remaining. Could they Snapfire against this?
Yeah, there could be a possibility. I mean, there's a carry hero that you hate that could be, but no, they won't pick it. I'm just kidding. They're not gonna jug just out of nowhere to ruin you.
Please don't jug into this. Please no.
They did ban the Ursa, which is, I mean, that's kind of interesting.
Maybe just the heroes that are capable of man fighting into the Monkey King, right? Like the Faceless Void is going to be able to chrono before you get off the Wukongs. Ursa doesn't really care about the additional armor from the Wukongs as long as you get those Fury swipes racked up.
Yeah, it definitely looked like a pretty decent Ursa game for RNG, just because like the stuns and everything too, he can get enraged off most of the times versus this, just the DP silence, but gives him Roche, gives him more objective if they would have been the case.
Does this feel like a good lifestealer game maybe for Boom? Something that's kind of like, you know, self-contained, maybe then stick the Monkey King in the mid, or do you want to keep that?
Then it's Monkey into Alina, which isn't great, right?
I don't know if you can do that.
That's my only concern. And they're looking to get rid of the Yopaj TA, so they were thinking maybe still having that flex 4 mid and not being the Death Prophet, maybe a Death Prophet 4, which Tims has done before, or the 5, of course, for Skem. I still feel like the Snapfire is decent. Like, you've got good tower taking potential with the DP. Monkey King, even when you're going up onto high ground, can just pop the Wukongs, and as long as you're not getting speared, you are still somewhat capable of being able to take it. I just think they really need an egg hitter, and I'm struggling to see what that is outside of the Snap, and I mean, maybe the Mirana, but it doesn't feel like an amazing Mirana game.
I just don't even know if I want them to go down the Snap route, but okay, they do. Because the Mars is there. I guess it's just the last thing that's left to kill that egg. It's just Mars can just pop the Bulwark, and that's always going to be the case when you're playing versus Mars and Phoenix, but can definitely be problematic because you can get caught inside of Arena pretty easy now too as this Snapfire. You have ways around it. You can save people with Cookie and stuff like that, but you're going to be trapped, and it looks like a much more Boom draft. That's the one thing, right? It is literally some of their most played heroes. Does look very brawly.
Like a very RNG draft though as well, right? Like Lina, Mars, Shadow Shaman are like bang, 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 1, 2, 3 that they've just got back to back to back. So it's really just Ghosts hero that we're yet to see. So things that are good against the Monkey King. I mean, Dusa isn't banned. Could they do so? No, they're just Wraith King.
Wraith King.
I mean,
okay.
How do you feel about that? I mean, I honestly feel like Monkey King is one of the better matchups against the Wraith King, right? Because you kill him once, you Wukongs, and then he's still inside the Monkey Arena.
A bit of a curious pickup for sure. I guess it's like they're always going to be able to react to if the Wraith King gets set up first, they'll be able to always bring the squad. Like the Phoenix and Mars should be able to get there in time, but definitely an interesting pickup to see that Wraith King last.
It's a mid Snapfire as well. Yopaj Snap, okay.
All right.
It has to be a core Snap this game for them to be able to have it. A way to just kill this egg in any moments, but that could also put more focus onto him, which allows them to actually bring him down and just make sure that there is no egg hitter. So
at least this time they've got Tims on the Hoodwink who wants to rotate. Like, he can very easily rotate. We've seen Yopaj be able to outplay plenty of mid laners, and he certainly didn't have a great time in game number 1. But I mean, against the Lina, it's not the easiest matchup still. Just because I want to see a third game, I'm going to say Boom might take this one. Again, it's on the China server, but I feel like this is a much better draft comparable to Game 1. But there's nothing really wrong with RNG's draft either.
Okay, Vogt, real quick. Boom or RNG?
Oh, I have to go RNG just because, quickly, the Mars and the Shaman. I think they've looked so damn good with that one. That just pulls it for me.
Well, either way, I just hope this delivers. It was unfortunate the way that Game 1 started off. Fingers crossed that we can get a good one back and forth. No disconnection issues. Let's head across to our casters. Gareth, Lacoste, take it away.
Thank you so much. Yeah, here we are, a signature Boom esports draft. And of course, like the panel was saying, RNG with that Shadow Shaman, Mars, Lina, and an interesting Wraith King pick at the end, Lacoste. What are your thoughts on that?
Usually it's the other way around. Like, usually Monkey King is picked to counter the Wraith King, but I think Fog had a really good point. Like, maybe he wants to lead the way and the rest of the team is gonna be backing him up. Like, pre-BKB, they can still kill this Monkey King. Like, they have still a ton of damage on their side. Very hyped for Yopaj Snapfire. It's always a treat to watch. You know, one of my favorite heroes / favorite players playing the hero, so gonna definitely enjoy it. They needed something to be able to deal with this egg, because like other heroes don't really kill the egg, and yeah, that's gonna be fine. Also, Scam on his, I'm gonna even call it signature position 5 Dead Prophet. During Gamers Galaxy, he definitely caught my eye. Like, he was the one going in, tanking every single spell, and was extremely impressed by the way he played it.
Yeah, like yesterday we had X-Nova playing position 5 DP and he looked exceptional. Getting triple kills and stuff like that with Spirit Siphons looked great. We'll see how Skem gets to the mark as they smoke out. Get some vision down early on. And yeah, I guess coming back to that Wraith King point, if people are casting spells on Wraith King, you know, you're getting Blink Burrowed and Epicentered and Wukongs, that means Lina, Somnus, this Lina is going to have much more freedom in the team fights to get the damage out. We've seen what he can do when he's when he's really in the mood for it, right? Diving Fountain to force buybacks, getting ultra kills, doing some wild stuff. Already getting an early D-ward on that small camp.
Yeah, that's definitely what you need when you're playing Lina, because you want to be getting those Fiery Soul stacks. And from what I've seen, I feel like this might be like straight first item BKB. Like, just get that Null Talisman, get that Soul Ring to have a bit more tankiness and extra sustain, and then go for BKB into Boots of Travel. I feel like players realize that Boots of Travel into BKB is sometimes a bit too slow. And like, if you have a BKB with Lina early on, you just stand in the fight and not much they can do about it. I mean, there's gonna be like still Exo, but this is a position 5 Dead Prophet, so you can like relatively easily burst her.
Yeah, you just turn into this Gatling gun, firing out these Fiery Soul hits everywhere. We'll see how he does up against Yopaj in that mid lane. Snap against Lina. These side lanes, they're gonna be the interesting ones. A Monkey King DP against a Mars Phoenix. Monkey King can offer kill threat there once he gets a couple of levels up. Chase down Chalice. And Orb of Venom obviously going to be an important pickup for Jackie. And Phoenix, pretty low armor hero, does struggle sometimes when you're just constantly getting clicked down by the Death Prophet. Need to start out with these Fiery Spirits.
There's going to be a lot of harassment coming out from both Mars and Phoenix. We'll see if they hit, like, whoever hits faster. Like,
Oh, Kaka.
Kaka's dead.
Ah, very far. It buys him a bit of time, but Tims has the long-range projectiles and a Blightstone, reducing the armor of Kaka's Shadow Shaman for the first blood.
Good start. Yeah, exactly. Sanking plus Hoodwink, it's a strong lane. I didn't expect them to like get a first blood. I think this one might be on Kaka, because Shadow Shaman is a bit slowish, sluggish hero, and Sanking level 1 doesn't really provide you with much. Usually he's the one that is getting bullet. I mean, Sanking did get the first blood, but if you look at the CS, he has 1 CS compared to Mars, 8 and 1.
Yeah, it's not been a great early lane there for the Sand King, but now he's going to drag the wave back closer to his tower, so that will secure himself some CS thanks to this pull from Tims. Misses the bushwhack, but no major problems. Gets some last hits himself. And they've also blocked up the small camp, so Kaka here trying to stack will obviously realize that. Has a sentry to remove it. Maybe get some pulls off of his own. There's that first blood back again. The Burrow Strike placement there as well, kind of body blocking Kaka in the trees. And Hoodwink with such supreme long range. Raining arrows down on him.
Somnus had a little bit of an issue first couple of waves. Like, I checked 20 seconds ago, he was sitting at only 3 CS, but now he's coming back into the game. There is both water runes available. Let's see if Yopaj decides to go for this one. He might not need to just pick it up, but yeah, good cookie. Extra movement speed, bottle, fairy fire. Yopaj is gonna be fine. We'll TP back to the mid lane. This is big. This is huge.
Oh man, that's
Somnus
really
got
nice.
outplayed.
Yeah, that's a mega outplay. Yopaj, beautifully done. No bottle refill for Somnus. We'll see if someone comes and helps him out, but he's been cookied and blasted and right-click down.
And now he starts to play aggressive, because he knows that he doesn't have any kind of backup. Both supports are healthy. No one's going to die to refill his bottle. So he will need to wait. He might need to even bring some extra regen.
He's still looking and poking, trying to find that kill, but yeah, it looks like Somnus going to have to make the long walk back to base and then TP and return to lane. Oh, what a great play by Yopaj. And that's going to secure him a couple of waves, a little bit of damage onto the tier 1. But I guess more importantly, it's the levels, right? Getting this early experience on your
yeah.
means earlier rotations with that level 6.
You get level 6 on Snapfire, you can solo kill Lina. Like, she tries to get close to LSA, you cook yourself and Fire Blast, so it's just Scatter Blast. It's gonna be very difficult now. Let's check the levels. Level 4.5, Lina. Same thing. I think Yopaj lost some of the XP when he was like trying to go from lane to lane, from like bottom to top to pick up those 2 water runes. So I think Lina's gonna be okay.
Yeah, not that much of a difference then. He does hit level 5. And we don't see anyone really coming in to try and help or secure the runes. We're down at bottom. The Monkey King springs into action. Chalice is fast enough with his brown boots just to walk it back. And X-Nova with his Fiery Spirits, always a nuisance, slowing down at attack speed and chipping away at the life totals of Boom down bottom.
Chalice making an adjustment in his item build, going for boots of speed early on. Besides, usually there is like a bracer, maybe even a second bracer in between. But since he's playing into Monkey King and the Dead Prophet, he wants to be able to break the Spirit Siphon and run away from Monkey.
Yeah, it's like the Razor, DP, the 2 heroes are the kind of link spells. You buy boots. Monkey King, you buy boots. Those are the big ones. So yeah, good realization by Chalice to go that way. Good bushwhack top, going to stop the shackles, and that allows FBZ to stun up Kaka for yet another kill in that top lane. This is going to be a pretty fun Sand King.
Yeah, considering he had 1 CS while others had like 8, 9, he managed to recover. Some of these creeps are like the side pull creeps, might be some skeletons as well, but I think this one's on Kaka, like sitting inside the sandstorm, because you know that there's gonna be Hoodwink, so bushwhack into stun. Maybe stun was not even needed to kill him there, because level 3 sandstorm, it's a ton of damage, and now sanking 40 CS. But bear in mind, those are some skeletons from Raid King and also the big camp.
X-Nova with no dive. Jackie will quite simply take him down. A courier to follow as well. Scam going to try to deny to neutrals, gets the job done, and bound to strike. Some good damage, but they realize Kaka is nearby. Maybe Kaka died top because Somnus was screaming for someone to come and TP to refill his bottle. And he does go and do so. And now it looks like they're going to try to move 3 heroes down bot. Shadow Shaman Mars, and I assume the Phoenix will come and join them. X-Nova going to walk out of base, deciding where to head. But Tim's has moved into mid, maybe looking for Somnus. Oh, they're TPing DP here too. Yeah, bottle refill this time for Yopaj. Quite a bit of focus on that mid lane.
If they land 1 spell, if there's a bushwhack, Alina's just gonna die. He's baiting with the illusion, pretending that this is the real one, like using the spell. Look at Somnus, but boom, they're not falling for it. It's a bit too cheesy.
Not gonna get us that way. Well, Tim's finds a bounty rune for himself.
Like, he pretended that he's using Dragon Slave, then turns back like he's running away. I mean, sure, these are pro players, professional e-gamers, so they're not gonna fall for it. Goes to the top lane, he's alone.
Does he have reincarnation? Has he got a point to put in it? Does he want to? He's not dead just yet. Tims and FBZ not quite offering enough damage, but it was close. Pressuring Ghost, who is pretty close to his armlet.
Sank was saving a point. Maybe if he was... Maybe he didn't have mana. I wasn't paying the full attention, but he's level 6 with only 5 points used.
Yeah, maybe could have gone for an Epicenter, but then it's like, if I level and use Epicenter, he's going to level and use Reincarnation, then maybe they TP in some more heroes and things get a bit messy. I think FBZ very happy and content just to continue farming, get himself to that Blink Dagger, which is going to be his real big, strong point. Tim's going to make up some stacks. Again, Lacoste, Jinx.
Yeah, this ward that they have near the river, the boom, it scouts out the way Xnoa was like trying to take away the creep wave, so they know that there are a lot of stacks because they've seen it. And they're gonna go and try to take it. Yopaj, his abilities, like Scatterblast is maxed out.
They stun Chalice before he can get his combo out properly, but the dive and Somnus here with Laguna Blade, Yopaj about to drop. Good Boundless Strike will find Somnus with the help of Scam, and now Chalice and Xnova the ones in trouble. Silenced up on the Phoenix, trying to turn and kill off Tims, but it isn't to be. So they trade mid and a support for that Snapfire, but they defend the stacks.
That's what matters. I want to see if FBZ will try to like invade or if he wants to just farm his own stack. For now, he will be trying to stack it one more time possibly, but not gonna be it. I've also seen Sankings just using the Epicenter on Ancients to get the Blink Dagger.
Yeah, why not? I guess he's so far ahead this game. He's already level 9. He's like, I don't really need to. I've got my maxed out Sandstorm. I'll have my Blink in 70 gold. Kaka here, dusting FBZ. Burrows back in with this maxed out Sandstorm. Kaka's just going to die in this, it looks like. 2 stick charges on the Sand King. He's not going to survive, but he buys his Blink just in time.
And they probably don't know about this now, because like, oh, Sand King died, he's not gonna have a Blink Dagger, so it's now really good time to strike. Also, Boom did invade enemy triangle, and they stole that stack.
Nice. Who got all the money for it?
Mostly Yopaj, I think. When you said it, I looked at the other screen, and like Kaka, he loves to sit in the sands. Maybe he thinks, you know, he can out-region the Sandstorm with the shackles.
It's not happening though. Chalice with another arena on Yopaj, pairing up with this Lina perfectly, and the damage is there, but in comes the FBZ Sand King, a big epicenter for his double kill. And again, Boom come out on top in terms of trades, and Tim's gonna find the Bushwhack with the Acorn Shot, and Kaka caught up with a great sharpshooter. They'll give FBZ, oh no, that was a triple for him surely, but Scam, position 5, he needs gold, he needs XP, I'll take the kill for himself.
Not expecting that Blink Dagger from Sand King, because he just died. You'd probably think, oh, he's not gonna have it, and he did kind of get countered so far in the lane. Maybe they did have a little bit of a bad read, and he shows up with the 10-minute Soul Ring, Tranquils, and the Blink Dagger.
Hey, he's top of net worth, he's huge. And this is going to be a space creator now as they put pressure on that mid-tier 1 with 4 heroes from Boom. So Monkey King for Jack, he's just going to sit bottom, farm his Battle Fury. He's going to TP top as he sees a juicy wave up there. And the rest of his squad creating noise and chaos on the rest of the map. I don't know, can you defend this tower mid? You don't have a Reaver. It's dead.
There's just not enough. Both supports are under-leveled on side of RNG. Shaman level 5, Phoenix about to hit level 6. They definitely do need that extra damage. And now
Blink Burrow
yep.
into the lava. Kaka dead. Ghost is trying to mosey on forward to find Tims on his hoodwink. Good little sharpshooter to jump on back. Another stun in 10 seconds. Such a long cooldown with level 1 Wraithfire Blast. Not the greatest for chasing and catching.
A lot of time wasted from RNG. Like, they get no kills in return. And, yeah, just delaying the BKB on Lina. Sand King, as you mentioned, on top of the net worth, going into BKB next. Has even a Tumbler Story just to be able to close the gap a little bit further if needed. And he's also one of the better heroes to defend the tower with.
Nice, he'll just sit bottom. Scam grabs the bounty rune under Chalice's nose. Silence out, but in comes the spear. He whiffs it. The Scam going to turn with the Exo and the Blink Epi. They found Chalice. FBZ and Scam just connecting onto that Mars as it looks like RNG are a little bit lost. Bringing heroes down here, thinking about pushing the tier 1 bottom lane, but Boom are just ready for every move they make.
They have their number in this game. They know exactly what RNG is trying to achieve, and every single time they are ready with just enough heroes to be able to counter it. Right now, Jackie on top lane, trying to farm up his Battle Fury. It's still gonna be a great timing on Battle Fury. It's full wand, treads, corrosion. He was involved in the 3 kills so far, 0 deaths, so that's gonna be like 14-minute Battle Fury.
Yeah, and it's incredibly difficult to catch him. You really do need that Mars to find him as they'll get Kaka. 13 minutes in, he's still sat at level 5, trying to farm some jungle camps. But Tims and FBZ, they are just roaming around everywhere. This death squad, finding kill after kill.
Kaka, man, he's struggling. Level 5, 6 deaths in 13 minutes, so
yeah.
He dies every 2 minutes pretty much. Let's see when his next death is gonna be. Snapfire, Boots of Travel ready. Pretty standard stuff coming up from the mid. Snapfire, going for the BKB Shard Blink. It's the items you need to be able to stand in the middle of the fight, push people back with the Shard, amplifying the damage as well, and also positioning. So, not messing around. Yopa's just going with what's known to be good. I think RNG should try to make something happen with once Lina gets a BKB. She's gonna have it in 400 gold.
FBZ, he's there again. Sure, you got backup from RNG, but a cookie away. Oh, FBZ, the help of the lava landing onto Kaka and X-Nova, forcing the supernova. FBZ, he's gonna die. The fiery spirits do tick him down at the very end, but it was getting close. Good reaction from RNG, though. Coming into this mid lane. Ghost gonna lead the charge again. I don't
that was close. I mean,
kills.
That was close, but Super X Nova used, and the damage did tick in the end, so they got the kill. They got the kill on second most farm hero in the game. Who got the last hit?
X-Nova did, the Fiery Spirits. There's 2 ultis, right? Serpent Wards and Supernova now down for a good minute and a half, so it's going to be now difficult to push bottom tier 1 or even mid tower. And yeah, RNG have to fall back and retreat into their jungle areas to continue farming. I do like the Boots of Travel on this snap, though. Like the rest of your team, like just running around, joining fights while Sand King's initiating non-stop. Somnus with his BKB trying to turn this. Yopa invisible, though. And FBZ under the sandstorm will keep them at bay.
Sand King is just super active. They do have a good setup, whether Tibbs wants to play with him or whether Snapfire ulti is available and she can come with that Boots of Travel that you mentioned. Just playing with 4 heroes right now while Jackie continues to farm up. He's been very annoying. They also don't have, like, sure, you're playing into Mars, but I haven't seen Mars being close to Monkey King to be able to find him in the trees. Blink Dagger.
He hasn't.
Ooh, Chalice also struggling in this game. Just needs farm. He definitely needs that Blink Dagger. And Lina already used 1 charge of BKB. We'll have another one in 25 seconds. So I think it's time to go with the Mars Blink Dagger. Try to make something happen. Give Raid King a little bit more time to farm up his Deso. It's going to be a lot of damage coming out from the Raid King. Deso Armlet, like he can delete Dead Prophet, he can delete Hoodwink in 1 stun. I'm talking about Dead Prophet if she doesn't get the siphons off.
Yeah. And they can be pretty squishy if they're the ones being jumped on. And it was also a kind of a good attempt by X-Nova. He knew where the monkey was, diving into the trees to try and cut him down. But yeah, you really do need that Mars to be the one blinking and starting the fight on Monkey, and it just hasn't been available for them these first few minutes. RNG grouping up again around the Wraith King, though. Interesting they're choosing to come up towards top. I guess they're kind of hunting for Monkey King. There's no real objective here, but if they find Monkey or if they get into the Radiant Triangle, they could pick off a fight that's favorable for them. The Scam going to show himself. Dewarding a sentry. Tim spotted by Skellies too. The rest of the map is Boom farming. Farming bot, farming jungle. Yopa and FBZ getting tons of money.
There's still a mid tier 1 tower. There's still a bottom tier 1 tower for Boom. They did take the top one because Raid King was playing there with the skeletons. and now they need to take a fight. Like I feel like RNG should try to make something happen with the Blink Dagger. Seems like they're waiting for Deso to be finished on the Raid King. That's their item synchronization. On the other side, Sanking, he has a full BKB, so once he initiates with the BKB, and also it's going to be very, I'd say, easy for him to understand where they're going to be, because RNG wants to go inside the arena, delete like one hero, and we might see like 2-3-man epicenter coming up.
Yeah, not even going for the Shard, going into E-Blade next. I guess Shard was nerfed a fair amount. Still interesting to see, he's skipping it completely.
Might still go back for it. It's still a good shard. Like, yeah, a lot of these numbers on Sanking did get nerfed, but still feels like a really good hero. And FBC making it work, double damage. Ghost will pick it up.
He just walks in there and takes the DD. Down to half HP. Still surviving though, and he's got wand and armlet to use and toggle. Now Chalice in with a good stun, finding FBC. Sand King, he's done. RNG with a counter initiation, and they're the ones that walk into the Roche pit now. No buyback on the Sand King. They're going to try and launch Mortimer's Kisses to catch Chalice and Ghost, but the Sunray's there to heal them back up. Lovely toasty warm super healing from X-Nova. Super Nova. Yeah, that was close.
And they will get the Aegis.
And an Arena 2 misses out on the DP. They do spear them back anyway, and that's just Aegis taken by RNG.
Oh, this double damage actually made them not be able to like play around the Roche pit. I think they were trying to save it up for Jackie to pick it up, but yeah, maybe Snapfire should just took it.
Dire's middle tower.
Yeah, sometimes you just gotta grab it, don't you?
Also, the approach from Boom was correct. Try to take down Raid King, but he's tanky with Armlet. Like, if they don't commit with like Epicenter, Wukongs, or Dead Prophet ulti, still a little bit lacking in damage department, but they can still punch back. Good thing for RNG is they didn't lose that ulti on Raid King, so now they have Aegis on Lina, so it's pretty much going to be 7 versus 5. Also, we have not seen a single Wukong's command yet, because Jackie was been playing away from the team pretty much until he has his BKB, still 300 gold short.
Yeah, it's really felt like Boom have had a firm grasp on this game the entire 20 minutes, but it's only a 1k lead even with their kill lead they've got. It's been a good showing from Somnus and Ghost just to continue farming and building up to these points where they know they'll be able to take the fights and feel strong. We'll see though when Jackie joins in as FBZ once more starting the fight, burrow into Bushwhack. Good damage as Ghost drops low, but there's just no finishing blow on him. They can't actually take him down the first time, never mind another. And another Sunray from X-Nova will make sure that Boom are stopped in their tracks.
Both teams respecting each other, like they don't want to heavily commit. Boom will try to reset. They know that Raid King is very low HP. That Sunray didn't heal him much, but climbing uphill might be a bit troublesome.
Oh, Chalice with a blink away. They've got to know that these ultis are coming back off cooldown, that felt like the perfect time to start the fight because there was no Supernova, no Serpent wards, but they're all back off cooldown now, so RNG can turn and fight. But inside the Wukong's command is Monkey King. He is dominating them. Another arena from Chalice, but he's gone into the circle of Jackie. You can't fight into these monkey statues. Boom kill off a couple of big cores, and now Yopaj in onto Somnus, but the BKB Lina turns the battle back. Kaka's low, the Bushwhack misses. And Yopaj has the BKB, gets glimmered, and away we go. Well, FBZ is hiding. Burrow striking down to the low ground. And a real scrappy fight there into these two huge circle ultimates of Mars and Monkey.
Monkey's ulti is a little bit stronger there. This is why Monkey is considered to be a counter to Raid King. He respawns and then he dies again. Also, a lot of damage, like they did commit with the Exorcism Epicenter. So, still Aegis on Lina. Maybe Somnus needed to be like a little bit more of a front line, pop a BKB after he respawns. Yeah. RNG, a little bit of a difficult time getting the initiation. I feel like every single time they get a good jump, they're the ones in control.
Yeah. That's really what it feels like. And they also kind of need to be the ones doing that, right? They're the ones that want to be pressing towards towers and using Serpent Wards near an objective. getting these fights near the tier 1 mid and bottom, which are still standing for Boom. Because it's been Boom dictating where the battles are happening every time they come out to fight. Around Roshan, around that dire triangle, and now it looks like they're setting up to fight top as well. 20 seconds for Epicenter. Wukong's is back up, and there's Skem with his exorcism to shred through the building.
It's so much damage from Boom. Like, once they commit with the Wukong's, one burrow strike into globs from Super, from Snapfire is more than enough. Finally, RNG takes second tower in the game. 22 minutes in. And they're gonna trade tier 1 for tier 2. Still continuing to push bottom.
Yeah, they take the mid tower as well, with Somnus just swinging in towards mid. Yup, Arj and FBZ were trying to ready themselves to jump in, but the rest of the squad not quite close enough, taking the outpost up top instead. Good position for RNG though. They get some vision down, they are still pressing forward into the tier 2. It's going to force Boom to make another move. Smoking up across the map. Jackie with TP ready has a BKB now. Of course, down to 8 seconds. Should be ready to fight if they can just catch a glimpse of someone. If they see Kaka, they do see Kaka. Hello, Shadow Shaman. Easy pickings for FBZ and Tims. And that should be the signal for retreat for the rest of RNG.
They have Kaka's number throughout this whole game. Like, usually Kaka is the one, especially when he plays Shaman Lion, the one dictating the tempo, but it's a really rough one for him. Like, every single time they get the good initiation on him, Lina going for the Dragon Lance, just a little bit more range to be able to deal damage, get those right clicks pumping.
So she can stand outside of Wukong's?
Yeah, stand outside of Wukong's and potentially like keep the distance from the Dead Prophet, because even this position 5 Dead Prophet right now deals ton of damage. Exo's still level 1, but if you get on top of some Page, quick BKB.
Nicely done. He was invis and popping smoke there. He has to BKB and TP home. There's nothing to cancel this apart from damage, which nearly finishes him off. But now Jackie and FBZ, they found Somnus Lina. BKB at half HP, and the Wukong's command is out. X-Nova's already dead to the Monkey King. Has to buy back as X-Nova will return to the battle. And Skem picked off by Chalice and Ghost. Over to the other side of the fight. They've got a good Hex and Shackle on the Sand King now, and RNG, they are winning this fight and pressing back towards the mid lane. In towards Tims and Jackie.
They knew that Snapfire doesn't have a BKB, and she's not going to be in the fight, so that's why RNG heavily committed. Even buyback from X-Nova. It's one of those deaths when he's like trying to heal up his teammates and sitting inside Wukong's command just straight up dies because he's focused on where the sun ray is going to go. The next big item is going to be Jackie finishing his Scotty, so the reduced healing, also the slow, keeping them inside, like against Lina, against Raid. Just Scotty overall, even after the nerf, just feels like an insanely good item. I mean, he did get nerfed, but he also received a bit more buff in terms of attack speed reduction.
They should add another button to Sunray where you're allowed to move backwards. You don't have to move forward, just like, please let me edge away from the Wukong's command. Get me the hell away from here.
Hey, it's one of those old things. I don't know if you remember when you couldn't cancel Spirit Breaker charge. You're like, okay, you're going in, you clicked it.
Yep. Because there used to be the thing with, was it AM where you could also not cancel it, right? You could charge AM and you would always be forced to charge you?
Probably, yeah.
No escaping from the Mad Cow.
Now Snapfire does have Blink Dagger, still no Shard, so... But it's gonna be like a positioning item, and he does have Scatterblast damage.
It's Kaka again.
Yeah, Kaka died here like
Deja vu?
2 minutes ago.
It means the Somnus and Chalice are fine.
They know that the ward is there. Yeah, once you get the Shard plus level 15 talent on Snapfire, you do one-shot the creep waves.
That's really nice. I'll have it at about 1,000 gold. Not far off it after this creep wave. Roshan, is that respawning now? He is. Just need to get some vision in the pit. Go and scout it, Skem. You know the big man's up. RNG positioning to hold out mid. But Boom have been so good with these wards and playing into them. That's something that all the top teams do, of course, is having that vision in a position that you want to fight into in the coming minutes, looking towards the future, being steps ahead of your opponents. Ward deep up in that top lane, ward up on the high ground near Roshan, and they're all grouped around it. Like, Skem is literally here standing next to the ward saying, hey, defend the ward, please. Pinging it out, saying, come on, stand up here. We've got the vision advantage. If they come to us, we fight them and we slay them.
Yeah, he does have a shard, a double fluffy hat, a bit of extra tankiness. On this Dead Prophet, X is still level 1, but I like that he's not maxing out the Crypt's form. He is going for more points in the silence. Also, Lina, she finished off her MKB. I mean, in the end, she is playing against the Monkey King, so that's one way to counter it. FBZ looking for an opening.
Oh, they see them. They saw Ghost moving across. Just play under the vision. That's the game plan for Boom. Monkey King gonna jump across the canopy. Skem repositioning himself
DD
too.
bottom. All right, this is huge. Like last time they picked it up, they won the fight.
Yeah. Is it Somnus that takes it now? This time,
I
right?
think
He's
it's
got so
Somnus.
much damage.
I think it's Somnus because he, like, Raid King might get controlled, and also they wanted to, like, keep a little bit of momentum riding, and now going inside the pit. He pops it immediately with the Shaman wards. They're not gonna know. I mean, they will know, but the Roshan might just die straight away.
If FPC doesn't go now, it's too late already. Aegis for Somnus, and he's still got this DD going for quite some time. Monkey King's in with the Wukong's command. He's found the Chalice Mars and a great burrow from FPZ. 2 cores down, the Aegis gone, and it looks like Ghost is BKB'd up and trying to run, but they find Skem. The trouble is they can't break into this Wukong, so they've got a BKB and TP home.
That was such a beautiful play. 2-man burrow strike into Blink from Snapfire, and Scatterblast with the shard just immediately deleted them, pushed them into the Wukong's command. Brilliant stuff, and yeah, they take away Aegis immediately from Lina, who picked up the shard like she was having it. It seems like they gave it to Shaman.
Okay, so he gets one for free. Yeah, Kaka going 4 staff, so a bit of a deviation away from his normal item build, right? That's him having a poor game.
It makes sense. Like, I don't think he would even go for, like, BKB immediately in this one. I mean, still great item on Shaman, don't get me wrong. But 1 Force Staff can make a lot of difference. Pushing people out of Wukongs, Sanking Stun, Bushwhack, Cookie, Snapfire Blast, any kind of stun just feels really nice to have. And he's also, you know, struggling a lot this game, so Force Staff is like, okay, I just need an earlier item. Good Hex.
Yeah, nice arena. Mars is there. Chalice spears up Yopa and Snapfire, but this Wukong's command, it is just always causing issues for RNG. They can't move into it, can't move around it, and that allows Boom to reset and get themselves out of there without any casualties. FBZ gonna blink away from the arena, and these kisses, and they're gonna find Ghost's first life. Ooh, yes, they do. The final bit of lava touches him, and FBZ's ready with another burst strike if he wants to go in. Kaka is going to be the target for Jackie Boy, and Ghost and Somnus chasing back into them, but an FBZ burrow onto the Mars stops RNG in their tracks yet again. Yopaj jumps in with another scanner blast. Chalice, he's stuck in the pit now. He can't blink away. He's been found and destroyed by Skem.
Yeah, RNG not having BKBs on 2 cores, Boom realizing that, so they commit, like Snapfire, keeping the distance, getting the last glob on top of Raid King just to kill him once, and then without ulti, he just doesn't feel too comfortable going into the fight. Like, Lina, she does have MKB, but during the BKBs, like, she's not dealing that much damage.
Yeah, it makes you wonder, like, maybe that, you know, Shiva's Satanic Daedalus build could have come out here for them, like the armor against Monkey and the DP, that the Snapfire could have helped out. I guess the Dragonlance she felt was needed against this Wukong's to keep her position nicely. The speed at which Boom move, though, is always beautiful to see. Every time they find a pick-off, they're not sitting around and farming neutral camps. They're not, you know, messing around and sitting around doing nothing. They are immediately looking for that next objective, next target. As soon as they finished the fight mid, they were looking bot, chasing Lina, moving into triangle, trying to find the Wraith King. And now they're going to group up and potentially smoke out of mid to get into that top area of the map this time.
A problem is they have, like, no abilities that go through magic immunity, so Boom, they pop their BKBs and they run away if they don't feel like they want to fight. They have 3 BKBs. Monkey King, he's massive. Jackie does have Aghanim Scepter. It's been a while since I saw monkeys purchasing this item, but feels like he just wants to be able to like get even more of those monkeys out and like amplify the damage, especially during the Wukong's command. If you stand inside of it, you're just straight up dead.
And it helps you everywhere, right? It helps you around Roshan, helps you when you're facing the Wraith King in like a 1v1 if that's the scenario that happens, helps you push in high ground. Such a good item to have as a 4th, 5th slot. Satanic next for him will make him even more tanky and difficult to kill.
And of course, he
feeling
finds the Paladin sword on Monkey.
Oh yeah. Lovely, lovely lifesteal. Well, with at least 3 minutes for the next Roshan, RNG have got plenty of time to find some openings, create a bit of space for themselves on this map, pushing out bottom, get some wards down, and trying to do the same thing that we were praising Boom for earlier, playing into that vision. I can start cutting waves as well. Ghost, with that cleave talent, finds it quite simple to kill off these creep waves. Also delays the push towards the tier 2 mid. The glyph is there as well. But Boom, they want top lane now. Little Shredder with a monkey damage. Jackie speared back by Chalice, and Ghost, he moves in with the stuns onto Monkey King. They've nearly got him dead. He's hexed up and he's about to fall with the BKB. Not enough to save him. Skims also wandered into his own demise. RNG, snap reaction.
Whew, that's a big one.
Top lane.
Chalice finding an opening, and also the rest of the team was there ready with the TPs. Didn't overlap anything. Shaman does use the Hex, got silence after that, so there was no shackles, but they get the kill, and it's pretty huge. Also, I like what Wraith King is doing. We're gonna see that again. Yeah, Chalice has been really on point with Mars. This play is what is gonna win you the game.
Yeah, keeping him disabled until he's got like 100 HP left, forced to BKB at the very end. Also feels rough for Jackie, who's now dead for 45 seconds. Even
Wraith
more
King.
room here.
Full AC done on him.
Kaka.
Flying out.
He finds the Sand King mid, the Hex and the Shackles. Follow through from Chalice and Somnus. It should arrive in time to do the damage onto FBZ to find another kill, and they're chaining these together, causing some serious issues. Tim's the Eon Disc helps him against Ghost's monumental right-click damage. Assault Cure, as you just said, is huge.
They still have wards, so they're gonna go and like AC plus Deso with Shaman wards. It's gonna be a ton of damage on the building. Snapfire committing with the ulti. 50 seconds without Sanking, who does have a buyback.
And it kills the creep wave, but the Serpent Wards and the Wraith King are still up here on your high ground. Buildings falling quickly. Melee racks being focused, and Yopaz trying everything he can with the cookies and the scatter blast to try and take down Ghost's first life, but the Sunray heals him up just enough to take down the melee racks and back away before that backdoor regen kicked in.
Segi was looking for an opening. If they got like a good bushwhack on 2 people, he would probably just use the buyback immediately, or if they killed Wraith King once, that's what he was looking for. Still dead for 15 seconds, and also Wraith King, it's all about these little things. He goes in and hits the Beely Barracks just once, initiation. There's no Eon Disc.
Yopaj and Tim's both dying, and Boom kind of crumbling now. That top lane push that Monkey tried is given so much across to RNG. The momentum has swung completely, and we're now looking at a 7k net worth lead. Like the graph is actually just Mount Everest into the Marianas Trench. Going all the way down.
My boy Garrett, he knows all the geography. He knows the terms, knows the places. It seems like they crumbled after that one spear from Chalice on Jackie, and then another pickoff on Sanking, which did allow them to go in. And look at minus armor, just amplifying the damage on the tower. E-Blade trying to hold him back for a little bit.
Yeah, 16 minus 11. Not a lot remaining, and the jump from Chalice again. They found the Monkey King. Jackie's dead for a minute and a half.
No buyback.
This must be the end of the game.
Oh,
Chalice really with like 2-3 game-winning moves that have swung this match completely.
beautiful, actually beautiful. And now they're back to bottom lane. Shaman wards will be online in 1 second. So
They've
they're
given
just
him
gonna drop
Philosopher's
it.
Stone. Monkey King's got Philosopher's Stone. He's 400 gold away from buyback. He's never going to get there in time. Someone needs to go get bounty runes or something. They have to fight. They have to jump with FPZ. He epicenter burrows. They found the Lina. It's a big kill for Boom. Kaka down to FPZ as well. So now it's down to Ghost next Nova. Chalice is BKB'd up and they'll find Scam. Good Supernova Sunray.
He's going for the
X
megas.
Nova, but the mega creeps are potentially coming. Ghost takes down that final building, and Yopachi whiffs out on his blink abilities. Now Chalice with another arena, going to clear them up. A double for X-Nova. FBZ's in a sandstorm, but dead to Ghost.
And Roshan respawned. Like, this is gigantic. Just, I mean, this is why we praised, and the panel also did praise Chalice on the Mars. 70 seconds without sanking. He does have a buyback. They proc the E on this Ghost.
He's got BKB when he comes back up, but they've stunned him perfectly with a cookie. He didn't get BKB off on his full HP, but now he'll go for the TP home, and there's nothing to stop him.
So that's 3 buybacks from Boom. They need to push out the wave. They also managed to bring down Lina from 100 to 0. No Satanic was used. I remember Somnus Lina getting a rampage, his HP dropping down to 3 HP, and then getting a rampage after that. And there's the Mount Everest you talked about, Gary.
There's the what, sorry?
Mount Everest.
Oh, yeah. Mount Everest at the top, Mariana's Trench down at the bottom. That's a huge swing. And it's just that one move from Chalice starts the ball rolling. And maybe now Boom into the Roche Pit. They can try and terraform the graph and make things come back to flat land. But I think RNG are going to realize this is happening. They've sniffed something out. Roshan isn't going to be a freebie for Boom at all. FBZ has to borrow the illusions, and in comes the Wraith King. Blows up Scammer too. Swift hits. Jackie Boy dead as well. The Monkey King didn't stand a chance. Didn't even get his ulti or BKB off because this Wraith King is pummeling them. And Chalice has got Tims in the back lines as well. 2 heroes with buyback for Boom, 2 without. Yopan's the only one alive. TP's back to Fountain to defend the throne as RNG claim that 3rd Roshan of the game, and they're barreling it down mid.
1 versus 5. Let's see how this one goes. I mean, they're just gonna run down mid and kill the buildings. Huge mistake there from Jackie to go for the high ground. The rest of the team was not ready because they don't have any kind of save. Jackie will try
to hold. Yopan's jumped in. He's used his BKB, but now we see the reign of terror from Somnus's Lina. Jackie's inside his Wukong's command, but GG is already called. No chance of survival, and our victors of the Asian region will be RNG.
Beautifully done. They made a huge comeback on the back of the Chalice. Just beautiful spears. Like, he caught Monkey King 2 times in a row. And also Kaka, after struggling, he finds a nice kill there on Sanking, who did have a buyback but did not want to commit immediately. And overall, RNG looking very hot today.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of a struggle, right? Boom were really controlling the game up until that. Maybe you could argue mistakes from Jackie, but again, equally on this flip side of the coin, very well played by Chalice to get those catches onto the Monkey King pre-BKB and pre-Wukong's command. And RNG showing they're just that little bit better in this series up against Boom as our series concludes 2-0. And the cost, any more closing remarks, or is it just Chalice?
I mean, the rest of the team also played extremely well. I mean, Kaka, always treat to watch. He's been spamming out his favorite heroes, and Xno with his warding, and also Ghost. Very impressed. It's a new guy. They did manage to swap the players. This team looking better than ever, I would say.
Well, a quick break, and the panel will return to break down this 2-0 victory for RNG. So we'll see you then.
What a showing out of China. Rule never give up with a 2-0 victory in the finals to secure themselves a spot on LAN later this year in Riyadh. I'm joined once again by Danog and Fog to break down the action. Boys, what a turn of events. This game looked a lot better for Boom. I don't know if we were expecting this to end so quickly.
Bit of a heartbreak, I feel, for the ending, gotta be honest. I was hoping for some type of huge team fight when it was getting really close and you could tell that both teams had exactly what they wanted, but you know, Chalice doesn't allow that to happen. Quick spear, twice, back-to-back onto Jackie, and all that 15, 17,000, 20,000 net worth on that Monkey King just gets brought to pretty much zero because chain stun back-to-back, and it led to pretty miserable sequences too, that they got like 2 or 3 kills afterwards when they catch him too, and right after the top one in particular. Yeah, things crumbled. It was a great game too from Jackie, right? Like his Wukongs, his Boundless were on point throughout the whole game. Just, yeah, one mistake causes all this to happen.
One mistake, yeah, and he didn't have the regen, he didn't pop the BKB quickly enough, and you know what, as a C fanboy, I'm going to attribute that to lag a little bit. They were playing on the Chinese server, the majors coming up, they're going to be on no lag, so no worries at all for Boom. This is just one small bump in the road, but big congrats to RNG. They definitely deserved it based on their play throughout this entire tournament so far, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and with the, you know, at the back of, you know, Chalice and Kaka with these disables that they've been doing throughout this entire tournament, it's been a treat to watch.
It has, but you know what? Like, who's been a bigger treat from start to finish this game? The complete turnaround, kind of a Cinderella story. MVP had to be Chalice, right? Like, when we looked at the start of this game, when we saw how great of a start FBZ rather got off to compared to where Chalice was at, he impressed us, right? This game was all about him in the last 10 minutes.
It's not all about the kills and the deaths, right? It's about when you can make those kills happen for your team. And that was really, like, Boom had about a 70% win probability when Monkey King was sieging that tower on the top side. Gets speared in, allows the chain stun to come from the rest of the team because you didn't have any kind of cleanse or save or anything like that. And then even in that last final push for the tier 3 on Radiant's side, just throws a blind spear into the trees, connects onto the Monkey King, enables that follow-up, and yeah, it was really Chalice that was able to secure all of that for the team.
After a tough lane, right? He's versus the Monkey King, the hero that did do a decent job of shutting him down. You saw Chalice struggling. He was quite far behind his counterpart, even almost like half the net worth of FBZ, but he, you know, he came in when it counts. Those couple clutch spears, couple clutch little bulwarks and stuff that he's done throughout this tournament has, yeah, been phenomenal, really.
We wanted to give it to Ghost as well, just because it was really like the culmination of, you know, earlier on in the tournament, he was caught out a couple of times, but this series, he played pretty damn flawlessly, both on the anti-mage, making the rotations at the perfect time, even like pre-10 minutes to be able to punish a Storm that's diving deep. And this game, he only died the one time, and that's against a Monkey King, which is a pretty bad carry-to-carry matchup.
And he played, I feel like sometimes it can be a little tough for when you can feel how strong you are about being these like tank heroes like Wraith King. He was playing the limits, right? With the armlet toggling inside of Mortimer Kisses and stuff like that. So at least for me, I really got to see the reason why they went for this pick for it, just how much he was able to absorb inside some of those fights, even though he wasn't a Monkey King, so.
Yeah, I guess there's kind of that question mark as to whether this switch up was warranted at the time they'd done it, but are we starting to feel like we're seeing the potential Ghost, like he's actually starting to deliver what we'd expect in a team like RNG?
I think this is going to mean a lot for him, right? It's just as much as it is about getting the experience, it's about the belief, right? And, you know, based on the previous days, I have to wonder, maybe if you get a chance to interview a bit later, you might be able to ask, you know, what sort of things were said to Ghost after the previous series, because it did feel like perhaps that loss against Boom in the upper bracket final might have been a little bit more attributed to him, but certainly this one, he basically didn't put a foot wrong.
Yeah, and I also want to highlight a bunch too is look at the amount of heroes he's played. In just the time that he's been playing with RNG, he's played 6, 7 different heroes, 8 different carries. He's definitely a very versatile player, and that's something really important to have. I know, like, he's versatile. We've definitely seen a little, maybe we can say, consistency just because there's less experience and stuff like that. But for me, comparing him to God King, like God King was the king of inconsistency. So I'm already liking what I'm seeing with Ghost about how he's able to always at least stay at the top of that net worth, even if he's having a tough game.
Definitely bodes well for the future, and of course, yeah, that means they now make it through to the LAN later this year. A really big morale booster for RNG, right? Being first out of the regional finals, also not being able to go to Stockholm as no Chinese team's going to be in attendance. Like, this is something to look forward to, right?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's something that I'm sure everything else is out of their mind right now. They didn't have to care about the DPC. They didn't need to care about anything else. Just focus entirely on this, not saving strategies. Although you might just say that, well, Mars Shadow Shaman wasn't really hidden. They were doing it all throughout the tournament, and they were doing it to pretty good success as well.
We did get some switch ups though. Like I like to see the anti-mage that was coming out occasionally. I like the way they were still flexing DP, because that was something we were kind of curious of with the nerfs to Death Prophet. What are we going to see stock start to fall with her? But I feel like especially RNG, they've been proving it's still a very lethal pick, right, Fogged?
Yeah, I think that hero is still super good, honestly. I think it was literally broken, extremely broken on 3 different levels. It felt like almost in the past. I think especially like, it's not even just about, you know, Exorcism taking buildings. We used to always talk about just Spirit Siphon. Sure, it's got nerfed, but I still think tanky heroes are meta, and I think that Spirit Siphon's always going to just be something that puts this hero above a lot of others.
Something that I don't think we got to see it in the MENA region. I can't remember if Europe pulled it out yet. I mean, I imagine there's 1 or 2 games, but like it does feel like it's at least curved back a bit. I guess another one to think about is like Sand King. Just before the patch dropped, we were expecting to see it practically banned every game, but it felt like quite frequently it was making it through deep into the draft here.
FBZ played it pretty well.
Yeah, I still think that hero is going to be really dominant and very much all over the place. Still feels super powerful. FBZ owned the early game again. Still feels the same hero for the most part. You're just missing a little bit of solo kill potential, a little bit of damage and whatnot.
And I think we talked about it before, but like, you know, you weren't with us, Fogged. Like, was there any upset here in how this played out? Like, was there someone that went out earlier in the Asia bracket? Maybe you expect to make deeper, like Nigma, SEA, or was this just logical 1 through 4?
For me, it was logical 1 through 4. I actually did not really like much of what I saw from Nigma Galaxy C. They seem to do good and they seem to be pretty decent in lanes, and then their mid game is just, it seems like they're just lost. So. And I noticed that for a long time now, even before they've switched anything or moved anything around. So they need to fix something for sure. So yeah, these 3, I think, were the appropriate ones. Yeah, eHome, RNG, and Boom, top 3.
Yeah. Nigma SEA, they're certainly like a roller coaster, right? They're solid in lanes. They drop off in the mid game. When it gets to the late game, they have that clutch potential. But these games were finishing in, 30, 35 minutes. That's not late game. They didn't ever get the chance to be able to have that game-changing potential come through. So yeah, I would probably say this is the order that I would have had. Maybe Boom first, RNG second, just because, you know, fanboy. But still, very deserving winner is RNG.
Hey, it's okay that you're a fanboy, though, because you think about it, RNG, they have 2 Malaysians. So technically,
true.
It's SEA light in that situation.
So you're saying
right?
Malaysia carried them? Is that what we're saying?
I mean, I'm not going to say that because people jump on the butt. I'm saying, you know, you got the boys to cheer for. I mean, Ghost definitely looking like a decent addition, and X-Nova just still so strong. And I guess we talk a little bit about X-Nova because someone that we were kind of...
Vision.
Yeah, he's so on top, right? I believe the words that I heard quoted were, this guy is the best POS 5 in the world.
I'll put my hand up and say that. He just very rarely does anything wrong. I was looking at the game like 10 minutes in, and they had 5 observer wards on the map, and none of them were being dewarded. He was dewarding constantly. It reminds me of like, you know, the very peak. I think Maposhka was the warding king at the last TI. Honestly, X-Nova, if he keeps this up, he's going to rival him.
I totally agree. I'm so glad that we talked about Vision. I know Lacoste even highlighted it at the end there. You know, we always talk about like, oh my god, like Chalice, Mars is amazing, Kaka, his Shaman and Lion, blah, 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 Somnus, Rampage. But you do have to always remember, the Vision is what allows most of these things to happen. And X-Nova, it's like, it's a lot of these times for 5 positions, right? Your invisible impact that you have on the games. He's stacking. He's covering the stacks. He's keeping tabs of when they're getting stolen. Even some defensive wards that are a bit unorthodox. So yeah, definitely lots of props to him.
Feels fitting as well, right? Like, it's not the first time we've talked about him as the focal point for setting the kind of Vision meta, right? I still remember back in TI8 when really every team was looking at him and what he was doing for LGD in the warding department. So it kind of feels like X-Nova maybe getting back on top. Just a heartbreaking shame we're not going to see them in inter-regional warfare, right? We're not going to see them in Stockholm because the Chinese teams can't make it, because I don't know about you.
Until the Riyadh land.
There, exactly. That's what I was leading into. Danong knows where we're going with this because, of course, in July, that's what these people are playing for. They're leading into a $4 million prize pool LAN over in Riyadh on, I think this is 21st, 24th of July. I'm probably slaughtering those dates. And, of course, alongside that, in the meantime, it's not just about qualifying for those slots. Now it's a situation where a bunch of money is going to start funneling through to charities, as $2 million will be dispensed towards charities of the team's choosing by the end of this day. And I mean, that is just an incredible amount of money in itself before we even talk about how big that Dota 2 prize pool is.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of worthy causes. So great to see the money being spread across the entire top 4 for each region. You know, some of these teams had to come through open qualifiers to even be here. So well deserving that they get some kind of reward, even if it's not for themselves, but for someone else, for their hard work.
Yeah, I like that it's not just, you know, like the top 2 teams or anything. I mean, this is charity after all. Everybody's a bit of a winner here, so definitely want to disperse that as best as possible. Really love that.
Yeah, it's great that they have a choice, right? Because so often you'll have charity tournaments that, like, yeah, it goes to this charity, whereas, you know, it might not be close to someone's heart. And I just love that we're focusing on more than just the big elephant in the room, like COVID, that's kind of oppressed our lives the last 2 years. It's easy to forget there's a lot of people suffering for many different reasons in the world than COVID specifically. So it's great to give back to that. I believe we are trying to prep an interview because we decided it was finals day, so we wanted to kind of spoil it a bit. Like, who would you guys like to see interview? If you could have a choice of anyone right now, Vogt.
From any team or just from these 2 teams?
Ooh. Yeah, what if
anyone in the world.
If anyone in the
Ice
world.
Frog. Give me Ice Frog.
Ice Frog, exactly. I mean, from these 2 teams, I wish I just spoke Chinese so I could talk to Somnus. I think he's always just like, he's a guy that's been around forever from when I used to play even too. So yeah, both guns.
I'm going to say X-Nova. I think he's probably the one that I would want to hear from as a 5-player myself, Malaysian. Very, very friendly, great guy to be able to speak to.
That's true. I remember I've talked to him once or twice. He's always so friendly. He's always got a smile on his face no matter what's happening, right? I love to see that, the positivity. I mean, it can't be easy to keep that positivity as a POS 5 as well. You know, usually you play a game. I'm going to allow Daniel to go off on a little vent here. You play a game as a POS 5, you enable your POS 1, you do everything right, and then they lose the game for you anyway. It's got to be hard to keep that positive mental attitude.
And it's all about, like, you set up the alley-oop, and people like Ghost and Somnus and Chalice in these games, they were just the slam dunk, right? All that vision just enables the right sort of pickoffs, particularly for Chalice. You know, he was the one to start out almost every single team fight. There were a couple where Kaka got the blink in, and especially once he got that psychic headband, but it just enabled the team to have the biggest amount of success. So honestly, I couldn't call out a weak link on RNG all today. Yeah. They were all delivering across the board.
You know what, Darren, I want to get back to your thing. You know, support players, we've got stronger mental fortitude than these core players.
You have to.
In these pubs. The core player misses CS, just deletes his items and leaves. Support players stack 50 camps, your stacks get stolen. You don't see them deleting items or anything. Guys, it's okay, I'll just stack another one. Support players, man, I'm telling you.
Well, I got bad news, boys. Like, we were hoping we were going to get that winner interview, but it looks like it just wasn't possible this time. We'll blame it on lag. You know, the start of the series got blamed on lag. We blame this on lag as well. It's a heartbreaker, but honestly, all we got to say now is congratulations to Raw Never Give Up. Looking forward to seeing what they can do at the Riyadh LAN later this year when they get to the big Buku Bucks, the $4 million prize pool. But that means that the Asia region is done in this tournament. But the action is far from done. Oh no, we've still got plenty of action ahead of us. We've got the MENA region and the European region still to be decided. MENA is going to be first up on the hit list though. So after a short break, we will return, and when we do, it is going to be a hype series. Bunch of European representation in the Saudi Arabian region as we are going to have good old D-boosters going off against 0-1 esports.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
The fun never stops here in the city that never sleeps. Welcome back, folks, to Gamers Without Borders. We've done the Asia region and now straight into the MENA. I'm Killer Pigeon, here to help run you through the action, but I need someone to run me through the action. I need my brainiac. Stanog is once again back, but now he is joined by Purge. How's it going, lads? How are we feeling about the MENA region here?
I'm really excited for the series. The two teams that we get to see in the grand finals are excellent squads, and they had a bit of back and forth earlier, so now we get to see a second take at that, so I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, what they learn from it is going to be really cool, right? I've highlighted, obviously, the key playmakers, Stormstormer and Fishman for 0-1, and of course, Pleb and Funnick for Deboosters. So keen to see which one comes out on top.
Yeah, and of course, it's important to remember what we're playing for here. Multiple things, in fact, because it's finally not just about the charity money, right? It comes down to this. This slot, whoever wins this will secure themselves a place in the Riyadh LAN later this year. But in the meantime, let's focus on the charities, because as you can see, there's a plethora available for teams to choose where their money goes, and that money will be distributed based on where they come from, first, second, third, or fourth in the region. For this region specifically, I think it's 500,000 of the 2 million up for grabs to charities will be decided here in MENA.
250 for first, I think.
Yeah.
250 for first, 125 for second. So doubling the amount that you can give to charity just with one series win is pretty significant.
And then, of course, we can see we already distributed a decent amount with Asia alone. 750,000 has already been allocated to the teams to now choose which of the charities they want to donate to. And then later on today, we'll decide the other 750,000 with the European region. But, you know, let's start to kind of focus in a little bit on the Saudi Arabian side, because we've seen some stomps, but this feels like the series that could deliver, because we've seen this series before between 0-1 Esports and Deboosters.
Yeah, it definitely can deliver. Their previous match was really back and forth. Ended up going 2-1. In the first game, 0-1 Esports ended up winning with their mid OD. They kind of like stomped Deboosters there, got really aggressive, limited the Dusa from farming. In game number 2, Deboosters took a win. Funnick again played Underlord, but this time he had a much better performance. He ended up limiting the CK's farm. And the game 3 was a little bit more one-sided. Deboosters took the win there. 0-1 Esports didn't pick a carry. They have this heavy team fight with like Enigma and Mars and Dawnbreaker and Doom and Grimstroke. It was cool, but it didn't work out. So we're going to definitely see 3 amazing games at the most. Hopefully it's not just 2 games. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Yeah, for sure.
We've already started the day off like that, and we were hoping we get 3 games, so hopefully we can deliver here. I mean, we don't want to have you guys waiting too long for Europe, and this is kind of a Europe light, right? We have to remember that the teams are stacked in their own rights. When you look at some of the different players on your screen there, some notable names, Slowy and Noob on one side, and then of course, wait, this is a series yesterday, my apologies. So this was the Eridu funded one, and then 0-1 Esports are the ones that you're going to see now in the grand finals going up against the Boosters.
Yeah, so they were on Dire on this side. I mean, Nas, you'll just see him play any kind of micro hero, right? And there feels like a lot of them in the meta right now, whether it be the Lycan, the Beastmaster, the Visage. He's been playing a little bit of the Enigma whenever he gets the opportunity to. So keen to see if they're going to allow that to continue.
Yeah, I was talking to the team manager for 7-Up, for Deboosters 7-Up Dire. He was giving me a little bit of the download info, and apparently Naz is considered to be the best MENA player when it comes to micro-intense heroes. So kind of excited to see if he's going to get something like the Enigma in this upcoming series.
That makes sense. Based on how he's microing his Lycan, I definitely believe that.
And then, of course, they have other stacked players in. I think the other one that came to mind, I kind of got in the discussion about Habu, who's considered to be one of, by far, the best carries, specifically the MENA region. So it feels like we're going to get a balanced game, because, you talk about those 2, then you round it out with 2 members of Entity, and then you look on the other side, and you got the likes of Pleb and Funnick. I mean, it should stack up to be quite a formidable series.
Yeah, I think for this series in particular, I think Habu's performance is actually going to go a big way. I know we like to focus a lot on these European players, the ringers, the stand-ins, but I think Habu, particularly because he's going to be coming up against Funnick, I feel like his performances have been pretty good so far. And just to be able to give people like Stormstormer the luxury of saying, okay, I don't need to constantly be rotating to this guy's lane, otherwise, he's just not going to have a game. He could just give Habu the creative license, I suppose, to be able to say, look, you're going to have a good enough game. I'm going to make impacts elsewhere. Let's see how that works out.
And I love that we have a little bit of beef here as well, because another detail we got is that I believe it's Evo and P1 used to be part of the 0-1 esports roster. So in a way, this is vengeance for them. I mean, D-Boosters, they are a fairly young team. I think they started getting together in November when they brought Pleb and Phonic in. So a decent amount of time to start gelling together. And apparently, interesting enough, Pleb is usually the one handling the drafting for them.
Interesting.
Not often you see a POS 1, right?
Yeah, he's like, oh, let's just pick the whole draft to make my life easier. Sounds like a normal position 1, but they already want all the game circumstances to be in their favor. So, really just makes sense. I'm surprised that it doesn't happen in more teams.
I mean, it didn't work out too well for them at the start of that series, right? That Medusa game where he didn't get to have a game at all. I feel like Phonic is maybe the one we're looking towards a lot with D-Boosters, right? Because I felt like every game we saw, even if they're winning or losing, he had a pretty solid performance.
Yeah, and I think part of that is just picking strong laners for himself, right? Like, he was never really in this scenario where he couldn't come back somehow by being able to flash farm with some sort of hero. Maybe he played a bit greedier, taking some of the farm away from the mid laner. But, I mean, again, he's Phonic, right? He's a really good player. You got to give him some of that flexibility to be able to be a bit greedier if he feels the need to be.
And also D-Boosters, like, I think they're actually an unsponsored team still. So that's kind of interesting thing, because they were on one of the top teams. I think it's Team Falcon they were part of, which is considered to be one of the biggest and most successful Saudi Arabian orgs. So kind of surprised that they're not picked up right now. I wonder if that's because of like the tentative nature of having European players that aren't necessarily always going to be there for these tournaments.
Yeah, that's most likely it, I'm sure, especially because they're already taken by other organizations for a lot of the players. So, but in the case of D-Boosters, yeah, it's definitely potential there. Can I tangent very randomly back to something you said 5 minutes ago? Yeah, okay. And this is the perfect panel for it. You said plethora. In America, we call it a plethora. What do they do in Australia? Who's right here?
I say plethora. Okay. So
it's probably my
pronunciation. Trying to be a bit too fancy.
Okay. I just wanted to
like some things I think I have an argument with, like Visage, but that one's probably just me being an idiot. Until recently, I was saying mitigated, and
it's Visage.
Oh, that's bad. Yeah,
that was bad.
Definitely...
I do words for a living. You wouldn't believe it.
No, we all make a couple weird word mistakes. I was just curious. Okay.
Yeah, I think the weirdest one I've ever had, I'd love to hear what yours were, but like mine, when I started casting, I made up a word. It was desperosity, and I don't know where I got that from to this day.
Sounds cool. Sounds fun to say.
Desperation and ferocity.
Yeah, it does sound amazing, but it wasn't a word. Any word that you guys kind of struggled with and got caught out with when you start casting?
I always have to say vague. I like have to think about how to say. Is that the right way? I used to say VOG sometimes, or like it would get VAUGE. That one would mess me up sometimes for sure.
Wait, is it not VAGUE?
You see, that's why I mess it up. I don't know.
It is.
Those are the letters. I just don't know the order.
Yeah. Just the mental dyslexia coming through there. But also, like, one that I'm getting crucified lately for is Vitoon or Vitoon. I mean, I took Vitoon. I'm saying Vitoon lately just because it was off an interview that took place. It was a Russian interview. Maybe it was just a pronunciation thing, but people seem to say, it's Vitoon. I was like, well, look at the interview and see what you think. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's always one of those things you have to get clarification from the players more than anything, right? Like I remember with like on the Tundra perspective, like Skitter, Skeeter, Skyter, I think I heard at one stage in the early days. And until you get them in an interview, you can't even get clarification on this stuff because what you're going to type to them and get weird responses that just don't make sense.
We asked in DPC about how to pronounce Costabile, and I think he said one that we didn't expect. I think he said Costabilly. It was something like that. I was like, what? Like that's really? That's what I remember off the top of my head. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm just further making that one hard to pronounce, but yeah.
Well, luckily we don't have to worry about that here. Like look at the names like Habu, Stormstormer, Naz, Devil. Actually, there was some confusion with Naz because some people kept hearing Nahaz in the cast. I think that was just them wishing we could have good old Alan back with us. A big shout out to him.
He's not that good at Dota. It's
I mean, that would have been impressive.
They're just confused.
Like just doing it in reverse, right? Starting off on the panel and making your way into the pro lobbies. Not quite the way that most people do it, but
some do, yeah.
You got to find the backdoor way in, you know.
Work in reverse. I like it. All right, I'm liking the idea of these teams though. Like we've seen we've seen a preview, we've seen a kind of a taste of what they can do. Like, where is our big focus when we're looking at the two sides here? Like, who's the star player that we're expecting, say, 0-1 esports to be playing around?
Probably Stormstormer is the most obvious one. I think his games are generally he plays very good no matter what, but he might need a little bit of coverage. Or I don't know, it feels like he can carry his team even if they're being a little heavy, but he does need his team to, at times pull up slack and cover him and keep him alive. But they do a really good job playing around each other, I think. So he's definitely the one to watch.
And he already is in the draft.
They're going to expand the first phase ban on the Invoker, right? That's something that you always need to consider.
Yeah, opening it up. I'm wondering if we're going to see something like the Phonic Timbersaw ban down in these early phases as well. It seems like a pattern. Wasn't this where we were seeing the very odd Enigma ban as well in the first phase?
Specifically against Nas, I think was the case. So yeah, just wanting to take that away from them. Like, we're seeing a fair few micro heroes slip on through. I think we're probably going to see 0-1 esports. I don't think you need to ban out the Timber and the Underlord just yet, but I think if they can get through this next phase of bans and do it then, I think it's going to be giving them a pretty good shot.
The ultra safe Bane opener. Every team can play it. It's good at laning. The only thing it's bad against is illusion heroes, basically. Push. But that's really safe in the current patch. I gotta say, seeing CK ban in the first phase makes me feel comforted. I feel like this is the right thing to do as time goes on.
I'm seeing push purge, surely they're going to pick the Mars against this, right? Just to have some sort of slowdown for the Lycan. Honestly, might even snag the Underlord potentially, but I feel like it's a little bit too slow potentially to lock down the Lycan coming through there.
Yeah, that's a good point. His timing is definitely higher than Underlord wants. Underlord wants a slow, first 10 minutes, basically. That way he can have enough points in Pit of Malice while also still having aura levels. And yeah, Lycan kind of just dives and says, too bad, you got to deal with me right now.
I wonder if they go something like the Grimstroke for this, because I feel like if they don't, I would honestly give it to 0-1 to potentially pick up the Grim for themselves, even if they run like Shadow Shaman 4 actually just run the Grim wherever the Lycan is, right? Because it gives the lane a stun if you just have a Grimstroke there. Inkswell one of the Wolves, and then you've actually got some kill potential for the lane to accelerate your timings even further. It's something that Lilgun, a Mongolian team in the Chinese/C/European region, do a fair amount.
That's every region. You didn't say NA or SA, though.
You step in a few.
They just play in tournaments across all 3 regions. That's why I'm saying it.
Okay, I was very confused.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And they go for an Ember Spirit to start things off. So lots of physical damage. This could give them some counter push if they want to buy a Maelstrom. Doubt they'll go the Battle Fairy build, but that is one option. It's also going to allow them to initiate a follow-up on their enemies. Won't have to necessarily pick a Storm Spirit to do this. So it could work.
I think they go Coddle for this on deboosters if they get the opportunity to. I just think you need something to be able to slow down the game a little bit, right? You can also buff up the Ember Spirit with the extra chakra magic, just sliding much more often. I feel like it wouldn't be terrible. Even just the blind, right, against the Lycan if he tries to run in onto your Bane.
Yeah, that's true. That it does cover both bases, certainly. Maybe it depends on the laning stage a bit or whatever other heroes they want to pick. But yeah, it's definitely something that's going to be in their mind. They do ban out Underlord. Definitely would have been a problem to deal with. Maybe not perfect timing against the Lycan, but in mid and late game, absolutely would have been great. And maybe a little hard to pressure for a Shaman too in some ways, because he could always generally just turn and go for the kill.
I think that was the final piece to this draft that 0-1 esports are doing last time, right? They whipped out the Underlord, the OD rather, and they basically just had him scale up in the late game. So kind of curious to see if 0-1 esports is going to follow the similar script. I believe last time they done this draft, it was a Mars that they got to follow up with.
On 0-1 or on D-Boost?
0-1. So they done the Mars, that game that I'm referencing, it was the Lycan Shaman opening, then I believe it was Mars, Bane, and then they rounded out with
They did Mars and Bane first phase, then they did Lycan their next pick.
Yes,
so it's sort of backwards.
Where did they play the Mars? Do you remember? Safe lane?
I
think it was safe lane.
Yeah, safe, yeah.
It was safe.
Yeah, because Nas definitely was playing the Lycan, and I was like, really? Mars, but Lycan was in the pool. So, yeah, I like the bans coming through. They're basically just trying to stop all the mass push that's coming through from deboosters. You're not going to have an Enigma with the Eidolons. You're not going to have a Meteor Hammer builder. Lina gets active really early on. It's just solid, right? They're trying to slow the game down as much as possible. Doesn't necessarily mean they're going to go super defensive, but, you know, just gives them the option.
Yeah, and I also thought that they were going to build Meteor Hammer at times on OD, but every single time that he's played it so far, he just goes Magus and Ags, and then he just uses that save to basically elongate fights, cover his allies, and really undermine a lot of the disables that enemies are putting out. And against Bane, it's perfect as well. Banish whichever guy gets gripped if possible. Things like that could be really nice. And then banning Lina so that they don't get punished as much on the Ember Spirit, especially because his level 1, level 2, level 3 are a little bit weaker with Sleight of Fist.
And, you know, just an Abaddon against the Bane offer a very similar sort of thing, right? You don't even need to rely on the Astral Imprisonment anymore if you've just got another sort of way to save. So, yep, don't hate this by 0-1. Even if you take a successful team fight with 1 point in Curse of Avernus, you can easily just continue that push on forward. It doesn't... I mean, you can Roche, but it feels like they just want to be using their Mass Serpent Wards onto towers as much as possible, right? Like, they have nothing that really loves having the Aegis right now on 0-1.
Yeah, I feel like they're better off taking outer tower advantages, constricting the map a little bit, and then maybe getting a pick and taking Roche instead. They can definitely pressure in that way, I think, a little bit more variably, which is good. Dark Willow going to be picked by D-Boosters. Were they the guys that played it? Yes, yeah, they did play it twice, I think, in their last match.
Of the Willow Mars.
Yes, that was the game where there was a lot of panic, followed by an ultimate that hit nobody from the Willow. So fingers crossed for his sake that doesn't happen again. But it looks like they're getting the Mars this time.
Yeah, it's arguably very good against Lycan, better against him than other heroes, right? Because it's AoE, it's going to catch him and his summons, and they're going to zip away at full speed, which is a lot better than a normal hero running away with Terrorize. So,
wow, what?
Look at this early game, man.
It got banned against him often, right? I think usually first phase, sometimes second. So probably Stormstorm going to be playing that in the mid lane.
I know it has the danger of getting run at. I kind of want to see them pick up something like a Luna, you know, something that is able to use the bounce to be able to deal with a lot of these creeps, but you need farm, of course. That's the downside to it. It just puts a lot of pressure onto, of course, the Mars just to be able to stop a lot of that early aggression, but in terms of being able to get rid of those Gravekeeper's Cloak stacks, deal damage to familiars, it's pretty decent against the Visage.
Yeah, I suppose that's true. You know what spells kind of good this game is Acid Spray. But it's attached to a really hit hero. It needs something like that. The Deuce obviously would work too, but it was banned first phase. They do ban the Luna. Very good call there. Yeah, they need the ability to hit a lot of things. Some kind of AoE would help solve things. Acid Spray is real sick with God's Rebuke, I gotta say. There's no way it's good. He's just gonna get ran at.
Could they Sven? You think a Sven's decent here, just to be able to cleave down everything? It's not great against the Serpent Wards for sure, and I feel like that's why the PL was banned.
Sven Shard is pretty freaking sick this game too. It just got buffed. 7 AoE armor to your team. Enemy lineup is literally all physical damage right now, with the exception of Soul Assumption nukes and Ether Shock. And watch out, that Aphotic Shield's going to do 200 AoE damage. But other than that, it's all physical right now, so I don't know. I do like the idea of a Sven. I think that's a cool idea.
Give me this Sven, come on.
They're banning all the illusion
I mean,
heroes.
the Bane needs it, that's for sure. Yeah. This seems like a replay of some of the drafts that we saw the other day, right? You just pure single target, ban out the illusion heroes, good to go.
Yeah, because they just have bad ways to deal with the illusions form at this point. It's the downside. They have lots of little summons to attack a single target, but they don't have much AoE as a result. It's the nature of those heroes usually.
I mean, the other two like heroes that are good against Visage and Myers are like Doom and Phoenix, but they're not exactly great this game. You're just going to get run over before you hit your timings. It doesn't really fit into the draft either.
But like Bristleback carry.
Oh yeah, wouldn't be terrible.
It's like AoE physical damage. He's tanky. There's another high illusion-ish hero that's okay against pushes. And Reflection's really good against death push line because one of them's they're gonna have auras, whether it's Drum, Helm of the Overlord, AC. These are great things to reflect for your team actually. So I think TB makes a lot of sense too. They're probably safer than Sven.
Wouldn't have hated the gyro either, just for the flak cannon. Plus, they're going to be running into you, so cooldown's kind of nice. But yeah, TB's fine. Now the question is, what are they going to do to counter it? I'm assuming it's going to be the safe lane that they've still got remaining. PL's gone. Deuce is gone.
Something like a Drow feel good here, or just a little bit too exposed?
I mean, is it the old Visage Drow strat? Do you think that could come back? What are we, 5 years ago?
It does not work the same, unfortunately, because the bats do not have agility, so you do not get the same bonus.
It's good against the TB, right? In that specific matchup.
Yes, it's definitely good against killing TB, but I just feel like against Bane, Ember, Mars, you're just going to get disabled or ran at and spend a lot of the... I mean, your team is good at running at your opponents, so usually that will give some more space for a hero like Drow, but I could also see Drow just get picked off across the map. But
what about like a Nature's Prophet? Just more like... More
even more
spam and push.
I actually think it's okay because their AoE or their AoE solutions are still not that incredible. With the TB pick didn't really solve the mass summon type stuff. Instead, they're going to go for a Morphling. Individually survivable, semi-low chance that he gets killed unless he gets like low HP chain stun from Mars and Bane or Mars and Willow. Gives solo kill potential.
Rip from Fog.
Yeah, exactly. He can burst down TB, certainly, if he goes like an E-Blade combo, and TB actually is going to have really high agility, so E-Blade will be better than most heroes. So, yeah, I kind of like it.
Who we lean towards here, boys?
Deathball versus please don't kill me before we can get our items. I really like the Mars, I really like the Willow, I really like the Ember Spirit, but I'm not as sold on the Bane and TB to be able to deal with this.
Yeah, I really like the Morphling pick. I think it was excellent in this game circumstance, and it's going to work great with the Vlad's auras and the other stuff provided. So I think I like, was it 0-1 Esports? I think I like their lineup better.
All right, wow. We've got our assessment of the situation. Now it's time to get down to the action. The finals here to decide who will head through to that Riyadh LAN. Let's throw it across to our casting duo, Jenkins and Beacop.
Thank you very much, guys. And this should line up to be a good series, hopefully a great game. This is the only series between the two teams that has gone 3 games throughout this entire MENA region. So I'm always excited for more Dota. Always excited to see Nas back on a micro hero. It's what he does best. So we'll see if he can do it this time with the Lycan, or if the TB is going to be too much for him to handle and the rest of the team. But it is, again, that battle of the MENA region Saudi Arabian team giants that are towards the top in the Saudi E-League all the time. So always a fun matchup.
Yeah, these are the big boys. We have some staple heroes on our characters, and also interesting drafts. Morphling used to be traditionally considered to be like a counter to Terrorblade, but I do feel like in practice, I mean, it's pleb. It is. Oh no, it's Habu actually. What am I talking about? For some reason, I just see Morphling and I think of pleb. He's on the other side. He's the countered guy, but you know, Morphling actually has a negative win rate versus TB. Like, even though you can steal him and you know get the meta, and you're like arguably a better version of the TB, I feel like the timings just align that like TB gets a Scotty and can oftentimes pretty easily kill a Morphling. So yeah, he's got that negative win rate. A lot of death ball on one side. All of the auras, like Purge was saying, will be reflected. Lycan has one of the lowest win rates versus the Terrorblade. It's like the 3rd best carry in the game versus the TB. And the reason for that is because you reflect and you get the Feral Impulse, which gives you a shitload of bonus damage to your Metamorphosis, because that's all base damage. It's very good in lane against the Lycan too, actually. You're just a super high armor hero. The Wolves never do anything. I have to restart, by the way, because I'm getting that replay bug.
Which one? There's like 100.
The one where I can't see fog because I was watching a replay right before this.
Putting in the research and the effort. You're fine. We just went to a pause. You're good.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. All right, did that work? That worked. We're good. Okay.
Habu said waiting for Jenkins.
Oh, my boy.
Him watching my great play.
My boy. I mistook him for a little pleb already, so I appreciate that he's forgiven me for that. But I do see I see the Morphling, and I think like, oh man, pleb's the only guy who wants to play this. But no, Habu, he'll be playing the Morphling. We've been seeing him playing a lot of like Mars carry in this tournament. He's more of a like an offlane style carry, which is a little weird, but I suppose less weird these days.
He's also enjoyed a lot of CK as well.
Yeah, another offlane style carry.
Loves that hero.
It seems like the offlane role is spilling over into basically all of the others, which is something. What does that say about the offlane heroes? Yeah. I mean, more fighting. That is like the fighting heroes that need a little less farm and kind of just XP, so you can run around and, you know, do ape Dota, which is more, which is fun.
Well, I guess
I'm
for
down for it.
offlane heroes, like, it's a promotion, right? Like, for how long was the offlane just like the auto lose lane where you just survive or you don't do anything? And now all these offlane heroes get to be carries as well. I mean, they're getting the promotion supports wish they could have, and only Xingqiu can pull off being a carry from a different position.
Yeah. Although when you do get to the like very late game, I do feel like supports these days are very powerful. Like Bane, you have these 2 illusions that are fiends gripping for you, and like 50-second cooldown ultimate. You know, Abaddon. Well, maybe he's the one support that doesn't get that much more interesting as the game progresses. But most supports are doing like crazy shit in the late game.
3 minutes into the game, did you get my Aphotic Shield? 25 minutes into the game, did you get my Aphotic Shield? Cool.
He's a purge. He's gonna be a purge for not the guy that was on the panel.
Gonna go down to Pleb for first blood, and the Wolves will chase P1, but I don't think they have the damage to get the kill. And the right clicks from Pleb, Nas has to just run back to the tower. So
and the high five, I love it.
I have a question after we see that Fishman has died here to Funnick. You're talking about how the Feral Impulse could just be reflected back, right, by the TB. Is there any thought that, well, it's too late now, would you have maybe wanted to see the lanes swap a little bit?
It's a little weird because I feel like then you're laning a Lycan into a Mars, and the Mars can just cleave the Wolves with God's Rebuke, so it's not exactly a good lane. And then you're aggroing with the Morphling too, which the draft just doesn't allow for it, sadly, which is what makes the TB a really good pick, for sure. Obviously, the Morphling comes out afterwards, but yeah, it's not that bad of a lane. It's just something that like TB can be left alone and he'll farm, but you're not gonna destroy a Lycan in the lane. You know, it's more so like in the game is when TB really enjoys playing against a Lycan. Like he'll kill your whole team. You're not gonna kill the Lycan, but you will kill your whole team, kill the whole enemy team because of that aura. But the Lycan can just run away from you.
So I have to watch that matchup and watch how TB does as time goes by, because there's a lot of times where TB just gets forced back into the jungle. And if it's going to be an open lane like this, that might not be the case immediately or as soon as what we normally see, where Pleb can just kind of have a free time here. And that's what he's doing right now. He's 19-3. He's CSing real well. He doesn't really feel too pressured from Devil and Nas. Like, they're not really able to put on any onslaught towards Pleb.
No. The pressure will come from when Stormer feels like rotating towards the bot lane. And level 6 is probably a decent timing for that. You would hope that he has at least 1 point in Soul Assumption if he's going to go to a Terrorblades lane, which he does not skill. He goes for Grave Chill. So that makes me feel like Stormer is going to spend a lot more time just kind of sitting mid with the familiars and not rotating. And instead, like, play to Death Ball around, like, you know, maybe the 10-minute mark rather than like on the 6-minute rune. That'll give time for Lycan to get his Helm Bomb too.
Right. That's what I was going to ask. Like, what's the creation of this Death Ball? Like, what does everybody need on the side of 01 to really get that ball going? And it's Helm.
Probably Serpent Ward's Helm, Visage Birds, and maybe a couple of small items on Visage, you know, boots, Null Tally. He probably won't have the full Orchid by then, but he'll have a couple of the components to it. But definitely the Serpent Wards and the Helm Bomb.
And with those Serpent Wards, we've seen how strong this Shadow Shaman can be. You have a lot more options. It's not just drop them down for the tower or anything like that. Obviously, kills as well, but there is also the option for Roche if you get there. Nas getting chased back by the TB, and they've got the Nightmare. P1 lands it. They just need a couple more right clicks to get this kill, and Nas just dying on the last one from Pleb as P1 goes under the tower, but they've got the Shackle. The Wolves are hitting. They're trying to take out this TB, and find the vision to stick with him, and they'll take out the TB. Now the Hex is out on a P1.
Damn.
With the Ether Shock, it's a double kill for this Shadow Shaman.
Man, he hits hard. That TB has 17 armor, and he still died from like 5 to 10% HP and 1 Shadow Shaman right click, just showing you how powerful that hero's right clicks are. I can't ignore the fact that there was an illusion clarity in that fight. I was very, very confused when the camera goes by and the illusion is clarity. Look at that. I was trying to think, is there some sort of play happening there? But I think it was just
the real one. Come on. Like, it's obvious. He's getting clarity. It must be the real one.
We promise. We promise. Go, please go on that one. Now he's the Lycan, the wolf blocks, very nice. Not easy to block with those. They have a much smaller hitbox than like Treants, for example, or you know, a hero. So that's yeah, hard to block with those. You have to be pretty precise.
There have been quite a few of those clarity to illusion type moments throughout this event, and I swear you're always like, can we get a replay of that? And they're right on it with exactly what we want. It's like, did you just see that one little thing? You tangled this or did that one thing, and it's just like, yep, there it is, replay on it.
You know, it's all these Herald reviews that I do, dude. I can't get over the goofy plays in Dota. There's just so many goofy plays you can make in this game. It's what, you know, it's my favorite part of Dota, and you see it happen at all levels too. That's the magic of it, is that stuff happens like to everybody.
So what you're telling me is it's the Herald reviews that you're watching that allow you to point out these moments in the Immortal gameplay, but basically they're just an upgraded Herald anyway. Immortal's just a name. Everybody's just a Herald. It just matters what level Herald you are.
Yeah, we are all Herald at heart, you know?
I love it. Hey, we're definitely all very close in skill. This isn't me trying to, you know, tighten the gap.
As he huffs.
This is working, right, guys?
Damn, dude, Stormstormer's actually just soloing this tower 1v2 because Gravekeepers is just keeping him alive. Like, he's not able to get harassed out at all by Evo. Steve was very confident in this build. I thought that maybe he'd go 2 points in Soul Assumption so he could start running around, because I thought maybe Ember's pretty good against Visage because you can peel off the Gravekeepers, but like, this is clearly a matchup that Stormstormer's played a decent chunk of times, because he knows he can just sit here and chip away at the tower. And sitting in a lane versus an Ember, I mean, this is one of the worst things you can do in general. Like, you really have to know that you can get away with this, because that is precisely what people don't do versus Ember, because he just sits there and chips you on a 6-second cooldown with Sleight of Fist and you have to leave. So Stormstormer, he just knows the math on it.
And it's almost like Stormstormer's doing it the other way around, right? Where Ember wants to chip you down, Stormstormer's kind of doing the same thing, constantly throwing the Grave Chill onto Evo, constantly harassing him with the familiars. Yeah, you're gonna chip me down a little bit, but I'm coming for you. And they've also tried to stun him up a couple times. They've got the arena down over bottom. They'll go for the Lycan. They've landed the stun. They'll get the kill into Nas. Pleb gets credit for that, and they'll look for more. The Brambles locking up Devil. They've also got the Cursed Crown, and that crown, well, when it falls off your head, you end up getting stunned up right into a Nightmare. It sounds like the worst day. Devil will get killed off by P1, and it's 2 kills over bottom for the side of the boosters.
This does leave Habu completely free farm top, though, is the problem with that rotation. I mean, you killed 2 heroes, so obviously you're cool with that. But yeah, Habu's free farming, and Stormstormer also takes the mid lane tower while that's happening, because you make a 4 heroes bot, and it's just the Ember desperately trying to protect his mid tower. So I don't know. I feel like if you're 0-1, you're pretty cool with that for how that went. You're like, oh my god, we're getting quad laned. Cool. Quad lane when you're the one that's supposed to be countered in that lane, right? It's TB versus Lycan.
So it shouldn't take all 4 heroes coming down like that and making that.
Yeah, maybe that's my offlane copium though coming out. Is that like if that happens to me in a pub, I'm sitting there thinking like, well, that was an over rotation. I don't care. Like, you counterpick me, and then my mid takes your tower, and then I'm taking your tower just a second later anyway. Like, I don't care, you know?
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
While this is all kind of going on, while you got that quad laning down over bottom, you've of course alluded to Habu just getting a little bit of free farm, but he's still 1100 gold behind this Terrorblade who had a great time in lane, and he's getting a top tier 1. Not by himself, Funix right there, but for the most part he did all the damage. Carry putting in the work, and the boosters and the net worth lead is owned technically by 0-1, but at the same time, with TV leading by so much and having a Mars not too far behind, you do feel pretty confident in the tools you have, especially with what they showed over bottom when they used that arena.
Yeah, for sure.
Towards the triangle and then back up to their end, a very preemptive arena. And that is an interesting move as Nas is going to go into the ulti. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains coming through out onto the Abaddon. He's got the Aphotic Shield. Devil not hit by that spear. A couple botched abilities here by Funnick. The Terrorize lands on it too, but Nas still hitting onto Evo. Forced to Remnant away, but the right click starting to lay down the hurt on this Ember. And if he wants to go back to the Remnant, it's going to be right over to the side. Habu in some trouble, taking a lot of damage. They've got the Metamorphosis coming in from Pleb, as well as the Bramble Maze. They'll take out Habu, they'll take out Nas, and Pleb comes in from stage right and makes them exit stage death.
You could see the damage that the Lycan Aura was giving Pleb in that fight. Like, the moment he used his reflection, all of a sudden Habu just starts melting. And you're also reflecting a Morphling who... The reflection that you made of the morph is going to be full agility. And then as he morphs, it's not like the reflected morph also loses agility. You know what I mean? So it's like, you're getting a 100% damage. Well, not at this point. You're getting a high damage Morphling is actually doing more damage than he is because of your reflection. And Funnick is using all of the spells to clear the summons, which I can understand. Those skeletons, man, they just make the birds and everything do too much damage. The dive goes a little bit too far. The body blocks are nice, but they're kind of overcommitting for this Ember. Look at the damage from TV. It's way too much. And the Brambles were perfect setup to, like, hitting two incredibly mobile heroes and keeping them locked in place for Pleb to just keep hitting there. I feel like this has looked like Mad Frog's best hero, at least from what we've seen in this tournament. He seems extremely good at this Dark Willow.
You're very precise with his Brambles, knows how to follow it up with the Cursed Crown. Pretty much knows, like, how he wants to combo it out. And it's not just straight spell usage. Like, it feels very calculated, right?
Yeah, for sure. And he's maxing Bramble Maze, too. So a bit of a different build from what you would normally see from a Dark Willow, which would be the max Shadow round. But he feels like they need the lockdown. And he's confident that with his heroes that he can hit it.
Now, why do you think... Because we don't really see Dark Willow that much, right? Like, DPC-wise, not a hero that's picked up often, only slightly. But, like, what makes this hero so... unwanted? And before I get that answer, they're going to go with the Orchid out onto P1. The Curse Crown will pop on Devil, and he's kind of walked out a little bit too far, allowing Funnick to get that spear, and they'll get the kill on the Devil. They'll at least take out one. The Borrowed Time popped on Fishman. They're looking to land the Terrorize. They don't even need it. Pleb has the damage with the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains coming out from Evo, and with that fight happening right by Roche, here comes an Aegis into their hands, which is something that 0-1 wanted to do with this Death Ball lineup. They kind of wanted to get in there and maybe use Serpent Wards to get the Aegis themselves, but unfortunately, well, the Aegis is the booster.
Love Funnick's build, by the way. Just going 2 bracers into Vanguard, Crimson Guard. Completely nullifies Visage. The familiars do literally 0 damage if you pop Crimson Guard to your team. And then that's also going to protect first the Lycan summons, first the Serpent Awards. The only thing you're really not protecting from is Habu's Morphling. But at this point, that's not really doing that much damage. And we talked about it, like the win rate of Morphling versus Terrorblade is negative. It's not the same matchup that it used to be. TB does very well versus Morphling. So it's not like going late game. D-boosters are even feeling that pressure. So you get a Crimson Guard, you protect from the early game Death Ball. What is there left? like, you're not going to win the late game either. So I really do like that build. It bridges the gap very nicely in this game.
So now with this Aegis, it does feel like the boosters have kind of countered that death ball for the moment, right? Like they've put a hold on it. They're doing a good job of itemizing for it as well, like you already alluded to. You've talked about the Crimson Guard here from Funnick. That's not too far away, truthfully. It's only 300 gold out. So I could certainly see the boosters with this Aegis. Next Metamorphosis look to make a pretty aggressive play, and if O1 aren't ready, they might start to fall really far behind.
Yeah, Plebs, he's got his Manta style, so he's feeling pretty invulnerable right now when it comes to dealing with that Orchid especially. He's almost halfway to his Scotty as well. So he's feeling really good about himself.
And the pressure on top. Stormer and Fishman are here. At least to watch for now as the Sleight of Fist come out and they clean up the creeps for each other. This is leaving Nas to farm up bottom and Habu to do the same. We've got the Helm of the Overlord on Nas, and then this Morphling is got himself the Yasha as well as the Morbid Mask. But he is now like 3k behind Pleb, who is farming it at an exceedingly crazy rate.
This also might be a reason for the win rate discrepancy between these two heroes, or TB having a positive win rate versus Morph, is that oftentimes I think TB just out-farms the Morphling because you have illusions and he doesn't. Like, TB just farms so quickly, and then you have this item advantage, and with an item advantage, like, any Scotty-based hero is going to look really strong versus a Morphling.
Now, obviously a lot of that net worth comes from the illusions farming up, but it is pretty interesting to be up 3,000 net worth, but be down in experience. And that to be a bit of an interesting concept, and it's about a level discrepancy between the two of them.
Huh, that is true. I suppose TB is pushing a lot out with his illusion, so he's not getting XP for like a lot of the lane creeps that he's pushing. And Habu also got a lot of free farm top, just sitting solo, whereas Pleb was supported. But with carries, for the most part, it's these items that really matter. Right, you don't get that much for levels past, you know, level 12, level 13, whatever, you know. It's like you're just getting stat points at that point, for the most part.
Looks like they might be looking for their moment to go. They do have meta. Honestly, Pleb's getting really close to the Scotty too. That is certainly going to be a very effective item against these heroes on the side of 0-1, and they'll just work on getting the tier 2 tower over mid. They've done so by getting the tier 2 tower top. They'll work their way through mid. They'll cut the creeps. They'll put the damage on, and if there's nothing that Owen can say about this, like, we were kind of expecting this death ball lineup from them, but they haven't exactly shown us anything to be afraid of. Right now, it's a bit of a death pebble.
Yeah, I mean, funny enough, they're the ones that are kind of like evading and farming, which is not what you would expect. Stormer has just been kind of on his own for the whole game, just chilling. Although they're setting up on him top. I don't see a way out of this one if Funnick... Okay, Funnick is just slowly walking at him. Oh, no, he's dead.
Yeah, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains coming through with the Remnant over, and now there's the Arena. So Stormer gonna try and survive. He's got that shard, so he's got the activatable Gravekeeper's Cloak, and then, well, that's not gonna be enough anyway, at least for now, to survive. But Stormer maybe can juke a little bit. He's slowing them down, but they still have a Remnant to keep up with him and Searing Chains, so it's eventual that Evo will get the kill onto Stormer. It seemed to take a lot, though, just to get that kill in the Visage.
It does. Funnick was low on mana, and also with no blink on Mars, you could see how slow he is, just kind of waddling at him with the Crimson Guard. Very nice for deathballing and running at towers. Not so good for these side lane pickoffs, but Evo shows up. Ember Spirit. You know, he's got Yule Scepter, plenty of mana to work with, plenty of speed to work with. So he's able to get on top of him. And Funnick will have his Blink Dagger soon.
So the Booster's taking a bit of a lead. And there's that Scotty. There's that big timing for this Terrorblade. Meanwhile, on the other side, if you're comparing him to the Morphling, Morphling's got Manta, Morbid Mask. But he's starting to gather up some gold. It was a clear 3K lead for the TB, but kind of closing the gap a little bit for the Morphling. See how quickly Habu can kind of keep up, if at all. He wants to go into the BKB, so he's going to need a bit more gold for that, that's for sure. TP out.
I do feel like Pleb can pretty much solo Fishman here. I've seen this one before. Yeah.
It was an attempt. Certainly one made. But not going to survive that one, Fishman. Even with the borrowed time, you're not borrowing that much.
Yep. Yep. Seems easy enough to just kite Abaddon these days. Like, he seems a lot less like that beefy boy that can, you know, run up high grounds and survive. I've seen a lot of teams get really good at, like, oh, this Abaddon's walking in, kill him, and then kite him for the ult, and then, you know, take him out afterwards. You see that more often than not these days.
And yet teams are still willing to play with that. Like, just, okay, cool, our Abaddon died. Great. Like, he gave us the information, he broke the smoke, he died. He may have 13 deaths, but we're good. It's kind of crazy that that's all he kind of does. Like, obviously he's got the Aphotic Shield, but I don't know. Definitely seems like there's a lot of options for 5 these days, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's still good. It's definitely still good. Like, Vision is just too strong, especially if you have buyback. It's really good. You can just run in, waste some time, and in buyback. But before, like, I remember people used to be so scared of Abaddon, even in professional matches, just because I suppose the hero is just less figured out. Like, you see people do stuff at TI and things, and, like, everybody in the Dota community just starts copying it, right? But with Abaddon, like, he used to be able to just run down a lane on his own, and everybody would just ignore him because it's like, oh, what a waste of time. Like, we're not going to go on him because of the borrowed time. But you can't really do that anymore. And from position 5, you're basically just getting Tranquil Boots and standing behind people these days anyway.
We were seeing the Undying a little bit during this event as well, which I was kind of loving. It's similar to that Abaddon, like, come run at me and I'll be breaking your smokes and trying to survive, but also offering the Tombstone, also offering, I feel like, a lot of survivability, a little bit more so than I would say the Abaddon at times, but it doesn't have obviously that dispel that Aphotic Shield brings to the table.
I think Undying's really good. I think that's by the way, as we watch Funnick with another arena, but difficult heroes to hit in this game, like all of them other than the supports. Actually, even one of the supports has a way of dealing with it. Like, basically, you can only hit the Shadow Shaman with the arena, like, guaranteed. All the other heroes have some way of dealing with it between, you know, BKBs and waveforms and mantas and Aphotic Shields, borrowed time, so tough for Funnick to hit the arena. Like, basically what he's got to do is he's got an arena, catch somebody before they press their spell, and then also spear them away from the Abaddon so he can't Aphotic Shield. Like, use it to split up the fight.
Well, trying to pressure the bottom lane, Devil, he is done for. Guess
that's hashtag worth for him, man. He gets like 30% damage on the tower and snipes a courier. I mean, literally worth 100 gold each. He just got 500 gold for that courier. What was he worth? 309 plus 96? Yeah, that's worth.
Orchid, and the damage coming out on the Mad Frog, so Stormer will get that, but the spear doesn't connect onto anything, so Stormer able to survive for now. They're doing a lot of damage, though, on a Fishman. There's an arena down by Funnick. Pleb right-clicking away. Habu taking a lot of damage again with the BKB being popped. He's trying to survive. They have the silence again onto Pleb. And I believe he's morphed into the Ember. He'll go over to Pleb. The Sunder's there, but the spear, I believe, landed. Stormer ends up dead. Pleb gets the kill, and they're still trying to take out Funnick. Fishman's in on this, and so is the Shadow Shaman, but he's hit by the Terrorize. That leads him right back into the side of the Boosters. So Pleb was getting really low, but he does survive the entire fight, and they get away with getting 3 kills there.
That's a cool little microplay from Pleb in that fight. He was like walking on either side of the arena as he was fighting Habu, and because he had the reflection and Scotty, he was actually able to like kite Habu, so the projectiles were being soaked up by the Mars ulti. We can see it here.
Up like right now, yeah. He just got it off cooldown.
So he walks out just slightly. Habu walks out as well into the high ground, and then Pleb just walks back in, and he's like, all right. Well, none of your projectiles are going to hit me. I don't care about this high ground advantage.
You think Arena should be more punishing? Like, you can't do that as an ally? You're either in or out.
Probably. I feel like that's half of the reason that Mars has stayed as, like, a relevant hero for so many patches, is that they've nerfed, like, everything else about him. And that's just the one thing that nobody was really abusing before. But now people have figured, like, pros have figured that out. And that's like a really busted element to the hero, and so the hero's win rate like stays up because it's just this new element to the hero that people are using. I remember people were playing Pause 5 Mars and doing that a lot, where they would just arena purely to stop like a Medusa from hitting. You'd just walk in and like arena the enemy Medusa, and it would counter her. And then when the arena's down, you'd soak the projectiles. It's just the hero against range carries, which that's a lot of them these days.
Yeah, so maybe in the future we see potentially the arena be a little bit more punishing for just being able to throw it down, especially it's not on the longest cooldown. 90 seconds is kind of nothing.
Yeah, they did nerf it a lot of times though, the cooldown and the damage. Once again, it just seems like one of those things that like people weren't properly abusing before.
There's the arena again. Yeah, catches Devil. And they have beaten Devil in the Golden Fiddle music off as they'll get the kill, and Funnick will get credit for that one. Top lane is exposed, and that is a bit of a problem. Meanwhile, bottom, though, Nas trying to take a tier 3 of his own. He'll get the spear back. Stormer in between all these heroes on the side of the boosters. He does actually get away for a second, but they get the kill into Habu. They'll take out Fishman. It is godlike now for Pleb, as Pleb is 11, 1, and 3. And this top set of racks is certainly going down. But while that's happening, look at Nas. He's about to get a set of racks himself. His inner alliance coming out.
Pleb is on his own with no metamorphosis. He has Aegis though.
Maybe P1 to save him. Evo comes back in. They've got the sleep onto Devil. Might take him out for a second time. That's unfair. Fiend's Grip now out on a Stormer. They'll take him out for a second time. They haven't left yet. No one trying to, well, shoo away to boosters, but they've got their namesake. They got their booster shot. They're staying.
Yeah, they really didn't. Pleb is probably going to look to boost himself too with the Sunder. Sitting at low HP, presumably going to run in and use that on any of these heroes if they walk up, which they're not going to. They're waiting for their Morphling.
There's the arena.
Mike's trying to force buybacks.
Yeah, trying to force a buyback potentially, but they're going to have Devil back up. Problem is, Nas is just dead immediately. And Fishman's got the borrowed time, but that's not going to matter. Again, his death just feeling so inevitable at a lot of points in this game. Devil run down, Pleb with the triple kill. Pleb starting to output a lot of damage, and he does not even have the metamorphosis. They'll finally take out Mad Frog, who doesn't have buyback. Pleb fighting his way and trying to fight his way out of this one as Habu gets himself a double kill. They've got the shackle on a Pleb. Triple kill here. Ultra kill for Pleb. And now Pleb, can he do it? 4v1?
Ultra kill? There's 4 people alive. What do you mean ultra kill? What's going on here?
They're respawning. He just keeps killing them.
Noah Satanic. He does have the Sunder. He also is holding the Manta.
Habu. I know he was trying to keep up that kill streak, but he's just getting right-clicked away here by this Terrorblade. He's not exactly winning this one, and now he's got Metamorphosis up. Oh, Pleb. You're running out of your own base, guys. Nas goes down, beyond godlike even more. Pleb just continuing to wilt away the hopes and dreams of this 0-1 team on this first game. I mean, Pleb can't be stopped. He's certainly not a Pleb. There's another double kill. Down goes Stormer. Triple kill again. And they'll finally call GG. They've had enough. That might have been like 20 kills in the last 5 seconds.
He's got to
absurd.
relax, dude. He's got to relax. Oh my god, that was brutal. I don't think I've ever seen an ultra kill, and then I look at the enemy heroes. It's like, what the? There's 4 of them alive. Who died to give him this ultra? This is like a negative ultra kill. Yeah, that was
something.
That was something
for sure.
That was something. Pleb, what? 19-1. 19-1. What a performance. That was almost all of the kills.
Yes. And, well, when they went to the high ground, he was 11-1. And by the end of that game, he was 19-1, which certainly goes to show that Terrorblade is a force to be reckoned with, and he just walks the high ground and walks in. They were running out of their own base. I mean, Pleb was making them evacuate their own base. It was disgusting. And the boosters, and this series went 3 games last time. If the boosters play like that game 2, I don't think this is going to go to a game 3, and I think we might just have a champion. But I don't want to get ahead of myself. There's still a draft and a second game to go. But before we get to that, we're going to take a quick break before we go back to the panel. So guys, stay tuned, and we'll be back in a moment.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all of these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
We've torn up the script. Things have changed. This series will not open up with a 0-1 esports like it did last time. I'm joined once again by Wagga and Dan Ogden. Boys, it seems that letting the carry... Wagga. Oh my God, sorry, Purge. I'm so used to saying it. It's roll
Disgusting.
Hey, the Swedish genes, Purge, all right? You know, take it as a compliment. But no, I was just going to say let the carry do the draft strategy seems to have worked out quite well, judging by this game.
Yeah, it did work out pretty well. I really liked what Funnick did with the itemization. Went for the fast Crimson Guard to just shut down that abundance of physical damage. And Reflection in that one mid fight near the tier 1 where O1 Esports got a little over divey, desperately trying to kill Evo. That really cost them a lot, among some other points. But it seemed clear that Pleb was just too survivable. In fact, he bought 2 Wraith Bands this game. This is a hero with stupid amounts of armor. He bought 2 more items to give him even more armor. And it was the perfect game for it because he just clearly couldn't die.
Yeah, I mean, there were a couple of times as well, you know, clutch Sunders at the very end of Orchid. I think he got down to about 20 HP. It was that close. And, I mean, up until the 17-minute or so mark, it was still pretty heavily in terms of win probability in 0-1 Esports' favor. You know, they had, I think it was about 65% at the time, and they hit a bunch of timings together, but they just never really took full advantage of that double BKB into the Aghanim Scepter on the Visage as well. But it's got to be Pleb as the MVP, right? Out of the 27 kills that DeBooster's got, he was involved in 23 of them, securing 19 of the kills himself. Very nice kill stealing. And he did more damage than the rest of his team combined. So pretty devastating.
That KDA is a rarity. The 19-1-4, like it used to happen in pubs, I don't know, 10 years ago, because everyone was so bad that one guy would be like, whatever, I'm going to carry this game. But Pleb did it here. He was like, his whole team's dead. The whole enemy team's buys back. And I'm like, okay, he's dead for sure. Then he respawns on Aegis, and I'm like, wait a second. He just works them down slowly and surely, getting all the kills. It was quite the performance from Lil Pleb.
Most definitely, and that, you know, I think we got to a stage where you can see the writing on the wall quite quickly, right? Like I think about 60 minutes in, Morphling, the other side's carry, was 3,000 behind TB. He was clearly ahead of everyone else in the game, and it was due to the sacrifice of other people, right? I feel like Evo especially gave up a lot of his potential farming to make sure Pleb was able to get away with this.
Yeah, I'd agree with that for sure. Evo, like, it just felt like the team was basically saying, play distraction. Try and force them to kill you. Try and stall out the game as long as possible. You know, he went for efficiency items. You know, Orb of Corrosion, it's nothing crazy for an Ember Spirit to go that, but it's just that value item that you need to get to the next stage. And he actually went a Yule Scepter first before the Maelstrom. And oftentimes against this heavy push lineup, you would think, okay, we need a Maelstrom to be able to deal with that. But he just did a great job of basically being the bait for the rest of 0-1 Esports to go on instead of actually what they needed to do, which was take objectives.
Yeah, that was really effective. And the Morphling also seemed a little bit inadequate in terms of game performance. I mean, buying E-Blade is tough to do these days, and interesting that Jenkins pointed out that Morphling's win rate's weaker. I'm not surprised that it's even weaker now, because E-Blade did certainly get nerfed in terms of the burst damage. Morphling was probably the hero hardest hit by that change to the item. It doesn't really give him the stats he wants anymore, and it does less damage. So better for other heroes, not good for Morphling, and doing physical damage against TB is not really where you want to aim for anyways. So yeah, the Morphling just didn't work out.
Switch ups, looking at game 2, do we need to see more focus on maybe shutting down Pleb or possibly Funnick? Because it feels like usually when we're looking back at these games, it's one of these two who's leading the way for D-boosters.
I would say that the most clear issue with their draft was that their damage was one type. It was almost all physical, and it made it a lot easier for their opponents to deal with it. Like, normally you can kill carries faster than that when you have that many heroes focused on that one character. Their lineup just happened to turn out to be way too physical focused, and that cost them a lot, and made it easier for TB to have a free game, basically.
And 2 single target as well, right? Like, yeah, they flexed it to make sure they weren't going up against this mass illusion hero, right? But TB still pretty decent in that, right, as well. So, yeah, I certainly feel like they need to address that in the second draft and probably not just go all in. I think maybe they were just trying to, like you said, Pidge, rewrite the history books and say, all right, well, we're just going to get another quick 1-0 on the board and then go from there. I don't think they can go all in on this push strat anymore.
Yeah, that was the funny part, actually, because D-boosters apparently have a history of doing this in the first game, kind of maybe throwing it a little bit in the draft, giving it over an easy win, and then bouncing back in the third game eventually. So I was talking to a few people with that sort of info behind the scenes. They're like, oh, we're not sure if this is going to work out. It's like trust in the TB, and apparently there was all the reasons to trust in Pleb. So opening up instantly, the first wave of bans already sorted. No Enigma, no Invoker. Other side, I don't think we saw the Medusa in the first phase, but the Pangolier was there before.
Yeah, not in first phase, I don't think. And
wait, no, it was. Sorry.
To me,
there we go.
My bad.
Yeah, that was.
It does make me feel like 0-1 maybe are considering this push strat again, just because Pango, one of the better heroes at being able to deal with it. If you're going to go push strat, you can't afford to go BKBs, so Rolling Thunder gets even more value out of it. But let's see what they go for their first overall pick. I mean,
the Bane.
It's a CK.
Okay.
I don't hate the CK. They might just underlord it to this though, right? Like, this feels like a pretty decent underlord game. Funnick's shown that he's happy to play it, and it feels like probably the strongest counter in my eyes.
Yeah, and it seems like most teams agree with that as well. They often ban underlord in the second phase after they pick CK early, but surely there must be some way to undermine it, because if you have an underlord as your off laner, it makes the rest of your game a little bit more complicated, because offlaners typically end up being initiators, and Underlord can do that a little bit better now because he can use his ultimate to show up, but so he can be at more fights than normal. But I just feel like it leaves your team a little bit lacking at times. It requires your mid to be the initiator. It requires your supports to take up more of that playstyle as well, and I think that can sometimes make drafts a little bit wonky and hard to play as well. So as long as they play around it and draft around it, it could be fine, certainly.
And the
seems like an astute observation. Purge, I just actually have a question for you, and you as well, Darren.
Okay.
If like, do you favor either of these teams, not in terms of gameplay, but who do you want to go through to that LAN final? Because I've got an answer, but I want to hear from you guys first.
I would say I mean, I'm pulling for 0-1 esports because they have Div 1 EU players, and giving them some more credibility and winning would be great. But in the same vein, D-Boosters is a real squad, so I'd prefer them to win because they will be sticking around and practicing up until that moment. So probably D-Boosters in the end.
I mean, it's a biased question you're asking us right there, Danog, right? Either way, we're going to anger someone, but I'm kind of feeling Deep Boosters as well. I like their story. You know, you got to keep in mind Evo and Mad Frog, they used to be on the best Saudi Arabian team. They parted ways with Team Falcon to build their own team. It's also a brotherly duo, Evo and 7up Diet, the team manager. Like, they've been working together a long time. So I love that continuance. Like, you know, this most recent roster has been together since November, and they've played in multiple tournaments.
Yeah, I feel like you can have all the star-starter players that you want, but a team that actually practices together is probably going to be better off in the long run, right? So that, plus the fact that currently they're not sponsored, so them qualifying to the event with the potential, we don't know how the prize structure is going to be at the LAN, right? If they're able to get there, and even if you come out in last place, let's be real, you know, you've got a lot of really good teams qualifying through, and they're able to get something from that. That'd be a huge win for them. So I'm sure that'll give them a few fans to be cheering them forward, but it's going to be rough against a Shadow Shaman. Really seems like the support of the patch these days.
Other than Grimstroke.
Other than
might still
I
be
haven't seen any Grip today at all.
No today, but literally every other series there's been Grimstroke. I'm pretty sure either picked or banned. They end up going for Timbersaw as their offlane, gonna give up on the Underlord, but should
Still
lane
fine.
well against CK. Like Skeeter pointed out in his interview, he believes that CK is not the worst against Timber due to the lifesteal and creeps while you're whirling death. But Funnick is excellent on that hero. Typically, this is also going to completely change the banning for 0-1 esports. Usually they commit like 2 to 3 offlane bans against Funnick, and now they don't have to.
It's more than that, actually. I think that last time I won esports, the second phase of bans were all offlaners. It was Underlord, Timber, and the Axe, so a lot of respect target of Funnick.
I wonder if they're still kind of just going down this single target route, right? They're banning out the PL, and it's understandable, right? CK, incredibly single target, but Shadow Shaman, not the worst at being able to deal with that, right? Hex instantly clears one of the PL illusions. If you catch the right one, it's good. Ether Shock hits multiple targets, so you could find the real one pretty quickly. But again, PL into a Shaman. If you lose the team fight, Serpent Wards are gone instantly, or even in the middle of the team fight, to be honest. So
I'd still be pretty scared to play Shaman against PL, because once PL doppelgangs like one time, you're like, I'm dead. You're gonna hex one guy, but like the chances you get the right one is low. I think your cone only, it's like what, 8 units or something anyways, so it's pretty easy for the illusions.
Yeah,
it's pretty easy for the illusions to soak them up in most cases anyways.
Just
so
prick Grimstroke, easy clap, you know. Yep. Stroke of fit on all the illusions, easy. But looks like they're just setting up to try and dominate the lanes as much as possible, right? Timber, naturally kind of a strong laner. Of course, into the CK it can go a little bit the other way if you get aggressive early on, but OD, Lina, very strong mid laners that can take over a game. So I feel like that's what Pleb is got on his mind when coming up against Stormstormer, how to stop his impact as much as possible.
Other than banning his heroes, a lot of focus bans towards him. Once again, the OD and the Lina. In terms of heroes that would match up well against CK and Shaman, dive heroes, BKB buyers, single target physical damage seems to be pretty good against CK as a whole. It's not like the hardest counter or anything, but like pair some stuns with some single target burst and you can definitely kill the hero. But right now they don't have good CK solutions. Like again, Timber's fine. Once illusions get spawned, you can clear them quite quickly. But outside of that, I would like to see them have a little bit more single target lockdown to help make sure they can secure those CK kills.
Really getting rid of these illusion heroes, huh? I mean, would you Grim on D-Boosters? I feel like it's not horrible. You know, it's one of these heroes that's capable of being all right in lane, just for the stun component, from pressuring away the Chaos Knight when he tries to go onto the Timber Saw. Timber likes to be left alone somewhat, and you know, even in these team fights, you could just use the Phantom's Embrace onto the Shadow Shaman to stop things like the Shackle.
It's true. It's okay on D-Boosters. I think it's a much better pick for 0-1 esports for the CK pairing reasons. Inkswell and Timbersaw is good, but like you don't exactly get to pick your positioning as you initiate, so I don't know if the timing's always going to be perfect, but maybe they want to pick it anyways.
Phantom's Embrace on Timber's great though. right? Like he tosses out the chakram.
Yeah. By all means, like Grimstroke on Zero in esports, excellent pick. I just think I don't know if D-boosters necessarily want it themselves. It'd be okay as a block pick as well, but I'd be worried that that you're not necessarily going to want it on your team. But maybe they ban it.
We have seen a lot of Willow out of D-boosters. Seems like it's Mad Frog's most comfortable hero. Could that fit in here at all?
I think it's okay. It's okay disable. If you catch Shaman with anything, he's going to be targeted. Yeah, good call on that. Very, very solid. It gives him some of the disable they needed against CK. You can get rid of like Curse Crown or whatever, but Dark Willow can also protect herself. I think it covers a lot of bases again.
Yep. Good way with a Terrorize to be able to disrupt a CK initiation or Shadow Shaman shackling. And once Shaman commits, all you need is that Cursed Crown onto the Shaman. Bedlam, you can oftentimes just not one hit, but solo a Shaman on your own. So yeah, I feel like it's a pretty good pick. They don't have the greatest combos for it yet though, right? Like Timbersaw, it doesn't really do all that much. Don't hate the Pugna. I mean, position 5 Pugna into a Timbersaw is pretty great.
Yeah, I think it's excellent because the Nether Ward is always going to be down. It's going to reduce Timber's pure damage by 25%. And the other two heroes on D-Booster's side also very much about doing spell damage. So it doesn't stop the physical damage output, but that's totally fine right now. I think Pugna is perfect.
Are we seeing a similar pattern to Game 1 from 0-1 Esports here? The all-in push early on?
Not really. It doesn't have to be push necessarily. Like they have push elements certainly, but I think the control that Beastmaster gives you is going to be solid. I think their heroes just make sense and they just happen to also have push. But they want to be aggressive, certainly.
It's good control, but also the Beastmaster just providing the Hawk to protect the Shadow Shaman and the Pugna, particularly before the Shaman gets Blink Dagger, both for the defensive purposes, but also once he has it, you suddenly have a way that you don't need to commit a Beastmaster walking up to someone to try and Primal Roar them, right? You move along the tree line, blink in, hex, shackles, and then suddenly you've got a good start to the team fight. So the extra vision component's going to be nice. The laning might not be so much though. With the Troll Warlord, one of the best laning matchups you would say against the Beastmaster outside of like a PA or a Kunkka, just for your capability to deal with the boars. I know, Purge, I believe it was you that mentioned that 33 loves to go the wild axes just as the thing to make sure your laning phase is a little bit better, not completely relying on the boar. Do you think that's going to be the case this game?
I mean, typically Beastmaster with boar is seen as a counter to Bane because Bane can't deal with it well, so maybe less likely, but because there's a troll in the game, that gives them another option to kill the boar with. Ranged nuke, not that it's a lot, but 75 damage at level 1 is certainly good. And then slow as well, so they could like chase down the boars and kill them. So maybe he does go back, does go for wild axes here to try to lane better. But I think the troll's kind of interesting, certainly. The blind against CK is definitely an option. If he gets a Maelstrom, he's going to have some AoE to deal with the overwhelming stuff the opponents throw out. But the Pugna is kind of a hard counter because now you have this way to interrupt him. You don't need to buy an item for it. You just, decrep that guy. It's really obvious. Always decrep the troll when he ultis. So that part sucks, but the troll should be fine against the rest of the squad. And they're going to end up picking a Grim. So one of these guys is a core. Is this Grim core or Pugna core?
I wouldn't hate to see a Grim core this game, to be honest, right? Like, you do need a lot of magic damage to be able to deal with this Timber, and I feel like they've got enough ways to interrupt something like a Pugna that still does kind of need to be stationary to do a lot of that damage. You know, the Dark Willow, the Bane can punish you quite heavily in that instance.
Yeah, I suppose they could. If they put focus on him and use a core, it'd be a bit problematic. Whereas on the 0-1 esports side, I guess I'd feel better if Grim was sitting in the back. But they pick a Kunkka last. This, I feel like, is a really, really solid pick. The heroes on 0-1 esports are a lot squishier, so he's going to be able to set up fights and help kill either Grimstroke, Pugna, Shaman, whichever one of these guys is the core. He should be able to target them, so...
It's Pugna, by the way, is the mid lane. It was kind of what we were expecting, more common to see the Pugna, but I just felt this game in particular, just because of the tools that D-Boosters had, that it potentially would have been the Grim. Even just the Kunkka, right, to be able to deal with the eventual push that's going to be coming from Beastmaster, to somewhat deal with the CK illusions is kind of nice as well. And, you know, just more things to enable Troll to actually get use out of his ultimate, right? He's not going to be kited around massively if you're using the X marks to full effect.
I think I like D-Booster's draft better overall, but I think the Pugna core is actually quite good this game, with the exception of having to worry about dying to the Kunkka combo. So if you can get like a BKB or something like that and be survivable to dives or initiation, I feel like it'd be really good for 0-1 esports.
Quick disagree or agree, Danog? Are you in the D-Boosters camp? Or?
I'm on the D-Boosters camp. I think this Pugna is going to get focused too hard.
Looks like we've got a bit of a split. I'd love to keep this alive. I'd love to keep the dream alive, because remember, this is important for both sides. It's the MENA region playing to go to a LAN in Saudi Arabia. Everything on the line. One game away for D-Boosters. Can 0-1 esports start a recovery here? Let's find out as we throw over to our commentators.
Thank you very much, KP. Yeah, coming into this one, it's going to be interesting if 0-1 can keep the dream alive, or if D-Boosters are going to shut them down completely with the 2-0. And kind of agree with the panel. I like this draft from the Boosters, but we'll see how this Pugna ends up working out for 0-1 esports, as Jenkins, for the most part, we've only seen mostly 5-position Pugna, right? I've been told core Pugna not as good as the 5-position support Pugna.
Yeah, my logic for why I think the support Pugna works a lot better is that if you're playing in core, you're a damage dealer and you're dealing damage with Decrepify, which makes it so your physical damage heroes like Chaos Knight can't do damage. When you're a support, you're just healing people. So you can combo with any cores, any heroes, because it's not like, oh, I can't play with physical damage heroes. That sucks. It doesn't matter. You're healing them, right? So it's like the core Pugna can just play with less things. But it's a Stormer Classic. So he says, screw it. He's going to play it anyway, even though not many other teams are really playing with this hero as a position 2.
I'll have to see how that ends up going about. Is it's a 2-second stun to start here on P1. 4 heroes just wailing away at this Bane. 0 chance of surviving, and well, 100% chance of being first blood.
That does reveal the ward, though. That was a high ground stun. I mean, actually, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe the thought process is like Devil was standing on the high ground, so maybe he was giving vision. So I see why they didn't try D1ing that. Although P1 does come to lane with 3 sentries, not 2, 3. That's a lot of D-warding. I guess one of them is for the Hawk. If you can kill a Hawk, it is a lot of XP, actually.
Would be nice if he does end up going into the Call of the Wild right now, into the Wild Axes. We saw how much damage Wild Axes could do in one of the earlier matchups in this region. I like that cosmetic too. We'll have to take an eye on it. I love it with just the Hawks built in. Why get Call of the Wild when you've got a Hawk in your axe?
Yeah, that's true. I have the red one. Ooh. I got 3 of those at TI. They're the least expensive one because nobody wants to play Beastmaster.
For now, are seeing it come back and be on the rise a little bit. So I'm seeing the value go up already.
Yeah. Anybody want to buy mine? Please.
I bid $1.
Okay. That's 1 more than 0.
It's the starting bid. Ooh, again with the Bramble Maze. Madfrog has been on it with this and certainly lines it up for Funny to get the kill when you're brambled in the middle of trees, something that Timbersaw hates.
Yeah, Funnick went QW. He's got Whirling Death and Timber Chain, no points in reactive, which usually you don't see people doing because of the mana cost. And on account of being extremely squishy if you build this. But Funnick knows that he can get a kill if he goes for it.
And that also does help if you can get that kill and then get that quick 3, maybe go into the reactive armor level 3 and feel a little bit more safe in this lane. He's got the whole creep wave under tower, so either going to be a slight bit off of level 3 if my math is correct, or he'll get it on this creep. Yeah, there we go. I definitely did the math correctly. So let's take a look at this.
What's the replay? Oh, there it is.
There we go. Bramble Maze. Backs right up into it.
Number 1, Madfrog is very good at this hero. Like, way too good. And number 2, Whirling Death does a lot of damage now if you're surrounded by trees. That tree damage has been buffed so many times at this point. Like, that spell legit did like 200 or 300 pure damage to him there because of all the trees that he cut down.
And that also goes with, like, Mad Frog being on this Dark Willow. He puts the Brambles in a spot where it's like, either you can run at us and probably die, or you run back into the Brambles and you're dead. Your options are cake or death. We're all out of cake.
Yep. Do you want to die quickly or slowly? That's pretty much the choice. As Nas might be slowly going down up here.
And Nightmare on Nas to start it off, and that's what allows them to get the kill. P1 getting credit for that one. Inkswell pops on top of P1. The Stroke of Fate just isn't enough damage.
Yeah, Devil was respecting the ability for Pleb to just wand up and then use the Whirling Axes there. So if he goes for P1 and he doesn't kill him in one hit, then the Whirling Axes comes out, he gets beta, he dies as well.
We haven't really talked about mid at all. Stormstormer 21-8, Unka 17-1, Stormstormer level 5 going 3-2-0 at the moment, which is no surprise.
Yeah, he's doing very well versus Kunkka. This is one of those matchups that you'd think, like, Pugna is portrayed as this very squishy hero, but he actually has pretty high armor, 5 armor. So,
never mind, you can keep going. I fake height. Or have I?
I think
I don't know, he might just still be dead.
He's definitely dead.
Yeah, Evo comes over, he gets the kill. I faked on the fake type, and he does end up falling.
Turns around and gets one right click onto Mad Frog, though. He's like, there you go. Got it, bastard. That's for the Brambles earlier.
Oh, it doesn't get out of range of the Inkswell, even with the Nightmare. Stroke of Fate from Devil to get the kill, but Pleb gets the root, gets the kill, now goes after Nas. Hoping for a root, gets one. Hoping for another root. No. Still no.
Doesn't have enough mana, doesn't want to use his one charges either. Holding those. And this is a pretty good troll game. High win rate versus Beastmaster. Also, if we're talking about win rates, Chaos Knight struggles versus both the Timber and the Kunkka. Those are two of like the top 5 win rate heroes in the game against the CK. You just clear all of the illusions with both of those heroes.
He might just die, and one more right click from P1. Stepping a little bit too far up in the lane. You know, they've put him on these micro heroes, and I know he's touted as one of the better micro players, but it feels like sometimes the lane just kind of collapses on him very harshly. As Stormstormer over mid, Shadow Realm Strike from Mad Frog. Stormstormer, I think, stopped moving knowing he was dead.
Yeah. Yeah, but he did have mana for life drain. Fishman, they're gonna let him go. He's walking back.
Okay.
He might give it to them here. No, he's not. Yeah, I mean, Nos, you know, going for this Wild Axes build, maybe the problem is that he's not microing. Maybe that's the issue. I mean, he's been kind of figured out, I suppose, if you see that, you know, he's against Troll, so he has to go for this Wild Axes, and then he can't do his micro thing. They've just countered him in the draft.
And it almost feels as though, and they didn't pick the Beastmaster that early into the draft. I think it was like the 4th pick or something like that. But when they picked the Enigma, when they picked the Lycan, it is early in the draft for Nas and allows for a lot of time to be countered. So he's looking for the high 5 because he probably also knows he's dead on this one. And Pleb now, he's 2-0-2. And I don't know if you remember the last game, but
I do remember that one.
19 kills for Pleb, and he is just adding to it. He had 1 death in the last game. So the KDA, at the moment, with 1 death, just keeps going up.
Yeah, he got about 10 of those kills in the enemy fountain on his own. So
yeah.
That's a little intimidating.
First crown pops. Fishman on the run, but the Shadow Realm Strike striking down Fishman.
Scary. This is scary. I mean, Funnick doesn't have the absolute most last hits here, but he's doing decent. And this is other than the Pugna, it's a pretty free Timber game. Pugna, they keep rotating on him with these supports, making his life a living hell.
And
I gotta say though, Nas being this far behind is the biggest problem. This is the biggest problem for 0-1.
He's only got 2,300 net worth. Like, it really isn't that great. Ooh, avoiding the Cursed Crown with the Phantasm, but that forces the Phantasm out, and the illusions are already dealt. A great feeling for CK getting pressured. He is top of the net worth, but we'll see how long that lasts if he ends up falling. By the way, Nas again, right click's coming through, looking for the root. Fishman's in here with the Shackle, turning it around with the Wild Axes. Stormstormer's also here, but here comes Evo, as well as the Dark Willow, and Stormstormer blowing up Pleb. Got the Phantom's Embrace, the Stroke of Fate on a P1. There's the Shackle, Nether Blast, Life Drain, and Stormstormer with a double kill, making the rotation in. And a couple of heroes did rotate up to the top lane from the boosters. So it did cause some rotation, and they didn't get anything out of it on the side of the boosters, where 0-1, well, they're trying to take the first tower.
All right, well, Stormstormer just says, hey, pick me my favorite guy. I don't care that other people don't play it. I'll carry you noobs. Let's go. Give him my Pugna. And yeah, beautiful rotation from him. Something that people would normally expect if it wasn't for Pugna mid barely being touched in this patch. Because, like, honestly, a lot of the mid, like, there's not that many mids that do these tower pushing rotations. Like, you don't see Lesh mid that much. You don't see Pugna mid, Death Prophet mid. Like, those heroes kind of have other roles these days.
Life Drain, Phantom's Embrace, but the Ghost Ship comes in with the X. They've got the Cursed Crown and the Bramble Maze down. They chase Stormstormer and they'll take out the Pugna. Meanwhile, Devil's able to TP away, just avoiding that torrent that was lining up, collecting water to jump up and take him out of the TP, but not in time.
Dude, poor Nas. Imagine you're against a troll for the laning phase as Beastmaster, and then finally the troll leaves your lane. You're like, oh, thank God I'm not countered anymore. And then a Timber enters into it. You're just like, no, please, please, God, let me lane against something that's not a counter.
Not just any Timber, a top of the net worth Timber as well.
Yeah, he's a big boy. Despite not having like a crazy amount of CS, it's just, yeah, where the hell is he getting that net worth from? I guess that's just kills and assists.
2-0-2. X Habu having to use the Phantasm defensively again. And now they've got the Soulbind with the Reality Rift, the double Shackle. The boosters.
Ooh, double
roar.
roar.
A little bit too far. Double roar comes in. They've got the Hex. Pleb trying to survive. Gets into the ulti. They've got the X to pull back this Shadow Shaman. And it pulls him back for Pleb to try and heal off of. But they've got the Life Drain. And Stormstormer takes out Pleb. They'll finish off P1. Another double kill here for Stormstormer. The chase for Mad Frog. There's the Decrepify, the Nether Blast into the Shadow Realm, but, well, there you go. Join Yugi's grandfather. Dead in the Shadow Realm.
Oh, God, too soon.
They'll never get out of that VHS.
Please. Grandpa Yugi. No.
Never learn. And then he comes back and he has to go up against Duke Devlin? Come on. Look at this.
Oh, here we go again.
Full advantage of the Soulbind in every aspect. Double Phantom's Embrace, double Shackle,
yeah, that was double
Primal Roar.
Double CK stun too, right? He threw it right before they broke apart. And yet I mean, D-Boosters still come out on top. Yeah, like that fight still goes decently for them. I mean, they don't come out on top, but it goes decent for them despite how like disastrous that was. Fighting into the high ground too. You can also see in the early game how the Pugna counters Troll. You just decrepify the guy that Troll's going on to save him, or you decrepify the Troll himself, and for the whole Troll ulti, he just feels sad. And that's true until Troll gets Aghanim Scepter. Then all of a sudden, he's purging everything. You can't decrepify anyone.
But he's on the panel.
That's true, actually, so that's not going to be possible to be in the game, because you can't be two places at once. If you could be two places at once, maybe D-Boosters would be in this Roche pit right now, because it is being snuck.
Devil?
By Fishman.
Funnick just kind of recognizing that that's happening as he watches Devil go, Roche, please don't kill me. Chill, dude. And take themselves an Aegis on Stormstormer, who's been outputting a lot of damage. And having a second life in these fights, when he isn't exactly dying in the exchanges, is a scary proposition if you're the boosters.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. This Pugna is a problem. He's gonna need to get gripped. That's what you're looking to do to him. Grip maybe X and then boat. But all of these things, if you cast it on him, I mean, you have to use everything on him now because he's got 2 lives. Because there's no other like solid disables. So that's rough. You can definitely just do evasive maneuvers and take only small skirmishes up until this Aegis despawns, because like, man, they're gonna have to commit a lot to kill him.
And if they want to get that grip off, step 1, take out your jellyfish rod. Step 2, firmly grasp it. Get the grip.
Is that a SpongeBob reference?
If they can't do that, then
was that SpongeBob?
Kill Stormer. Uh-oh. It may have been.
Okay. Do they have SpongeBob outside of North America? Is that a North American thing?
I hope so. All the Europeans coming in and all the people in the MENA region understand that reference.
Yeah, I hope so. What a god tier show.
Smoke on Stormer and Fishman. Want to go for Funnick.
Yeah,
be careful though. Funnick, quite farmed. Hood, Perseverance.
I don't think he survives a Pugna though. Max Decrepify, Life Drain.
Oh,
and he just missed the tree.
This is awkward.
Very sad timing. All right, just kidding. He's fine. Holy shit, he's tanky.
So
My
tanky. Primal Roar. All right, we got a bait instead. This is cool. We make up for it. Stormer getting the kill.
P1's just like, all right, I feel bad for you guys. Walks in. That's awesome.
You guys can have this one.
Yeah. Funnick just goes straight back up top. He's like, all right, well, if they couldn't kill me with the smoke, I guess this is my place. This is my spot.
I'll stay here. Yeah. Map would be real red up top for Funnick.
Definitely. Yeah, also real red for Nos if you're looking at his deaths. So, yeah, that was rough laning. Making really good use of these Serpent Wards every time it's up. It's like either a tower or Roshan basically every time.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
So, obviously the boosters kind of trying to avoid this Aegis in the moment. They're building into the BKB on Kunkka, and Pleb trying to get a BKB of his own as he finishes off the Battle Fury. Is this the timing that they're going to be looking for? Just the BKB timing straight up?
I think so. I think anytime you, like anytime there's a BKB timing in general, it's like a good time to fight. The item is just like way too good. It's like somehow gets like quote unquote nerfed every time and just gets better and better. P1 might be soaking this rotation here for his team. He has no TP. He'll try to walk away. It looks like he might not get so lucky. Oh!
Radiant are
oh!
Juice.
He just makes it. All right. He threaded the needle. Or maybe I'm speaking too soon. No. Come on, there's no way he dies here after that juke.
Get your ankles broken.
He did the old walk away and hope to Gaben that you don't get caught strategy. Works every time.
I go up, they go down. Perfect. Nailed it.
Yep. The old waddle away.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Waddle is a great word. Great name. Name like a pig waddles or something like that.
Oh, that's the counter right there. The Grimstroke first Timber. You just
Soul Bind.
The bug.
And there's the Lotus Orb, so he's going to start reflecting Primal Roar, and he's reflecting everything. I don't know if they see this Lotus, because he just threw 100 spells at the Timber. Fiend's Grip also on a Stormer. They get the kill on a Nas. Now maybe they'll focus their attention onto the Pugna, who is out of mana, by the way, and the Terrorize lands, so that is an easy kill on a Stormer. They'll look for more. They'll take the Grimstroke. Devil's gone. Down goes Fishman, and the last one alive is Habu. And it's time to book your ticket into the Habu Hotel and fall with the rest of your team.
Hotel. That was such a good game. That game was so good. Yo, dude, anybody have a gong I can buy?
Anybody want to play the dice game?
Oh my god. Yeah, the Lotus in that fight, the weird thing was the Grimstroke ult meant that, okay, so it doesn't reflect the roar if that's the secondary target of the Grimstroke ult. That's interesting. I thought maybe it reflected the roar on the Grimstroke ult, but it doesn't. Stormstormer getting gripped, by the way, fully out of mana. So even if he had the Aegis here, he's just a waste of space with no mana on Pugna. But he didn't. It had just despawned. So they kill all 4, and then it's like, well, shit, it's just this guy alive. Like, who cares about the tower?
Big fight to win for the boosters as well. And that was coming off like holding out of the Aegis for 0-1, and I guess maybe not doing enough with that said Aegis. Like, yeah, they took the tier 1 tower over mid. They got themselves a kill on the Bane over in the top area of the jungle. But, like, they didn't really extend a lead there, right? Like, now you've got the boosters who've taken that fight really well. They're heading towards their next item timings, which is a Blink Dagger for the Dark Willow, BKB for the Troll, and BKB's finished for the Kunkka, so he's fine. Good Hex Reflection. Funnick out here onto Fishman. Stormer just draining the entire life out of Mad Frog. And now they go to the Primal Roar. They have the Soulbind out onto a couple, but Fishman ends up dead. Devil looking like he's next, and while Stormer, you may have just taken the soul out of that Dark Willow, but now your life is mine.
All right, Funnick, I see you, dude. I see you.
Just surviving.
He's very tanky. He's very tanky, and he seems to know it at every timing. Just sitting there and man-fighting a Pugna as Timbersaw. Yeah, that's supposed to be a counter. But he just knows with the items that he has. He's got this threshold that he's surpassed where he can sit there and tank it. And, I mean, it's not the most flashy or glamorous thing to watch a Timbersaw do that, but that's the name of the game for that hero. It's like figuring out how much you can tank to survive at 10% HP and then regen back up again. And if you get that wrong, you fall off, you're not past that threshold anymore, and then all of a sudden you're just useless. Or at least, you know, you're damaged, but you're not this like tanky guy that can frontline in the fights. You just walk in and feed.
Is Shard still one of those things that's like pretty standard on Timbersaw after you get a couple of these items? Like every Timbersaw at some point was just getting flamethrower with Shard.
I think so. Not as much, not as like an early of an item, but you definitely get it at some point. Like just the slow on it's enough of a justification to get it, because between your Chakram and Flamethrower, you can actually slow down and kill supports. Like we can see in this fight, even without the Flamethrower, he just melts through the supports. Like that's the ideal thing to do on Timbersaw for, you know, carrying the late game. Is he's actually like a backline disruptor. He's a backline killer, like a Night Stalker or something, except in a different kind of way. And that's what the Shard lets you do a little bit better. That's what lets you scale.
We'll see if maybe on the next row she's the one who gets the Shard. Because there are some Shards that, if the boosters do get the Aegis, that I do like the Curse Crown one for Mad Frog. That's always nice. Maybe we'll get the one for the Timber. Life Drain not really doing anything there to Funnick.
Even Rampage on Troll, that Shard is pretty good. 70 attack speed or status resistance. Like both of those are great stats. I mean, status resistance in this game seems very busted against Beastmaster Roar.
X-Go ship. Pulling back Stormer. Now the Bedlam onto a solo target. They just blow up this Pugna and he's forced to buy back. Fishman with the double shackle, the double primal roar. They've got the serpent wards down. They're trying to get the kill on the Pleb, and Pleb just gets the BKB as well as the ulti off. They get the kill on the Fishman, losing P1. P1 will buy back. They've bought back on the two heroes that they lost on the side of 0-1, but they have fallen with a third one, and Nas has died without buyback this time. So they can't buy back on the Beastmaster. They've already used the primal roar anyway. And these
that was a nice torrent.
Boosters are starting to back up as that torrent hits too.
And the illusions, that's important.
So like 5.
Yeah, that was sick. I like the Orchid from Evo. He's Orchiding Stormstormer in every fight who doesn't have anything to take it off. And if Stormstormer gets his BKB, then he's going to struggle versus the Troll, because what was it they changed it so you can which ghost form can you use during BKB? You definitely can't use Necro ghost form during BKB. It's Nihilism. I think it's just Nihilism. So you cannot decrepify and then BKB. The decrepify would be taken off. And you can't decrepify anybody who's already BKB'd. So if he gets his BKB on Stormstormer, the decrep's going to have to be used on the troll, but then he's going to BKB it.
Interesting. So feels like the decrepify getting used that way might not be worth it. Fishman, torrented, BKB early here from Habu, and there really isn't much of an output yet from the side of 0-1. Terrorize comes through and lands. That'll hit onto the CK. Nas maybe trying to run from this one. His positioning is kind of off and alone, and there's the Chakram landing, so Nas in some trouble. Pops the Essence Ring, the Cursed Crown, getting under the tower. They do have the X, they'll pull him back, they'll get the kill, they'll take out Nas.
Evo's looking great in this one, man. He's getting all the setups, and I feel like his boats have been super on point too. He'll always use it when Funnock is like, 20% HP about to die, or like Pleb is just about to die, and it gives them just that much damage delay so that they can survive and, regen up, or use the Battle Trance and then use that to regen up. I really love the Orchid pick too. I feel like this is dumpstering these backline supports as well as Stormstormer in every one of these fights. Poor Nas, man. He's had such a tough game.
Really never getting any room to spread his wings and fly.
No. Pleb just turns around, kills all the summons, which is genuinely valuable. Otherwise, the backlines are going to struggle against the Beastmaster. It's something that you have to do. It's a reason like Battle Fury is actually pretty solid against Beastmaster, even as like a scaling item, not just as a farming item. Feels pretty good. Battle Fury cleaving down all of those summons.
Meanwhile, Funnock, by the way, he did pick up that shard that dropped from Roche on the second one. He's got himself the extra bit with the flamethrower, and he's already doing a lot of damage, and you can see him getting X'd. He'll push out bottom, and back to the team he goes, because they might be looking to take the top tier 2 as well.
Yeah, it looks like 0-1. They don't even want to defend this. They don't feel like they're strong enough to do this. Instead, they're gonna pull Enigma strat, which is to just go take the enemy triangle when they're running at your base. This is a way to get farm if you're confident that they can't push high ground. Or you farm for a little bit and then realize, uh-oh, we have to get back.
I was gonna say, I don't know if you'd be that confident not allowing Pleb to take your high ground.
Yeah, Troll is one of the better heroes at killing high grounds. He's going for a nullifier on Troll, by the way. I thought maybe Abu?
Bottom lane.
He's good. They're just clearing.
Where I saw the Dark Willow going, and that might have been the truth is they stop that TP and lose P1, and now they're looking to fight. They'll move forward. They've got the Hex out through onto the Kunkka, but the Terrorize landing on a 3, and Stormstormer needs to get out of this one, but Evo falls to Habu. Quick damage onto the Kunkka, and now they'll go after Pleb, who pops the BKB and runs. Well done by 0-1. They kind of buy some time with those kills.
Yeah, Mad Frog tried, man. He tried with that Terrorize. Like, he had all of the heroes, and still the CK illusions were enough to tear through Kunkka's armor. I mean, it's the highest damage carry in the game. That's what Chaos Knight is. Like, there's no hero that does higher damage unless you involve rapiers. So the illusions arguably more important than the entire enemy team, sadly. Especially with the auras coming from Nas. Like, he's giving attack speed and plus damage to all of the illusions. That's pretty dangerous.
So with a couple of kills like that, like, it doesn't seem impossible to bring this game back.
Dire's middle tower
Saw the power of Habu right there.
I'm a little surprised Pleb went for Nullifier instead of Aghanim Scepter, because Aghanim Scepter, you have a 4-second cooldown purge, like, so you've self-purge as well as enemy purge. But I guess that's just Nullifier is 80 damage and 8 armor. I mean, the stats on it are incredible, and the Nullify goes through BKB. So that means if somebody's BKB, they're not going to be getting Glimmer. They're not going to be able to force staff themselves. If Eon Disc procs, then the nullifier will take it off immediately. So I guess that's why he made that choice, is for this game, for the other support items, it feels better because of the BKBs coming out, that it pierces through that.
Even in that last fight, if he had the nullifier, it would have stopped Stormer from force-staffing himself back towards the base after that terrorizer landed on the entire team. That was like the one thing that saved that Pugna.
And they also already have the Lotus Orb for the self-dispel. So, yeah, the nullifier definitely makes more sense than the Ags this game.
X. And the ghost ship, nullifier, and this is what you were talking about. Now they're going to try and chase down this Pugna on the back line of it all. They've got the Primal Roar. No CK, though. Habu's over mid, so he's not helping with this defense just yet.
Yeah, and he's got no TP until right now.
So they've taken the tower. They'll go after Pugna once again, but there's the Hex. Bounced off with the Lotus Orb. They've got the Bedlam. Nas from behind, maybe looking to do something, but he doesn't have that Primal Roar to work with. He's been hit with the Fiend's Grip. They've left the Timber by himself. The terrorized Funny can't survive. Stormer gets the kill, and now they'll pop the BKB on Evo. They need to be careful of the right-click damage coming out from Habu as Stormer dies to Mad Frog, and there's the Hex, there's the kill. They'll take out the Kunkka. They've got themselves two. So, not the cleanest of holds, but something as they'll pick up a third and take out P1.
Did Mad Frog just blink in and solo Stormer there? Am I crazy? That looked like a solo.
Let's get that replay.
Maybe we'll get the replay. I was looking at the offlaners dying. I was not looking at like the back lines, which I suppose is the problem, which allowed him to die, is that his team was not protecting the back lines either.
All right, on it. Let's take a look. So Stormer's hit with the Cursed Crown.
He's nullified.
And the brambles are around him.
How does he die?
Okay, Stormer life draining. And Torrent steps into the brambles. And then Evo cleaves him.
I see.
He life drained an ally.
He life drained an ally and then walked into a bramble.
Yeah.
How did that happen? Was that off camera? Was I? That's unfortunate. That sucks. He's the mid lane.
Yeah. So he life drained an ally creep, and then that cost him his life.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Happens.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
We all make mistakes. He's been playing really well up to this point, so I don't want to take anything away from that. Mad Frog's still looking on a journey. Search.
Oh boy, that was a mistake.
Fishman. Yeah. Just an easy kill there. Bedlam's sole target, ever since Dark Will has been released, has been so deadly.
Yeah.
Primal Roar reflected back. They're going to go after Nas again. He really can't catch a break.
That sequence of 2 pickoffs is probably a set of racks. Like that's one of those things where the game just in an instant just falls out of control. I mean, it's not the most important 2 heroes ever, but okay, no, he's got buyback on Nas. It's still expensive though.
Yeah. You're still gonna lose the melee racks. It doesn't quite matter. Brambles again. Just stops them in their tracks every single time. You remember when Dark Will like first came out? I'm pretty sure Bedlam was like 900 damage solo target or 950 level 1 Bedlam. You could literally solo like anybody.
Yeah, those were the days. She was played as a mid because her numbers were too high. That's pretty much every hero is played as a mid because their numbers are too high. Remember when Marcy was a mid? Remember when Centaur was a mid? Like every hero.
Marcy hasn't exactly made it to like Pro C, right? Because it doesn't exist. So
that's true. That's true. I do believe she'd be really incredible if she got.
You think so? I feel like
I think so.
Marcy's kind of been dumpstered a little bit.
Nah, dude. The new Dispose, or is that what it's her W? Her leap? No, Dispose is the Q. What the hell's her W called?
Her springboard.
Jeez, I don't know.
The jump
doesn't matter. But her W, I think, is really good. 45% move speed to an ally? That's crazy, man. Have you seen a Leshrac be jumped on? Guy's like a rocket ship.
Hopefully we get a chance to see.
Oh, it's bothering me. What is her second spell called? Rebound, that's what it's called.
like Springboard better. Devil. Double Phantom's Embrace. Curse Crown coming through. Pleb on the other side of the fight will get the kill on a Fishman. They'll look to get the kill on the Grimstroke. So they finished off 2 already. They'll buy back on the Grimstroke. They'll get the kill on a P1. He buys back as well. They hit the Nullifier on a Storm. Stormer taking another Pugna. He still has buyback. So does Nas. Everybody around the horn is using their buyback because they got the full team wipe. And now Stormer trying to stand his ground. He goes to the life drain, but hit with the Nullifier and the right clicks of Pleb. Stormer, before his buyback symbol could go away, he ends up dead. And Kunkka will continue and get the help from Funnick to finish off Devil. 3 heroes dead.
He has grip still.
And yeah, gonna move forward with this one, and they'll go to the Fiend's Grip as well. Habu trying to fight back, go after Funnick, but Funnick not dying. They have certainly enough to deal with this CK. It's just a matter of time. Timber Chain across. They get the kill into Habu, and they will close the doors and shut out the lights on this one. And 0-1 Esports will drop, and the boosters will qualify as they take the Series 2 up.
Well deserved. Very well deserved. Especially after how the series went. Was it yesterday that we saw them playing this exact matchup?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Days are melding together.
Yeah, they all meld.
They figured it out. I mean, they played way better. They looked like a different team. I mean, Funnick, I think, in every single game, performed incredibly well. Even when D-Boosters as a whole maybe looked weaker on that day, Funnick always looked great. But today, like, they were just all synced up. They were all on point. Pleb was like 40-2 or 40-3 across both of these games, which is insane. Maybe 30-3. Still ridiculous KDA. Evo, he played a really important part in this game in particular with his pickoffs on Kunkka. I really liked the Orchid. Like, he just made it impossible for Stormer to play the game. Funnick was unkillable. Mad Frog, I feel like every single time this guy is using his Willow ult, he's hitting like 4 heroes. Yeah. And P1, he was stable. He was the position 5. You know, he was getting the grips off, the Nightmare saves. You know, he did position 5 things.
Yeah, I think if you're playing up against this team, you need to ban Mad Frog's Dark Willow for sure.
It's looking like it. Yes.
Like a crazy pick for him, and he's just shown such prowess with that pick, and ultimately, together, it all leads to a 2-0 over 0-1 Esports. They don't get to be 0-1, but they get 0-2'd, and well, that means the Boosters, they're the winners of this qualifier. They take home a lot of money, and they've done a really good job, but to break that whole thing down even more, we've got the panel. They're going to come back after a quick break, so we'll see you guys in a short second.
Well, it looks like weekday deboosters and weekend deboosters are two entirely different beasts here. Not even close to going the 3-game series this time around. I'm here to break down the action with Pudge and Danog. Boys, what a showing. I'm not going to fanboy Pleb too much, so I think it was a team effort, but phenomenal out of deboosters here.
Yeah, they played super well. They really covered a lot of their bases. They contested Fishman when he tried to contest runes. They gave Pleb an amazing laning stage as well. They just killed Beastmaster often. It just felt like Troll Warlord was the hero to play this game.
It felt to me like the communication was just a step ahead for deboosters. You know, it seemed like going into every single team fight, they knew exactly the target that they wanted to go on. They knew exactly the sequence of abilities that would lead to the kills. I mean, the number of times that Stormstormer was caught out, he was punished by the X marks. You know, he uses the Decrepify afterwards instantly. Blink in on that Dark Willow, use the Bedlam right on top of him, even committing the Fiend's Grip, because they know that that's where the vast majority of this damage is going to be coming from. I mean, Stormstormer didn't play badly. He had 35,000 damage done for his team, but he's still a Pugner. You take him out, he's incredibly squishy, and they certainly punished the fact that he didn't go for a BKB, catching him out with those X marks, just constant control coming out for him, and by the time he got the Aeon Disc, you had a Nullifier on Pleb, so yeah, unfortunately his impact was not what he would have hoped.
And the other thing that hurts him a little bit is that their offlane's a Beastmaster. It's amplifying physical damage, summon, push type lineups. It doesn't synergize with Pugna, so it kind of made the damage pretty one-dimensional. It came from Pugna and it came from CK only, so that made things a little bit harder. But Evo had an excellent game, 8-2 and 15 on his Kunkka. The Orchid helped be crucial in a bunch of moments, and he moved around the map really effectively and helped score kills.
Yeah, even just little things like if Pugna was trying to heal up the CK, for example, just a quick X marks onto the Pugna, cancels it immediately, stops the channel from happening on that life drain. So I thought Evo was fantastic. And yeah, like you said, made a decent lane matchup, specifically looked to target the Pugna and really punished some misitemization coming through from Stormstormer. So well-deserved and happy to see one of the Saudi guys get his moment in the sun.
Yeah, and they looked so in sync as well, right? Like that was the most notable thing. Deboosters, I think you mentioned it, Danog, behind the scenes. Like they were really, like, it must have been on point on their comms. Like they were so in sync with each of these moves they were making.
Actually, I'm going to correct myself really quickly. He's from Jordan, but still, the MENA region. It's still something that one of the less recognizable names, gets the kudos that he deserves. Yeah, I agree with you completely, Pidge.
Yeah, fantastic share for them. And maybe on the other side, 0-1 esports not looking that coordinated in this game, or was this simply them just being outshone by deboosters?
I feel like it was semi-draft focused, especially for game 2. Shifting the Pugna to a core role, it has potential to work, but generally when I see it, it just doesn't feel nearly the same. Your ward levels aren't leveled up quite as quickly. You don't really get to do as much healing. You have to go for damage, and there's just generally better heroes for that. So it just functions a little bit better as a defensive hero right now, certainly than a core, and it leaves those open vulnerabilities. Like if you have a Pugna support and somebody buys a Nullifier to counter you, you're like, well, that's kind of weird, whatever. But if it's a core and they buy a Nullifier, you're like, oh no, I'm a support now and I die. It just doesn't feel good. So it feels a little bit draft focused to me.
Even just with his item choices, right? Like, I know you had to kind of deal with the Troll Warlord through the use of something like a Force Staff, which Stormstormer got. No one else on the team had one at the time just because they were crushed in the side lanes. But even just his other items, right? A couple of Null Talismans, Aether Lens, Aeon Disc, Boots. These aren't items that you really think of when you think core Pugna. You know, you want to kind of be that, I guess, Wind Ranger role where you're roaming around the map, getting a lot of these instant pickoffs, like the old school Topson Pugna, for example, like a Dagon and E-Blade, just things to quickly burst people down and be this like constant presence on the map, and it just never seemed to eventuate.
Yeah, those builds are certainly, they felt really good at the time. I don't know if they're viable anymore is the problem.
It's risky.
Aether Lens is almost always what they buy. You could go Veil maybe to squeeze it in, but then you kind of run out of item slots faster, and yeah, it's difficult to play Pugna in that role, and people haven't really found major success playing him as a core right now.
No,
I'm just trying to make mid Pugna work, Purge.
I wish
just throwing ideas out there. Yeah.
Well, you know, someone who was doing the work in this series is, of course, Pleb. It looks like we are able to get an interview with one of the winning players. So let's throw it across now and check in on what's happening there, as we'll be joined by my insignificant brother. Hello, Pleb. Can you hear us?
Hello, yes.
Hello. Congratulations on the win. A dominant finals coming out from you. What was the big difference between your performance today and on Friday?
The big difference that we saw their picks. We knew that what they want to play, figured it out, and basically we were the better team.
Are you excited to go back to Riyadh later this year? I heard last time you were there, you really indulged in the experience, right? The clothing, the food, you went full Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, it was very nice. So I, for sure, am looking forward to going back there. And the tournament is going to be pretty big, so this is also very exciting.
Now, you used to be Lil Pleb. You're currently Pleb. If you win that LAN, are you going to change the name to Big Pleb?
Maybe, perhaps, but that's a long shot, so...
Well, you got to believe. I mean, it's been interesting watching you guys, because you played together since about November, I believe it is. Are you seeing some promising displays out of the MENA region? Is there some players you're maybe expecting to see in the DPC in the coming years?
Sure, if there is a bit more competition, there is going to be very good players for sure.
And I just want to talk about like the drafting, because you handle all the drafting, right? Is that a one-man show? Is there a lot of team input? And also, how do you resist the temptation to not do the greedy carry thing and just make it all about your pick?
Yeah, first of all, I draft most of the draft comes from me. It's based on comfort picks for both for our team and the enemy team. We figure out what works for us. We've played in the past together, so there is certain things that work for us. And I mean, I don't need to play hard carry to win the game. Sometimes I do, like the first game with the Terror Blade, but I don't need to every game.
Yeah, that was quite the outstanding TB performance coming. Is there any hero that you would like to play at the moment that just feels a little bit too weak? Someone you're hoping is going to get buffed soon?
Morphing. My Morphing is very strong, and also the high ping doesn't help, so maybe in the LAN events I might destroy some teams.
Oh, I'm excited to see that. I mean, you must have been very happy when you saw 0-1 esports pull out the Morphling in game 1. Did that feel like a kind of insta-win in your mind?
Yes.
Yeah. But you weren't expecting the TB performance to go that well, right? That was, I think you were like 19 kills, 1 death, and 3 assists, which is just a nutty KDA.
Yeah, I mean, they kind of kept dying and buying back, so that helped, but I wasn't expecting so much kills.
Hey, man, you definitely flexed on them hard. Congratulations again on making it to the tournament. I mean, I'm excited to see what you boys can do. It's wonderful to see regions that maybe we don't get our eyes on getting their time in the limelight. Any rounding out thoughts? Anything you want to say to any fans of the team at home?
Thanks to everybody that's supporting us, and see you in Riyadh.
All right, thank you for the interview, Pleb. That's enough from me. Let's send it over to my insignificant brother, back on the desk. Yes, thank you. Insignificant me. I don't know if that's true. Do you guys, what do you think? Did you prefer interviewer pigeon, or is host pigeon a little bit better?
Very similar. I don't know. Both have pronunciation
we get that all the time.
issues.
Yeah, that's true. He's an idiot. We shouldn't trust him. I mean, I'm sure we'll have a better interviewer back for later, because, you know, there is more games to go, right? This has been a pretty hyped series, but I think the thing that everyone is looking forward to is what comes next. Of course, first of all, we need to flex Pleb a little bit. Is this like highlight reel footage you just send off to orgs when you're trying to get on a new team? Because it really did feel like the Pleb show in this series.
Yeah, press the clip button right now. That's what they're basically saying. And of course, D-Boosters, I'm sure these performances are going to go a long way towards it. This was that big Orchid play. He's getting away. He's nearly dead. Gets the soul assumption off, and bam, suddenly able to turn the team fight around. So I think there was some very clear communications from D-Boosters in particular of where specifically to kite around a bunch of heroes to make sure that they're not all able to focus in onto the TB. And I mean, you could just see what happens. Just 5-10 minutes later, they're pushing into the base, forcing a lot of buybacks, and yeah, able to take out the win.
This was the best moment of the series, without a doubt,
yeah.
where he looked so extremely dead. He ends up respawning, getting more kills and more kills and more kills.
Look at Funnick.
I love Funnick.
Sucking up all that damage.
I don't know how he lived that entire time, because they peeled off, right? They split up and they let Pleb just murder their backline while they chased. I mean, it really felt like they were syncing up that late game. But I guess the tough part is with them drawing their attention on top of them, as Funnick does in this game as well. So, maybe it was a little bit harder to see the promising display out of the MENA region players. Was there anyone that you could think of that has a lot of potential that we can maybe see in the DPC in coming years?
Not quite sure, but I think I was surprised that everybody looked really, really, really solid. I thought there would maybe be some weak links here or there, but it was, I think it was kind of indistinguishable. Obviously, some of the players stood out. Some of the EU players stood out really well, and as did Pleb, but everyone, all the supports, I just really didn't see that many major mistakes. Maybe there's some coordination issues, but I feel like this is the same level as we see at like Div 2 EU, without a doubt.
Yeah, I'm keen to see maybe from each team, Evo representing Jordan and Habu representing Saudi Arabia. They were probably the biggest standouts for me in terms of their consistent performance.
And the way they flex as well. I mean, I remember I got told that Evo Ember Spirit is meant to be his specialist hero. That's the one that he thrives on. But I felt like his Kuko was even better in this series, right? So I think that shows a lot of promise that he isn't just this one-trick pony. Because we've seen people try to make it in the Dota 2 scene with one hero, and they learn very quickly that you need to be able to flex multiples, otherwise you just get insta-banned out. I'm not going to name and shame, but we know who we're talking about, right?
I remember the glory days. It was like 10 years ago where like teams could get by on that. It's like, well, I just can't play Ember Spirit. And it was just like, oh, okay, everyone knows that. It's fine, you know. Now it's like you have to be able to play 20 different heroes in your role or you're a bad player. So it's very different these.
Yeah, and you just see what happened in that lower semis, right? HSS Flow, they had Attacker stand in, first phase Conker ban, bam, just every single time. And they knocked him right on out. But yeah, it was great to see. I'm sorry for the Evo love coming through, but he was even able to play the mid Sand King in one of the previous days, and he made a pretty good showing out of that as well. So, I mean, just going all the way through the upper bracket, it's, you know, a worthwhile winner. Didn't drop a single series.
Yeah, it's kind of a confusing name. So, like, who are they deboosting? Oh, apparently the other teams in this situation as they boot them all out one by one. Congratulations again to deboosters. Not only getting themselves a nice $250,000 that they can donate to a charity of their choice, but also getting themselves a slot at the Riyadh LAN later this year in July, where they will be fighting tooth and nail with some of the best teams in the world for the lion's share of a $4 million prize pool. All that to come. But speaking of things to come, we're not done with the finals here just yet. It's the thing that I think a lot of people have been waiting for, kind of having our mini EU leading into the big EU. Quick thoughts, lads. How are we feeling about this upcoming series? Tundra versus Team Liquid.
I'm super excited for the series, especially to see what Tundra does with their openers. I assume they're going to stick with the CK. I want to see how Liquid can dismantle it, if they can find a solution against it, or will they just ban CK and force Tundra to do something completely different? Those are questions that we'll answer when the series happens.
Yeah, for me, I want to see Liquid focus on Skeeter and how to lock him out, because it seems like he is just having a fantastic tournament. I think 2 days ago, he went completely flawless. Not a single death and getting over 40 kills. So I think it's very important to look to try and prioritize how to impact his lane in the biggest way possible.
Yeah, and they have been looking on fire so far. And of course, remember, it's a rematch from the first day where Liquid did get knocked down straight away in the lower bracket by Tundra 2-0. But you know what? That was the past. The future is yet to be written, but it will be shortly. Make sure you get yourself a snack. Make sure you're back soon, because when we return, it's going to be the final series of this segment of the tournament, as we will have Tundra Esports versus Team Liquid to see who will make it to Riyadh.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है, क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी, और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ पिलानी है। किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता, गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना, कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
We are live. We are back. It is grand finals time here at Gamers Without Borders with Team Tundra, who have dominated through the upper bracket, facing up against Liquid, who have made an entirely lower bracket run to round out our online event. And to join me for these grand finals, I've got Gareth and Purge.
Hello. Oh, wow, we said it at the exact same time. I don't know what it's like from your side with the delay, but for me it was the same. Very excited for the game today. I think everybody are. It is a little preview of what we're going to see at the major. It is two very good European teams facing off against each other, and we do not know who's going to win this one. At least I don't. I don't know about you, Gary. Can you tell the future?
No, I can't. I mean, I think you're right. A great learning opportunity for both teams and viewers and us as well, right? But looking at the way it all happened, they've only 2-0'd or been 0-2'd, right? Tundra 2-0'd Liquid, then Liquid 2-0'd all the way through the lower bracket. So it feels like this series might be a 2-0 as well if it repeats that earlier upper bracket semi where Tundra destroyed Liquid in like an hour in 2 games.
Gary, do you want to make a prediction? And, if you end up wrong, you can just pretend that you were trying to build up the hype. And if you're right, you can claim that fortune-telling title.
What kind of prediction would you like? Who wins? What heroes are picked?
No, I'm going to go for a prediction of 2-0 versus 2-1. Do we get 3 games today?
I think it'll follow. I think we'll get 2-0.
Oh, I was going to say for sure 3 games. I think there will be 3. I think both teams have prepped so much for this moment. I'm sure they're thinking about all of the money for charity that they can win, and they are going to have the tools that they need to undermine at least one of their opponent's drafts successfully. And I think that's going to give at least, I think that'll be like really help both teams get at least 1 win.
Well, Tundra has quite a bit more data on Liquid, I suppose. And so, like Purge said, they want to win a bunch of money for charity here. So Gamers Without Borders this year is a $10 million charity effort, with that money going to different humanitarian charities, with the winning teams getting to choose where that money goes. This is part of a larger initiative that over the past 3 years, $30 million has been raised for charity through Gamers Without Borders. This isn't just Dota 2. They have all kinds of different games going on. I know the game that happened before Dota was Fortnite, but now we're into Dota 2, where they have $2 million that gets to go to charity. So the Saudi Arabian region, who D-Boosters took down 0-1 Esports 2-0 earlier today, they have $250,000 to go to a charity of their choice, with that region overall having $500,000. And then Europe and Asia combined have a $1.5 million prize pool going to charity. So today, Liquid and Tundra are fighting for the right to donate that $350,000. In Asia earlier, RNG beat Boom 2-0 to take that top spot. And this charity is amazing. This humanitarian relief organization is doing wonderful things around the world. But in addition to this, these teams are also competing for a chance to go to a $4 million LAN in Riyadh in July, the largest third-party prize pool that we have ever had in Dota 2.
That's going to be pretty incredible. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So before we were talking about charities a little bit, we were saying 2-1. We think Purge really thinks we're going to get a 3-game series, which would only be the second one in this entire bracket. And my question here is, Liquid has played a lot more games. They revealed a lot of their weirder strategies, Void, counter the Bad Rider, a love of Razor IO. Tundra haven't played nearly as many games. I know there's a lot of tape from the DPC, but is Tundra coming in with an edge because Liquid has played a few more series than them?
Potentially. I think you touched on a point there that Liquid have been trying a lot of kind of nifty, weird things throughout this tournament, right? I think, was it Purge that said they're trying to learn how to defeat Storm by picking Storm and figuring out, hey, Tundra are using this against us, so we'll try and use that later on against them. I kind of feel like this Wraith King Chaos Knight tanky strength position 1 for Skitter that Tundra have been using a lot is something that can be exploited, and I know that Liquid tried in their first series with the Timbersaw to try and deal with that, but it didn't all go to plan. I would like to see them try that again, because I think that is one of the elements they need to try and upturn this Chaos Knight, Wraith King, whatever it may be, that Skitter loves to brawl and fight in the first 15-20 minutes.
Yeah, I think it's a common trend actually that a lot of teams are picking 3 very tanky heroes for their cores. Actually, maybe it's just the nature of Grimstroke being popular that those heroes look good, so they get grabbed anyways. But if all 3 of your heroes are very tanky, it undermines a lot of burst heroes in the game and makes it a little bit easier once you get a gold advantage to just roll down your opponents.
Because we see like DK, Kunkka, Chaos Knight, Tiny has been there for months. Doom, yeah, there's lots of them.
If Liquid choose to go for that Timber Star route to really try and counter those tanky cores, do they have to ban that IO? That IO was really effective against Timber.
Yeah, I guess it was. It undermined his laning stage for sure. Later on, Timber can do decently well against IO if he gets a dive. So maybe it's more of a momentum thing that IO helps stabilize the laning stage against Timber. And then later on, if you have enough net worth, it just doesn't matter. So I wouldn't necessarily worry as much about the IO ban as a result of that, but definitely something to consider.
It's going to be one of those hot picks for both teams, though, right? The IO we were talking about yesterday being one that potentially is in that first phase of bans, but then it's letting through the Doom or the Pugner or the Sand King, some of these bigger ticket heroes that everyone loves to play. I think those first bans are going to be important.
Well, and IO is just, it's something that we saw Liquid so successful with yesterday. Tundra have to be scared of it. And the other
they
thing
have to be, or they have to find a solution to it. It's one of the two.
Do you think this is an opportunity to play around with those solutions before the major, or is a $4 million land stakes a little too high?
It's. I think earlier in the tournament, teams are going to be more casual about it. But now that they're like one series away from qualifying to a $4 million prize pool, they got to be like, all right, guys, we really got to qualify. This is just straightforward money. Like by the time that rolls around, minimum they're going to be able to place, I assume, middle of the pack because both of these teams are really solid. So yeah, they're going to be working really hard to win this series no matter what happens. I think obviously there's going to be, by nature of it, some major practice on the line in the games, but ultimately winning is very important here.
Like that competitive spirit kicks in. You're memeing a bit, you're having a bit of fun, then wait a second, guys. I want to win.
We talked about how versatile Mickey was yesterday and what a strength that lends to Liquid's drafting because you can't ban out his entire hero pool. Nine has looked like he has a very similar hero pool with a ton of flexibility. How do you strategize against mid lineups where you can't ban out their heroes, you can't target them, kind of like how Liquid targeted Miracle yesterday?
How do you deal with it? It's you just have to be aware of what their most common picks are, and you have to be ready to adapt to it when they do grab those heroes. I think that's the most important thing you can do. There's obviously some in-game stuff you can also do against Mickey in some of the previous series. They were teams were contesting his runes very often, maybe pressuring him or ganking him before level 6. That can be really effective too, to shut him down a little bit, make his game harder. So there's a couple different things you can do. It just really depends where you want to divert your hero resource. Every second that a hero has is a resource, and if you want to spend it trying to shut down a mid, that's an option, or you can work harder to make sure your carry does better. So there's a lot of different options, and I'm sure the teams have put a lot of thought into it in the last 24 hours.
It feels like that's become more of a general thing as well. Like the 1v1 mid matchup doesn't really exist anymore, and we see rarer and rarer these dominating mid matchups. We used to see the Puck versus TA, for example, or Puck versus Queen of Pain was always the hot topic. Now it seems that when we've got 6 heroes running to mid lane for water runes, it doesn't matter too much. You're going to have these supports helping you out every step of the way.
Yesterday, our series MVP for Liquid was Boxy. And who would you say is most likely to be Tundra's MVP?
3-3s consistently plays excellent. I think 9 is. God, I can't think of one player on their team that hasn't been playing really, really solid. Honestly, the one person that's not going to be is AUI 2000 because he's a coach and they don't get deserved praise. But in terms of in-game, it could really be any of these 5 guys depending on how their performance ends up going today.
I guess it depends on what the metrics are in your head of what's the MVP, because I guess 3-3 is one of those guys that makes those kind of game-winning moments happen, or the flashier plays where he's like, I've outplayed this opponent super hard. But then you think about Snaking and Saxa, and it's more the team effort and the way of the flow of the game, how it goes for them that is kind of, it was Jenkins saying that hidden skill that you don't really notice outright from the supports.
And as far as tempo, these two teams, we talked about this yesterday at the end of the broadcast. I want to bring it back up. I'm sure we've got some people here that maybe didn't catch this little bit of analysis yesterday. Both of these teams have very strong lanes, a lot of high tempo early. Is one of them going to be more prone to mistakes? Does one team have to be a little more careful about their early aggression, or do we think they're very evenly matched?
I would say Liquid is has had some boomer bust games. They've had one or two in this tournament. That's maybe the only indication that I can see of teams having to be more careful. But as a whole, both of these teams are excellent at executing in almost all their games. So it might have just been a crapshoot, a small sample size.
Yeah, I'd agree. I think they are both very similar in terms of how they want to play the lanes and the game. I'm just thinking back to the Nigma series where there were a couple of shaky moments in the two games they won. Laning stage didn't look stellar, but it was that mid game where Liquid really shone. So maybe that's what Tundra can maybe exploit, is that early, first 10 minutes.
And then watch out for the early mid-game timings from Liquid.
Yeah, that's something that they might have to be careful about. But that's more of like they'll see that in the draft for sure.
Like the Undying Nature's Prophet kind of thing. Like, oh god, here they come.
Well, just to remind everyone, the heroes that we were saying were going to be the ones to pay attention to for this series are CK, Grimstroke, Io, and maybe that Storm Spirit. And, CK has already been banned. I'm going to kind of let the analysts take it away now that the draft has started. But those are the heroes that we said should be paid attention to.
Yeah, exactly. CK was the hero that Tundra picked in the first phase every single series they played. They did not feel uncomfortable about the counters. They just felt like in almost every situation it was valuable. Banning the first phase, I think, is the right thing to do because it's going to put them into a different place in their comfort zone. So we're going to see some new drafting from Tundra, and we'll see if Liquid can adapt to it.
Yeah, I mean, this Pugna CK was literally their first two picks in the Enigma Galaxy series that Tundra picked twice in a row. So it's very, very indicative of Liquid saying, no, you're not having this. You're going to have to try something a little bit different. I am curious to see if Liquid go for the IO straight up, or if they want to, pick the Kotl, the Grimstroke, something like that. There's the IO.
So they do still grab it, but with the Razor being banned in the first phase, this is going to make their IO opening feel less good. And also Tundra gets to pick Storm, which is a double whammy, right? They don't get to pair IO with Storm, number one. And Storm is now on the enemy team as well. So maybe a bit spooky for Liquid. They also grab the Grimstroke. Tundra clearly valuing the hero still. It is not exactly the most conventional counter with Storm Spirit, but I'm sure they'll run it out later. And they go for a Prophet. This is weird stuff. This is a cool draft so far.
Yeah, they're taking like little elements of what they've seen and what they've learned in the past couple of days. I mean, Nature's Prophet IO now with so much global potential, it is going to be that kind of 20-minute onwards period that Liquid will look to dominate with the map control, the macro movements, whereas Tundra have that just permanent kill threat. With Inkswell on Storm, you can jump on anyone pre-BKB.
That is...
They banned the Wraith King as well.
Yeah, another good substitution for Chaos Knight. They actually are kind of similar in heroes, if you think about it. They have a crit that they lifesteal from in the laning stage. They do tons of physical damage. They are very tanky, survivable. They have a single target stun. Why not ban it? Of course, it makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it was what Tundra picked instead of the CK. It was against Liquid. Yeah, they banned the CK second phase last time. This time they move it up to first phase and then swap out the Wraith King into second.
I mean, it makes sense. If you can make the Grimstroke feel a lot worse as a hero, if you ban out the top 3 or 4 melee cores, I mean, even like a Medusa doesn't look as appealing now from the Grimstroke unless they play it mid or something where it's less about Inkswell necessarily than before. But if you ban out like those top cores that are melee, it feels like it's going to undermine the value of this Grimstroke pick in the first phase because they're going to be struggling to compensate with other melee heroes.
I am curious what they think about a Tiny, for example, because that's one of them that's left in there. That is something, Skitter could play position 1 that can go with the Grimstroke, because usually I would say Matsuma Man would pick like a Necro later, but what does that mean for the Prophet? It has these like knock-on effects for the draft. We saw him play position 1 Prophet yesterday.
I mean, I know that Tiny was so good in the previous patch, but he just hasn't been touched, with the exception of maybe like a mid pick. There's been a couple bans, but like maybe 2 max, I feel like. So I just, the teams really don't value Tiny right now, apparently. It does still get banned. The second
I Tiny, right?
Yeah,
Tiny is scarier, I think.
It's definitely less good in terms of raw damage output, and especially before like level 15. Or like levels 15 to 20, it's like significantly, like moderately less damage, I would say. Like 40 less damage than it had before, which is going to cost him a lot, but yeah, would have worked.
What are your thoughts on Sven as a Tiny replacement? It's felt like there's been some players that have considered him now a better Tiny.
It's hard to say. I mean, the problem with Sven is that you're very limited to this strength kill window, whereas Tiny was just always ready to party. Once he gets shard, he is always at full damage. He just gets more once he gets his talent. So I would say that like level 20 and onward, Tiny is definitely way better. But before that, you don't have your talent yet, so your tree damage is not quite as high. So I don't know. You could say it's comparable in the sense that you can farm really well, but your hero model size isn't big enough. That's obviously a big negative.
Unless you
like
get
that Doom
Giants
ban.
Ring.
Oh yeah, Giants Ring. Just wait 60 minutes. We'll get there. Doom's a great ban. You know, one of 3-3's heroes. He's shown great pairing with Grimstroke. Liquid
Very good.
taking out 4 strength heroes.
Yes, that is the one of the solutions to Doom for sure. Pick heroes that don't like getting Doom that have high HP. But yeah, if you're dooming 2 heroes in a fight off of a support, that'd be problematic to deal with no matter what, and it would lane well with Grimstroke as well. So we'll see what Tundra does to compensate. I assume they're going to pick their other support right now. This is usually what you do with second pick at this stage of the draft, to not reveal too much, but they will go for their second support, 5-position tree. It'll provide some nice team fight, some good AoE, help offset the IO relocates a little bit, and also help defend towers with the high armor. And in this case, I'd almost be happy to trade the high armor for the high regen that the living armor used to give, because now your tower is just going to be able to survive a bit longer.
Yeah, it's really nice. I think the choices there were going to be those saving supports like Abaddon, the Treant. Was the eye already taken away?
Neither side has touched Visage yet, and they both have shown to play it. Is this something that's going to pop up for that extra nuke?
Well, it definitely works on the Liquid sides, reminiscent of what was it 0-1 Esports did earlier today with the heavy push. I don't think it looks very good on Tundra's side though, because we're talking the Grimstroke, so it's yet another hero that couldn't combo with Inkswell. So I'm a little unsure about it on Tundra, but I could definitely see Liquid pick it.
Yeah, give it to Zai again, and then you've got these heroes that are all buying auras once more. We had Nature's Prophet rush Orchid, then go into like BKB AC. The Visage had Vlad's, and they just stacked a ton of auras.
Yeah, that's
that
pretty
push
cool.
early on.
Are we expecting this Nature's Prophet to be from Matumba again?
For now, yes.
So, yeah.
Like it has that flexibility, but I would say it's like maybe in my head 90% Matumba Man's hero.
Yeah, I would agree with that. They definitely can flex it though, but based on what they did the other day, I think they're just going to pick some. I doubt you really need the IO to cover the Prophet, but if you, depending on how scary the lane is, you could swap it up. And yeah, that's probably the IO pairing right there. The Night Stalker gives them a nice silence to give them some solutions against Storm. He can spot and dive backlines, so spot Treant, it's going to be super easy. Spotting Grimstroke and diving him is going to be great. If he just gets to the backline and starts slapping Grimstroke's going to be like, how is he going to defend himself? He's going to have to use a crappy Inkswell, or he's going to have to drop an ultimate on Night Stalker. And the Night Stalker's also going to be able to help scout out those relocate opportunities. So I think that pick is really good.
I think that's the huge thing, right? Especially during nighttime, being able to spot the heroes to allow Nature's Prophet and IO to TP onto him. He's so good at not necessarily initiating a team fight, but seeing where the team fight should be in the next 5-10 seconds. Rubik, I've not been a fan of recently, but against a Storm, it always feels good to just pick Rubik. Like, I'm gonna have Ball Lightning. I'm gonna be a Storm myself.
Mickey also, didn't he absolutely dominate with a mid Rubik? I think that was one of the games Liquid won.
He did have a good one, yeah. This game, I mean, Ball Lightning is definitely a great steal and can be pretty awesome, but I don't feel the best if you're playing mid Rubik right now, or if you're picking for it to be a mid Rubik and those are the heroes you see. I'm not sold on it necessarily just yet as a hero.
And now some problems for Liquid. Wave clear or illusion clear is kind of lacking, and their 2 supports don't offer too much in the way of consistent, guaranteed disable, Naga Siren going to have a pretty free game so far.
Yeah, I like that pick. We saw it banned many times in the earlier games. A lot of illusion heroes getting banned, but this game it actually just gets snagged, and yeah, that's going to be the issue. It seems to be one of the features or one of the problems with these push lineups that keep happening. It's that they're good at having summons and killing towers, but they are not good at doing AoE damage.
Yeah, and if you can keep delaying this game with, like you mentioned earlier, Treant just holding towers and defending, Storm very good at farming enemy side of the map or in the enemy jungle, Naga obviously cutting waves and creating chaos everywhere. They could drag this game out, and I would favor, Storm, Grim, Naga Siren up against this Liquid lineup. The 4-4, I'm on Tundra side so far.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think the Naga really undermines things. I love the Leshrac ban. It would have been great against Naga, and it's a great combo with the Wisp. And then finally, last offlane pick or bans is going to be the Beast, which would have comboed great with Grim, and actually is a pretty solid dual lane. We saw it earlier in the last series. The Sand King would have been good too, provided some nice AoE to clear up pushes.
Is it a Brood game? is this where 3-3 brings the Brood back? Similar story to the Naga, right? They don't have anything to handle a Brood Mother.
Yeah, I guess not. Really not good solutions there.
It does mean you're lacking in team fight, though.
Yeah. Would a Brood soak up too much farm on the map? Because isn't that kind of Naga's job?
Yeah, they could limit. They could struggle with that. And Storm also wants net worth on the map. I mean, Grimstroke and Tree usually take very, very little in a lot of cases as supports, so it would be fine, maybe. But yeah, it could be an issue.
What about Liquid Brood? I'm really advocating for a Brood Mother. Insania yesterday said they pick cheap heroes. So
I think he said immoral. He framed it a little different. He was like they're literally doing the wrong thing. It's like, oh, we'll just.
He said we're not an honest team, right? That's what he was saying.
Dishonest. That's what he said.
Yeah, we're a dishonest team.
I can't think of a more dishonest hero than Brood. Just saying.
Huskar is more dishonest for sure.
If they do that, though, they're going to have to do, like, mid-profit. So that would be a bit of a weird pivot. I'm still not sold on Rubik support. I don't think... Like, Stroke of Fate would be good, but okay, they're going to go for a Death Prophet instead. So slightly similar in terms of the damage output of Leshrac, and definitely forgotten a bit since her last pick. But I think as a core, she's still really solid. She's just not going to be able to cheese towers as well. So I assume this is going to be mid-Death Prophet. She gets tanky. She gets IO healed. It's a liquid staple, basically. I don't know what itemization is going to go, but I'm excited to see him play it. Maybe just boring stuff, unfortunately, but if he does, whatever. I'll accept it.
Where do you want to put the two supports? Like, do you want Io with Night Stalker, then Rubik's with Prophet? Nature's Prophet and Death Prophet mid?
Is really smart to put against Grimstroke, right? They Inkswell, they run at you, and you're like, you wait 1 second, you're like, goodbye, you throw them away.
Yeah.
Boom, they blow up. That's kind of a maybe a good way to offset.
Oh, there it is. NASA called it.
Nice,
Okay.
the visage.
A dishonest
Untouched.
pick.
For Tundra.
Brood Mother Light.
It's good. Lots of physical damage. They can go on the supports quite easily. Vision and good stun against Prophet. He's relatively survivable. There is a lot of damage over time from the Liquid side coming out of Death Prophet, so he won't be the most survivable, but I think it's a good pick to round things out for Tundra.
All right. So are we going with the dishonesty of Tundra? Are they going to take this? Or does Liquid know that dishonesty and they got this in the bag?
Dishonesty wins.
All right, so that's a vote for Tundra from Gary B.
I was like, both drafts are a little dishonest.
I think the Naga Visage is like, one up, trump card. This is our dishonesty.
Yeah, God, that is really good. I forgot about the Naga. The Naga looks really good. So I would say I like Tundra's draft better. I think it's going to be difficult to deal with that. But in the same vein, Liquid should be able to up the tempo a lot with their push heroes, plus the Death Prophet, even though it's not as OP against towers. And they've got IO to back that up. So if Liquid can get moderately ahead by mid-game, I could see them winning this game. But if it's even, I feel like Tundra's got it easy with the Naga.
Okay, well, Liquid are relying on their tempo, that tried and true IO, but Tundra, they've probably won the dishonesty game with Naga and Visage. We've got our casters for our grand finals here, sending it over to B-Cup and Jenkins.
Thank you very much. Coming into this series, obviously Tundra took the 2-0 last time, and maybe it was their dishonesty at play that allowed them to do so. Jenkins, I got to ask, we got a quick pause here. Honesty or dishonesty?
Yes.
That's like a cop-out answer, but I'll take it. I'm here taking all the answers. 200 points Gryffindor. That's fine. You got it.
I'm on Hufflepuff.
Even better. I mean, that's the best team. Of course. Hufflepuff is the only team that you should be rooting for at all times. We can't all be main character Gryffindors, right?
I feel like we'd be on Hufflepuff together, dude. If I'm being honest, I feel like we'd both be Hufflepuff. Nothing wrong with that.
No, we're definitely off to the side on Hufflepuff. Maybe we show up in like the 5th movie for 2 seconds. Hey, Harry. That's it. That's the only line. That's all we get.
Yeah.
And out into obscurity once again.
At least we're not one of those villains that got replaced that nobody even noticed it was a different actor. Like one of the a couple of the Slytherins got replaced. Nobody even cared.
That's even worse than being a side character or a non-main character.
Forgettable villain.
I think that happened with a couple of characters in Gryffindor as well. You're on the main character team and you still get replaced.
Yeah, it happens.
It does.
Who's the main character of this game? Well, I guess Tundra, this self-proclaimed Slytherin.
They talk in tongues. They've got this now. Snake talk. I forget what it's called, but for another time.
They do have a snake on their team. The Naga Siren.
Is that a snake?
Are eels snakes?
Is that an eel? Is that what Naga is supposed to be?
I don't know. Anyway, I don't think the Naga Nature's Prophet matchup is actually that bad.
Yeah.
I've seen, like, I think I had this in a public yesterday. I was playing with a Nature's Carry against Naga, and I think if you have an item advantage, or if you have, decent farm on a Nature's, which you can get a lot of farm on that hero because of the ability to literally globally teleport and also farm camps that nobody else can farm. You can deal with the illusions with like a Gleipnir, and you do enough damage to actually catch her out and kill her. But if Skeeter gets ahead, then it looks really bad. It's all about the items. Yeah.
It's going to be tough to get ahead of them, right? Like Tundra plays this fast and loose kind of style. They've played very run at you and aggressive Dota.
Yeah, but Liquid has, Death Prophet, Nature's Prophet. I feel like that's some insanely fast tower push / pressure. So I do think that they actually have a draft that can get a lead. I mean, so long as they don't lose all of the lanes. Like the Nightstalker lane against Naga is really bad too. I remember there was a while there that people were picking Naga against Nightstalker and basically soloing the Naga in the lane as like a 1v2. And Nightstalker is so bad against that hero that you can genuinely 1v2 against most position 4s. However, with that being said, Zai's got a Wisp. I think we've talked about this a few times throughout this tournament, but if you have a Wisp in your lane, you always farm. So, but it's not like Naga ever really destroyed a Nightstalker. It was more so that you could 1v2 and just get solo XP on a hero that's not supposed to get solo XP. Like a Naga's not supposed to be, a hero that could just sit in a lane and be level 6 at 5 minutes, but against a Nightstalker, you can. So we'll see how this goes with the IO.
A lot of global presence for Liquid having the IO and the Nature's Prophet, and usually you'll see like an IO kind of paired up with somebody to be global with, and it's normally the carry, but since obviously you've got the carry of the Nature's Prophet, you don't really need help in being global when you've got that teleportation. Is it really just, does that change the way you play the IO a little bit? Are you still just looking to play aggressively like you would a carry and be relocating into fights all the time, or is it more you're trying to maybe conserve it a little bit and use it more for saves?
Probably more for saves, honestly, because like the way you would play with an IO is you would take the basically garbage farm on the map that like somebody else doesn't want to take. You'd just be really far away from your team and then relocate to your team. But that's what Nature's Prophet does as well. It's like the safe lane is abandoned by everybody else and Nature's Prophet takes the safe lane and then TPs to the team. So you can't really have 2 heroes doing that because there are only 3 lanes in Dota. If there are 4 lanes, then maybe sure. So I do think that Boxy will probably just be sitting with Zai all game and going for kills, or maybe even tethering Nikke. Like, Death Prophet's not a bad tether target either. Very fast hero, and a hero who really enjoys the spell lifesteal and the healing and the spell amp.
running at people and having that extra move speed with the Spirit Siphon, certainly not a bad thing, that's for sure. Yeah, they changed the Spirit Siphon fear on the Shard, but like I could definitely see that being a big issue if you're tethered up, Spirit Siphoning, and all of a sudden you're getting feared for a second and a half running away.
Yep. Although they did, what I am curious about is with the Death Prophet, they nerfed it to do 50% building damage, but I know that it was doing 50% damage to creeps instead of 50% damage to buildings. It was still doing the huge damage to buildings, so I'm curious if that actually got fixed, because I didn't see any patch notes on that, but with a lot of these hotfixes, you don't actually see what patch got fixed in. It just ends up being fixed, and you don't know exactly when it happened.
Yeah, I didn't see any NA players tweet about it. I feel like I get a lot of my bug abuse news from NA pro players.
That's where I saw it. I saw Sammy Boy tweet about it, actually.
I didn't see him tweet about the fix yet, so I have no idea.
Oh, the fix. I see, yeah.
Well, no, I'm just saying I was waiting for the news from maybe him or somebody else.
Yeah, they are great news outlets these days. We only have 2 slots for majors, so they're very bored and spending their time reporting bugs.
They're taking some damage here, and by some, it's really quite a bit. They are trying to chase, and he's not going to be able to survive. He got hit with the telekinesis, and that was just enough to make sure that they were able to take out the Visage all by himself without that Treant Protector. So Sock's a little bit far behind this Visage to even get the save, and all of a sudden Liquid have a 1k advantage with just that First Blood.
I've seen a lot of Rubiks go for telekinesis level 1, so it doesn't surprise me that Insania levels it up in this lane, especially because you can lift behind the Treants and then Treant block, which netted them that kill. So making good use of those buffs to the Rubik telekinesis at level 1.
Yeah, for the longest time that spell was just a skip level 1.
Yeah, it was terrible. Like people would even go 0 to 1.
It was really bad.
Radiant's courier.
All right. Okay, so Insania goes and picks up the 4-minute rune. I know that's a question that the panel had, and definitely a question that I had as well, is like, how much does Liquid focus on making Mickey's lane good? And it looks like they're going to be focused on it, because a lot of the time supports will go for the 6-minute rune, but not the 4-minute rune, because it's just a water rune. That's always like a question point where it's like, do they do it? Do they not do it? It depends on the matchup, but they decide it's worth it in this case. So I imagine at 6 minutes, it's going to be a free-for-all mid.
Long live the days of a 3v3 mid very early on into the game. You used to see that a lot, where it was just like 2 minutes in and all of a sudden everybody's having a party.
Yeah, now it's more at that 6-minute mark with the runes only spawning at that point, which I think is better. It's easier to play around, because you know that like almost always. Actually, never mind, just kidding. They're going to go at 5 minutes because Mickey has his ult. This is a really nice rotation.
Looks like Exorcism's still doing a lot of damage to the tower.
That looks like full damage. That
looks like a lot of damage. Telekinesis ain't swell, and well, they get the stun on the Mickey. They're trying to get the kill, but they end up losing 9. And
wow,
back on the tower.
And the catapult's still alive, too.
Oh, boy.
This is a huge rotation.
Yeah, that... Maybe I'm deceived by the catapult also being there. I don't know. I can't tell. Like a lot of damage.
The living armor doesn't help with the calculations either. That's not if I could see the damage numbers, if I was in the game.
Let's see it again. I still can't tell the numbers. It looks like a lot, but it's more about the kills.
It looks like a lot, but he is closer to the tower too. If you stand close to the tower with Exo, it does literally triple the amount of damage. So that also doesn't help with the running those calculations there.
Also doesn't help that we're both NA.
We are both NA and also both Hufflepuff, so we're good here.
So wait, we're also stupid and side characters? Come on.
Yeah, I think
gotta have something going for us. Insania getting run down a little bit, and maybe gonna die to the Soul Assumption. And by maybe, I mean definitely. It's only a level 1 Soul Assumption, but more than enough damage to get that kill onto the Rubik.
Yeah, that ability is nuts at level 1. 250 damage nuke on a 4-second cooldown. The only problem is the mana cost. If they reduce the mana cost on that ability like at all, Visage would be completely busted. I mean, he might already be completely busted because these teams really seem to like Visage.
He still
level
feels
6
strong.
already. Yeah, he feels good. I think the Vlad's change really helps him. Like any hero that likes to get a Vlad's has got to be good right now.
And I think a lot of teams definitely have the possibility of playing it. I know they didn't play it in the regional finals, but Faith Beyond's a big Visage player as well, if given the opportunity. All of a sudden, the familiars come out. Matoma Man in some trouble. Telekinesis throws a familiar right on top of 3-3, but now they've got the tether. The Inkswell trying to land onto these heroes. Don't get close enough, and 33 and Soxa need to leave.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Boxy's going for spirits. Usually you see IOs maxing the tether and overcharge and just buffing the hell out of somebody, but you know, I think the spirits make sense in this game because Rubik as their other support, so they don't really have that much damage between them. Nature's Prophet, like Death Prophet's really the only damage dealer for the early game, so I like a couple of points in the spirits. I think this makes sense.
Soxa again in some trouble and run down even though he got to the high ground. Liquid are kind of quietly taking a 2K lead. Yeah, they've only got 3 kills, but they are doing quite a bit in terms of the farm. That being said, 9 shows up top. Skeeter gets a kill onto Zai, and this is starting to become a bit of an open lane for the Naga Siren because of the fact that Liquid have spent a lot of time over bottom and towards that mid lane.
Yeah, you can see the level discrepancy between the heroes up here. Night Stalker level 5, Naga Siren level 7, almost level 8. This is precisely why people pick the hero against the Night Stalker. It's like, until he gets a rotation, he's not getting any kills, but you can deny basically every single creep, and Night Stalker, even with help, is not really going to zone you out of lane. You just put the illusions on him, and he feels really bad and has to run away from you. He's got nothing to clear them. It's a sad matchup, and it's not like Beastmaster where you can skill Axis to deal with the illusion type hero. There's no equivalent of that on Night Stalker. Zai's maxed the nuke, but it only does so much. Well, you know, it's on 1 unit.
So Matoma Man, he's coming up towards the top lane to try and take care of this tower. And when you're playing up against Treant, you really need to commit. Cannot let these towers live on a minuscule amount of health, otherwise slowly but surely they'll start to get that health back and all of this work will be for naught. That being said, Liquid, uncontested, they'll take the tower.
It's definitely less true now though with how the living armor works, how it's got like double uptime, like you know, have 2 of them up at once. But the healing is reduced, so I like that it's not as insane as it was before, because before it felt like he presses fortification and then by the time you attack the tower again, it's just full HP. That's how it felt before. Now it's like it's a little more balanced. Like you see the mid tower went down even though there was a defense of the mid tower.
So they've taken out the mid tier 1 and the top tier 1. And Skeeter's got quite a bit up to this point, but I guess the question now becomes, can he continue that as the jungle's kind of opened up for the side of Liquid to invade? We haven't really talked about 9 either. I feel like he's been a little bit quiet this game. He did die over mid. He had that 1 assist over top. He's gotten 3 null talismans going into the Witchblade, and he's got a double damage ready to go in the bottle. So if you can find anybody, it's going to be worth his while to get that kill, but you see where he's standing in the net worth, and it's just about equal. He's just getting ahead of his own Visage.
You know, I love this Witchblade build. I feel like it's really strong. It makes a lot of sense with how people play Storm Spirit currently. People don't really like going for the Orchid because it's not an int item anymore. It's pretty expensive. And you get so much value out of null talismans. Like, it feels like you just get these, you can like infinitely zip on people. So why not go for an item that's going to help you like full to 0 somebody that also scales, that you can build into whatever that brooch item is called eventually in the late game that's incredibly strong on Storm Spirit.
The Revenant's Brooch.
Revenant's Brooch. Yes, Brooch. No, Brooch.
Go for the Rubik, and they've lost 33, but Insania falls. There was a kill there on 33 while that fight was happening and cleaning up these familiars. So that's 100 gold. That's 100 more. 200 gold certainly worth it there for Zai, who picks up a lot of net worth on that.
Is it getting a Midas?
Is it actually Brooch?
Yeah, it's Brooch.
That's not the spelling. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. I thought that was just the spelling of brooch.
I thought Brooch had an A. I mean, believe me, this is why we're Hufflepuff, dog.
Anybody want to give us that confirmation?
No, please don't. Please forget all about it.
Oh gosh.
You know, Storm with the Witchblade also. I hate to keep harping on about the one item, but it's just a new thing I find so cool. It makes him so tanky too. Like, it makes it really hard to burst him in your disables, and then if you don't burst the Storm, what does he do? He just zips away from you. It's like it gives him just that much effective HP that lets him get away in other situations where you just burst him full to 0. I also really like the BKB Rush build. That's another really good one. Like, the new Storm builds that people are doing are making him really strong.
When Tumberman TP'd in behind this, they're going to try and at least take him out, as they've got the silence out of 9, so he wasn't able to ball lightning as consistently. They get the kill on a Snake King. They'll take out Tumberman, the overgrowth thrown out by Saksa. And with the damage coming through, they'll take out Boxy. Look over at Zai, and that's 3 kills for the side of Tundra. Liquid were trying to take advantage of the positioning of Tundra, but unfortunately they get caught out. Mickey might be next. We've got the familiars moving in, maybe looking to slam it down. They'll ring the bell once, ring the bell twice of these familiars. They've got a Vortex, but now surviving a little bit longer with the Yules. Just not long enough, and the inevitable kill comes, and 33 gets credit for it.
Yep, that's right as 9 picks up his Witchblade, so they know they have enough damage. Also, Saksa is maxing out the Leech Seed, so that's doing a massive amount of damage as well. All they have to do is kite, which is very easy to do with the drums that they have on 33. He also Stone Form. I see. That's not the Aghanim Shard. He can't get that until 15 minutes. He's got some cosmetic that makes that look really cool, the Stone Form on his familiars. Anyway, 9 smoked up mid. As we go back to the replay, 9 was very patient with this, just sitting there, hiding in the trees, baiting Snake King. I don't know if he was showing on some ward. I don't think he was.
I believe so. It's right to the right of them.
Oh yeah, it was.
Out. Actually,
I don't know if they thought 9 like TP'd away or something.
Getting even more kills as this is going on. They'll get back into it. Zion Boxy will fall to Skeeter. All lightning away by 9, so he'll get out safe. They've got the silence. There's the Yules. That'll keep Skeeter here, and it looks like the Naga Siren will end up dead. Didn't have the mana to get the Song of the Siren off. So they get 3 kills. They force a buyback from the IO, and now all they lose at the moment is the Naga Siren, but that's a costly one.
Yeah, 3 for 1 and a buyback, so I guess Tundra's probably decently okay with that. You've also forced out the Death Prophet ulti, which means there's no threat of Roche or any of these tier 2s falling down. It did just hit Natural Night, though. Oh, back to the replay. Hopefully nothing happens during this time.
Good telekinesis, slammed it down onto 3, but still wasn't able to keep alive Zion. I believe Boxy's going to fall here and buy back immediately. They got the Soulbind out, and then they get the kill onto 2. And yeah, trying to TP out there is Skeeter, but he's not going to be able to do so. Duels from Mickey. Make sure that they can at least get the kill on the Naga Siren. And while that was happening, Zai ends up dead to 9. He's 4-1-5.
Yeah, they smoked on him and then pressed Ink Swell, which seems to pair with basically every strong meta hero currently.
Anybody who's got a movement spell, it works with.
Yeah. I also think it works really well. Like, there's a lot of heroes in Dota that can take somebody from full HP to like almost dead, but not quite enough. Like Sand King's one of those we've talked about. Storm is definitely one of those tiny. Chaos Knight. Although Chaos Knight can just full to 0 somebody. Who am I kidding?
Ooh, Insania. Yeah. He got a little bit baited by Saksa there. Seen the Nature's Grasp and maybe looking to make something happen, but...
He wanted a spell. That's what he wanted. He was bored. Yeah. He's like, come on, give me a spell.
Be something juicy. Use Overgrowth by accident.
Oh, yeah. Maybe he probably wanted the Living Armor.
What level is it? It's level 3 now, so...
9 bonus armor, 25 seconds. Pretty wild.
Has those arcane boots now, going into the Blink Dagger, then the BKB. He got
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's got the Midas on the Night Stalker. Take a look at the Rubik real quick. He's only got arcane boots, so see what he goes for. If it's going to be a blink dagger. I clicked on the
like a recovery Midas from Zai almost. Like he knows he needs items to have an impact in this game, like a lot of items.
Ooh. He kind of wanted to go there. We've got drums on Visage. Could eventually make that into boots of bearing if he wants to. He did pick up face boots, so it's not exactly gonna build right in, right? Because you need the tranquils as well.
I like the phase boots. There's so much so much physical damage coming out from Liquid. Like Nature's Death Prophet and Night Stalker are like all physical. So if you can just survive that, I think he already is tanky enough to survive magical damage that they're doing. If he can survive like the exo damage and the Night Stalker right clicks.
Would it be worth also picking up the tranquils to get the boots of bearing?
Yeah, for sure.
Fate's stolen. Zai will get a kill on a Snake King, and Tundra not looking to take that fight at all. They immediately bail from that one, and again, he's got the Naga Siren just continuing to farm up.
Wait, did
going to
Skeeter
Roche?
TP bot? No, he didn't. He walked bot, so he could go and try to song Roche, but it doesn't look like he's particularly interested in that.
Definitely too late.
He's coming. It's a little too late, though.
Yeah. All right. So, oh! I swore for a second. I mean, the timing had to be perfect. 9 went for it. I respect it.
He did. They're winning. That seems like the sort of play that you want to make when you're behind. That makes me think that they feel like they're more behind than they are, even though it's 12-8.
That's a down 10k, up 10k kind of move.
Yeah, that's a bit of a throw. I mean, he was 4-1-5 at that point, and about to get his BKB.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, Night Stalker just dumpster Storm until Storm gets the BKB. You can see exactly why. It's like you just press silence and it's instant cast now, that Crippling Fear. It used to be like a 0.2 second cast time or something like that, but now you press it and it's just silenced. So it's like not even a high skill thing to catch a Storm out. It's like you see him, you press it.
And once he gets that BKB, he'll have a lot more survivability. Meanwhile, the Naga Siren almost has the Ag, so the upgraded Ensnare. That'll be nice to have. They have found themselves Saksa.
Dire's top tower.
And with the Crypt Storm, they'll take the life of the tree. They still have this tier 1 mid standing.
Yeah, they do.
They do. Pretty impressive.
Tundra does not exactly have an excellent way of pushing. Like Visage is their offlane Visage is their best push hero, and I mean, let's be real. Like the birds don't push towers that fast. They really don't. They like maybe with like the old Drow or the Luna maybe, but yeah, it's no Leshrac or something like that. You know, no Death Prophet.
Right. So, what's currently the go-to move at the moment? Like, what are you trying to accomplish for both teams?
Liquid is waiting for 3 BKBs. They just finished their BKB on Zai. Their next one is on Mickey, who almost has it, and then they almost have theirs on Matumba Man. So it would make absolutely 0 sense to go fight right now. They're gonna wait for that. I think on the other side, it's probably similar thoughts. 9 almost has his BKB. Naga just picked up his Ags. They know they're playing into an Aegis, so there's potential that maybe they just want to try to wait out the Aegis and then fight, because also you're going to be avoiding the 3 BKB timing that's about to happen as well.
Snaking in an interesting spot to break this smoke, and he also gives up a level 4 Stroke of Fate. Never really a spell. There's a lot of spells you really don't want to give up to the Rubik. That one's going to start hurting.
Yeah, and we know how Insania likes to play with this Rubik position 5. He gets to farm and push waves now, which he's going to be happy about. It's also more nukes to steal kills with, which is great. He likes to do that.
Peter's got the Ags. He's going for the Scotty next. He's got a lot of gold. He is sitting top of the net worth, level 15 as well, compared to Matoma Man. He is a little bit back in levels. He's about a full level behind and 2k behind there too, so it'll be interesting to see how they fight this. They didn't get the Song of the Siren in that big fight that happened near the Radiant Triangle about like 7 minutes ago. Yeah, but if you can maintain the mana and potentially get that off, maybe they can look for something a bit more when these exchanges happen. Ball lightning in, go for Mickey. They've got the Vortex. They'll go to the Ensnare. The damage output. Mickey's just dead immediately. Whoa. They blew him up. Matoma Man, BKB, and still the Ensnare. Maybe not recognizing that the Naga Sirens here and there are ready to fight. But he tries to run. They've got the Vortex. The root is there. The Inkswell lands. They'll take the Aegis out of the hands of Matoma Man. They'll finish off Boxy. He doesn't have buyback. He's actually dead for 70 seconds. They'll go to the Overgrowth from Saksa, just tanking the tower. They've got so much damage that they'll be able to finish off Matoma Man again. The BKB being popped by Zai. He's the last one to survive for now because they've just landed a root on him. They got the kill on Insania, and it's looking like it's going to be a full team wipe and will be for Tundra. Oh my. They brought it, and they brought it hard.
That is one of the strongest item timings that I think I've ever seen. This Naga Ensnare Aghanim Scepter versus a 3 BKB timing just dismantled them. The BKBs in that fight did absolutely nothing. It actually almost kind of baited Liquid into fighting. The Overgrowth as well, working through the BKB. Like, you could see that Zai walked in. He's like, oh, I got my BKB. It's not nighttime. He doesn't have his ulti, so he's this useless Night Stalker being baited to walk in because his team is dying, and they have this really strong 3 BKB timing that they think they should be winning the game on. But Tundra, man, no, they've got the counter.
If they die again on Matoma Man, he needs to be careful about his positioning. They'll go to the Silence. They'll look to get the kill on the Naga Siren with the BKB being popped by Mickey, but again, you've got this Axe. They go to the nighttime. They'll try to go in. Zai, Mickey, they've got the Naga surrounded, but surviving with the Inkswell, and now the Song of the Siren. Sing me the song that puts me to sleep. I'll try to TP out and will. Whoa. They lose 3-3, but on the edge multiple times.
Yeah, that was
boy.
Very close. I mean, I think even if Skeeter dies there, it's still... I mean, that whole engagement that happened beforehand was such a disaster for Liquid that I think they need 2 fights to go, you know, where they kill Skeeter like that twice in a row in order to have it look actually good for them. They don't even get Skeeter. He just TPs out, barely survives. I don't know if he didn't get wholly locketed. It was straight up just barely surviving. Insania, he stole the zip and he almost nuked him to get the kill, but he zipped a little too short.
Oh, they're giving up on going for Saksa.
Oh yeah, the Inkswell saved them.
Thinking about the Overgrowth, the rest of the team is far behind. Not going to get much help there.
This is the start of the. I mean, I don't want to say the end, but the disaster situation for Liquid was the long zip into picking off Mickey before he can get any of his spells off. You know, maybe even if he BKBs, he still dies to just the Naga Siren Aghanim Scepter. But once Mickey is gone and there's no buyback on him, it's just free reign for Tundra. None of the other heroes can clear these Naga illusions, and even Mickey's not that great at clearing them.
And here's the fight again. They'll try to go for the Naga Siren. 9 is in. Mickey taking a lot of damage, and
Inkswell heals so much.
Yeah, he pops, stuns 2, heals him up, goes to the Song, and then almost dies still.
Insania actually did get the zip into
9 with the BKB. Mickey, he now pops his own BKB. They already got the kill on the Snake, and they'll take out the Grimstroke. Doesn't have buyback. And Song again to try and maybe save 3-3. Although Skeeter not really looking to fight, and well, Skeeter kind of backed up enough where Matoma Man was able to get in there and just right-click down this Visage.
Well, Skeeter's the big boy in this game. I think if you're not losing him, it's that's all that really matters. I do think there's a little bit of pressure on 9 that Naga Siren's not the type of hero that likes to 1v5.
Right.
It always feels like you need some other core doing decently. They're going on 9. He has no BKB.
Yeah, they want to make a move. They want to continue to take advantage of this. He survives a little bit longer than necessary, which ends up allowing them to get the kill on his eye. Box is taking a lot of damage. The Soulbind is out. Skeeter trying to get this kill, but he'll be Euros into the air thanks to this Death Prophet. And now, Inkswell, that'll pop. It'll heal him up for a second, but it just won't be enough with him being under the Exorcism. So Mickey gets the kill. They both don't have buyback, and that's a big issue because they could take the tier 2 if they're able to push up the creeps. And maybe make Tundra feel a bit uncomfortable. Roche is up in a minute, so the timings are going to be pretty important here. And they can't even push the tier 2. It's just the Stroke of Fate clears up all these creeps, and Exorcism just doesn't have enough time.
Yeah, Liquid, they back off. They understand that. They're just going to farm up. Matumba Man's actually getting to the point. He's doing some decent damage, and with the Aghanim Shard, you can see how Naga struggles to get out of the Sprout, and presumably that's actually a big reason why 33 went for the Phase Boots. Phase Boots Quelling Blade is really the only way to deal with that because, or Force Staff, because you're leashed. So, well, presumably he's going to go for the leash talent. Probably the leash talent. He's against Storm. So you need some sort of phased movement, and then also a Quelling Blade or a Force Staff. Like those are the counters. So somebody's got to get a Force Staff in this game on Tundra. Or they'll regret it, I think.
Yeah, that leash talent feels so strong for the Nature's Prophet at 20, and yeah, he's about to have it.
Especially with how the Aghanim Shard works, because you can't just cut your way out of it. You get blocked by a big tree, and it's like you're not killing that thing.
So Roche is up. They see it with the Treants, and we'll see if both teams set up for this, and if so, how. You can see that Skidoo's kind of just taking the entire farm priority. I know the panel at one point was talking about maybe 3-3 going into the Broodmother, but they would have been conflicting for farm just so much, at least based on how this game has gone.
Yeah, I agree. They would. They play similarly, like just consuming entire areas of the map with summons.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the panel alluded to too, right? Like it just would have been maybe a little bit too much and a little bit too conflicting. So nailed it right on the head there.
Smoke on smoke.
And Senius breaks, telekinesis slamming him down, but that doesn't land on anybody. I don't know if it's even going to matter though. They get the kill onto the Grimstroke. Snake King gone, but does have buyback. Use the Exorcism, might want to bail on this until that timing's over. But see if they can get Roche beforehand. Roche doing a good job of bashing it out and just waiting for the right opportunity. Matumba Man goes in there. Nature's Grasp is down. Stroke of Fate. Roche getting low. They need to think about making a move. They'll blink in with Zai. The ball lightning in, but it's a little bit early. They've got the silence, and they're going for the Aegis. They get the kill and the Aegis. Nine's going to pick up the second life. They've got the Soulbind. They'll try to get the kills here to clean up now. Telekinesis up into the air as well as the silence. They'll get the Aegis out of the hands of 9. Now they've got the Ensnare, but the damage isn't coming out yet. There's the Song of the Siren. Sing them to sleep. Maybe they re-engage. Maybe they don't. They're thinking about it. They'll spin around. They're clicking their buttons looking for the APM. As now they start to run. Inkswell, Ensnare, that's going to be thrown out onto 3-3. Now they've stolen the Ensnare once again. Tundra kind of sticking close, like they want to make a move, but there's a little bit of uncertainty in their movements.
Yeah, they're afraid if they commit into this DP ulti that they're just going to completely melt to it. I thought Snake King made a mistake at first when he walks in and dies there, thinking like, oh, why would this squishy backliner support hero then get multiple rounds of spells off? Why would he run in first? It's because he has buyback. So he uses his buyback, he comes into the fight, gets multiple rounds of spells off. The Inkswell saved numerous times here. And yeah, they just kind of song and walk away. You're right, I think they were just not sure if they just want to take a better fight. If they can start a fight with a pickoff using the Storm, then why not have that be the fight rather than this awkward thing in Roche when you've already stolen the Aegis? So, like, what the hell? Why are you fighting that? For fun? Like, why not just wait until you get a better opportunity? You've already gotten the Aegis. That's the objective there. So I can understand why they left.
Yeah, come back with cooldowns. Come back ready to go. They were very uncertain about what they wanted to do, and you could see, like, do we go or If I go in, I might die. If I go in, I might die.
Yeah, somebody made a call there. They're like, all right, let's just get out. This is not good, guys. Otherwise, they would all be dead.
So, for the longest time, Skeeter was actually leading the experience over Matuma Man, but Matuma Man's taken about a 1-level lead. Now they've found 33 again. And it's so easy for these heroes, especially when there's no BKB available or any sense of immunity, where they just get the silence from Zion. They're able to walk right over them, especially if they're alone. And he's trying to build in the BKB, but he just hasn't gotten there yet. Zion far, and Snare gets bounced back thanks to the Lotus Orb, and he has now gotten 2 kills. He went from bottom to the jungle on the dire side. They've also got Matuma Man coming in, and the relocate. They were really trying to punish Tundra.
Tundra's so lucky they got spider legs. That is like the counter to this Nature's Prophet leash talent. It's very unfortunate. You can absolutely bet that Liquid is like, oh, come on, are you serious? Like they got that. It's such an impact. It might be it's one of the most impactful neutral items to get against Nature's Prophet. Like I can't think of another hero combination where you really want a neutral item that will like be a game changer. Maybe like Fairy's Trinket on Storm. You know, but back when you could like pop Lincolns with the with the whip and stuff like that, maybe that was something like. But yeah, the spider legs are just so impactful in this game. Like you don't usually see it on Storm Spear, but he knows it's for the leash talent.
Yeah, he's got to survive. He's got to try and survive here as Tundra now actually don't have a net worth lead. Despite the fact they took that second Roche and got that Aegis. I believe they got the Shard too. And it either went on Storm or the Treant, but kind of lost track on that one.
Yeah. I tried to click in the fight and see who picked up the Shard, but it was way too hectic. There's like too much stuff going on. And they do have a 4-staff on Soxa, by the way, which counters the leash talent. And the thing is, like, if you're countering a position 1 with an item, it's much more impactful than countering a position 3 Nature's Prophet with that same item, because they're relying on Matuma Man to carry the game. So if they're making his job harder to do that, then it's way more impactful than a hero that's not really trying to carry the game.
So Skeeter had gone to the Nullifier, now going into an Orchid and presumably a Bloodthorn. But how do you feel about the Nullifier coming out from Skeeter after this, Scotty?
I like it. I saw in like multiple fights there, Io was just pressing Ghost Scepter and surviving, and when Io surviving at low HP is very devastating. Just gets multiple rounds of Holy Lock-in mechanism off and maybe even overcharge. So I think the Nullifier is definitely necessary. Pierces through BKB as well.
Right in onto the Death Prophet and will start to back away, but Nine needs to be careful because Matuma Man's coming through. There's those spider legs doing the work that they need.
I think 9 is going to hold on to these spider legs until the game ends, win or lose. There's just no way that you give these up. They're more value than any other neutral item you can get.
Maybe he'll hold like a secondary one if they end up killing the Nature's Prophet, but even then, yeah, like you said,
yeah, maybe
it's the main one.
Because it does go through BKB, by the way, for anybody that doesn't know that. For whatever reason, that talent, it just... BKB piercing, which I suppose makes sense because Sprout, pierces through BKB. A lot of roots do, or at least did go through BKB. I remember for a while, Puck Coil was piercing BKB. Not the stun component of it, but just the root component. So you could use it to like cancel TPs and stuff, even if the unit was BKB'd. Not like that anymore, but it used to be.
So despite the fact that Tundra has maybe felt a little bit uncomfortable in these last few fights, they're going to still go in. They've gotten themselves the Ball Lightning as well as the Vortex. That's with an Ags here on 9. They have the Soulbind. There's the Yules up into the air with the BKB being used, but now they go to the silence out of the backline. Zai looking for this Grimstroke. Grimstroke already used the Soulbind. They go to the Song. That'll save the Grimstroke. They haven't gotten any kills here, so Tundra, they need to make a decision. Do we stay or do we go? And they are going to choose the latter. They will leave. They went for their opportunity. They didn't get it, and they go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mickey's very tanky. He's built an incredibly tanky build. He's got the Yules to protect himself once he gets leashed up by or once he gets rooted by the Naga. If he doesn't die in the initial burst, which is very difficult to kill him with the boxy Io behind him and the Shiva's guard. I'm not sure how Tundra wants to take the fight. Like, I think they need to... They could try jumping the backlines, but I worry for them that if they jump the backlines, that Mickey and Zai are just going to kill their backlines while that's happening. And then Mickey and Matumba will kill Skeeter afterwards.
Ooh, Saksa.
Did they have vision?
Spirits no longer hitting, using it like sonar.
They do. They have a gem on. They have a gem on Zai, by the way. So, if they could cancel his tree movement, then he would have definitely died there. Yeah, I think Tundra needs to jump backlines. They need to jump backlines in a way where their backlines are not also dying at the exact same time. Which I think is possible, because I think Storm plus Skeeter can probably kill the backlines.
A lot of the focus has been on onto Mickey, where you see like Zai ends up being the biggest issue for them.
Yeah, because Mickey's like the value kill. If you can kill him, there's no damage on Liquid to clear the Naga illusions for the most part. So I think killing him is you just nullify like most of Liquid's damage. And so it's a really easy way to win the fight. But the problem is now it's looking like if Boxy is remotely close, you can burst him, or you can't burst him. So you can like maybe bank on trying to get Mickey plus Boxy at the same time. Like, it's possible, but very difficult. Like, what Io is going to be standing right next to the guy they're trying to save? You called it right at the start. He's playing this Io to save, not to do the map movements. Like, he's standing just out of range and coming in with the tether. It's not about, like, relocating in to get kills. It's about saving people.
And that's not to say they haven't done it. Like, obviously they have.
Yeah, it happens. Usually with chases, rather than, like, oh, this is a gank from an Io. It's like, you're chasing because the fight already started.
Yeah, but he certainly has, you know, sat in the right positions to save his players and save his allies to make sure that they can stay in this one. And they have. This game has been even for a long time. The biggest lead was really not that much, honestly. And we're taking a look at that fight with Roche. And you can see that 3-3 is kind of in an odd spot. And here's, you can see it. You can see by their movements. Do we stay? Do we go? Back, forth, back, forth, back, forth. And
then somebody made a call and they said, all right, just get the hell out, guys. Like, if we don't know, then let's just go. Let's just get out.
Back, just back, just back.
Yeah, yeah. I gotta say, those are the most annoying type of people to get in pubs. The people that always call off plays, but never suggest anything to make of their own. The people that are like, back, 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 get out, get out, get out. It's like, buddy, are we farming for the next game? What's happening here? It's a very North American problem.
Well, these are two very European teams.
Yes, in Europe, it's like, just run at them always. It's like, but I almost have a BKB. No, we go smoke. It's like, all right, okay.
Resuming back in. 4-man smoke from Liquid. They're taking the long wrap, and I honestly think they might even sneak this Roche. Or at least try.
Radiant's bottom barracks are under attack.
But I'm dumb, so I am probably making a very Herald call at the moment. Who with the Visage Familiar is now spotting Roche.
There's pinging action happening. Yeah, they know that.
Oh, they're going to blink in. They'll look for the silence down in the Skitter. They're going to bring in Matumba Man immediately. The song comes out, the ball lightning onto the backlines. That stops Insania as well as this Io. They get the kill into Boxy. He's got buyback. Insania falls as well. Both these heroes do have buyback, and we'll have to see what they're able to do with this, as they'll both buy back immediately. They'll come back into the fight. They'll look over at the Naga Siren, who's now silenced Hex and being chased on, but they've got the ball lightning as well as the Vortex on a 2. Saksa surviving for the moment, throws out the Overgrowth, and he'll end up going down, but it's not before he ends up getting the save on Skitter for a little bit. It's not going to be enough, though. He just gets chased to his death. That happening, though, is while Matumba Man is going down to 3-3. They've lost 3 heroes on Tundra. There are a lot lost on Liquid that we're all forced to buy back. They know that Roche is available, and now the question becomes, can somebody save it? Side of Tundra, or can somebody take it on the side of Liquid?
Man, I mean, that was a very creative and high-skill way of taking the fight for Tundra. So they separated the fight with Song, and they isolated Zai, so that Snake King could teleport out. That's how they went on the backlines while protecting theirs, was with Song. And still the fight does not go well for them. That worries me. That worries me for Tundra, because that to me is like the perfect way of taking that fight. Now, I suppose within Aegis, things are different. Naga's gonna respawn if you do that if you do that another time. And I don't think it goes the same if Naga respawns.
To be fair, also, they did buy back on both their supports to immediately start that fight, right? Like, they got the pickoffs on Insania and Boxy, and then, well, they were right back into it.
That's true, actually. That's true. That's another issue with focusing the backliners first, is that oftentimes these guys have the buybacks. Just the way that this fight was, the way that they took this fight was awesome. Like, Skeeter was just standing on the high ground being a Song, so that Insania and Boxy could get focused by his team. Even catching Mickey with the Song at the end there, but yeah, I mean, I guess they just buy back, and then because of this, Skeeter's actually the one that's out of position, and then they end up getting him after taking down the support. So I suppose it does cost a lot of buybacks, but so does this Roche attempt that happens afterwards from Tundra. They had to buy back 3 heroes in order to get it.
Right.
So neither side really has or both sides have crucial buybacks that are on cooldown now, so there's win opportunities for both teams, depending on who they can pick off in the next fight. Very even game at all stages.
So, now also they're dealing with Aegis Cheese, and who's got the refresher? Storm. Okay.
Dude, people love Storm Refresher. Double Vortex.
Double Ags Vortex.
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. I feel like Storm players are also just the type of people to demand everything for the Aghanim sector. Although I couldn't see Mickey demanding for anything. I feel like his team just respects him enough to give it to him. Or 9. I'm losing my mind.
Yeah, both is true. Probably. Sure. He's also going Refresher Orb as well, so.
Yeah, this is the build people really like on Storm. Witchblade, no boots, as many null tallies as possible, maybe a BKB in there if they have some silences and stuns. Hell, maybe just all null talismans BKB. And then you eat the Ags and get a refresher. That's the dream.
Speaking of eating Ags, Skeeter's going to try and get the Aghanim's Blessing recipe, has the gold for it, and that will open up a slot for his fresh, new, straight out the box mint BKB. Still has the tags on it.
Oh my god, he's got a backpacked Orchid and a BKB. So he's going to get this BKB and just not be able to use the Orchid, even though he's consuming his Ags. This guy's rich, man. These are bougie problems.
This is I have 30k problems, which I've never experienced.
Yeah, that's a lot of dough.
Usually I'm wondering if I can just afford 1 Force Staff or wards.
Please give me my Glimmer Cape so I can save my team instead of myself.
Do I go yours? They're starting to put the pressure on the bottom lane. They do have the second life to work with, and Skeeter's got the additional life for another minute and 45 seconds. So let's see what he's able to accomplish here as the bottom set of racks are exposed and the familiars are doing some damage with the illusions.
Dude, those birds are so tanky. Oh my god, that is not right.
That's ridiculous.
That's not right, bro.
Actually ridiculous.
What is this shit? Why is this so immortal? Oh, that's so stupid. And he's in the Ags form, so he can just sit there and hide. God damn. That AC Vlad's, I guess, is just very strong on Visage. Oh, here we go again.
Oh, they spotted him this time. They got a bird.
He does have resummons, though.
Aim, pull. Take one out.
Yeah, just one, though.
My man gives up on that. He moseys his way over on top and then goes to bottom. So he can clean up real well. And again, a little hesitancy and uncertainty from Tundra. Not really sure what they want to do.
Yep, once again, their best sieger is Visage, so it's, you know, once that one bird goes down, he doesn't want to waste the resummon.
And his wings.
I get it. I get it. Is he going to get the one extra familiar instead of the Gravekeeper's 10 armor? That's what I'm interested in.
Well, we saw how tanky those familiars were.
Yeah, but everybody used to go for the other talent. Okay, so he did go for the +1 familiar. Everybody used to go for the other talent, and then they had to nerf it because it was making the birds literally immortal. It was like a Gravekeeper cloak talent. Just damage reduction. Zai ulted, but he's got the Ascension cooldown, so he's just ulting to take out the wards. Lucky for Tundra, their wards are cleverly placed in the lane where you probably wouldn't expect them to be.
So now they're no longer
not find anything.
working with this Aegis, and Skitter's short the buyback time by about 2 minutes. Alright.
You can probably still fight. It's just about getting the right start, like the right pickoff. It's all about looking at 9 and finding him jumping the right hero. Insania or Boxy would be ideal.
Yeah, they don't have buyback, but everybody else on the side of Liquid does. So the 3 cores are the ones who do. So they're going to have to kind of defend against that and let their buybacks kind of come off cooldown, which is a minute 20 for the Naga Siren, a minute 20 and 350 gold for the Visage, 50 seconds for the Treant, and then Storm and the Grimstroke have it.
Yeah, both sides seem hesitant, and both sides seem to want to wait their buyback cooldowns, which I can understand. They're so close. Honestly, they're so close that probably it doesn't matter. Like, both sides are going to feel like right now they're going to have their buybacks up. So I think we could see a fight pretty damn soon. 33's looking.
He's searching, that's for sure. Got an extra scout. A 3rd familiar.
He's afraid, though, because he knows he's up against a gem. So if he runs into the wrong hero, it's just death for him. And then he can lose his gem.
Silent as the grave to move around. And they've got a Daedalus here on Matoma Man. The game has certainly gotten tense. Like, that bottom push didn't exactly happen, but the bottom set of racks are still exposed. You've got the mid set of racks gone for the longest time. Both these teams are contemplating whether or not they want to make the move.
Yeah, and they both have like they both have like big late game items on all of their cores too. Like Mickey is going for the strength blink. He's got the sheep, Shivas, Night Stalker also. Yeah, he's got the overwhelming blink. Like it's three heroes building carry items versus 3 heroes building carry items. There's not like offlane Mars with like Blink Force or something like that, you know, to like weigh down a team. Like all 3 cores on either side could pop off in the fight and carry the game. And at this point, like you're getting to the point, 50 minutes plus in the game, where all of a sudden who the carry is doesn't matter. Like the carry's true timing is not in the hyper late game. It's between like 25 to like 40 minutes. After that point, you unlock some of these late game talents, these 25 talents, you unlock Aghanim Scepters. So like supports become carries at this point. Like Zai's permanently ulted basically. I mean, that's insane.
Yeah.
40-second cooldown on that.
Ball lining in with the Vortex landing on a 2. They've got the telekinesis from the Rubik to send away the Death Prophet, but it's not far enough away from the Soulbind. They'll relocate one out. Mickey jumps forward, and now there's the Song of the Siren again to potentially leave this. It actually does stun up Mickey, and I'm not sure that they caught that vision. Foxy tethers him on the second end of that relocate, because I don't think it was that far away from the initial jump.
You remember at TI when people were booing the Naga Song of the Siren into Exit? I remember there was one TI where like it was Naga every single game, and they would just song and run away, and people would boo it. That's how I felt during that. I felt like booing there. Like, come on, get in there. But I understand the desire to take a better initiation.
Yeah. Well, as a viewer, I feel like you're just like, oh.
It's a buzzkill. It's a big buzzkill for sure.
Lighting in, Vortex once again, and they'll go for this Death Prophet and try and get the kill, but there's the blink forward from a Tumba Man trying to do the damage. Zyra on top of them with the silences coming in. They've got the BKB from Skeeter. They'll look over at Boxy. They've got the root thanks to the ensnare. Mickey, he's bought back into the fight. They get the kill into Boxy. He's got buyback, and now he might be forced to use it. There's a double damage over bottom if anybody wants to pick that up while this fight is going on. Zai over to the side, gets the silence out in a 3-3, taking a lot of damage. He's feared up thanks to the Spirit Siphon. They ball lightning in, but it's into the silence. They've used the Song of the Siren again, and 3-3 surviving, and TP's out. They bottle the double damage. They lose nothing on Tundra. The buybacks are forced. Liquid, not their best engagement, but they are right into Roche on this one.
All right, there's no Night Stalker ult or nighttime for 40 seconds. This is
gotta go! Oh, the Roche is killed, and the Aegis is on the ground still. Finally, it's denied by 33! He denies it instead, but they'll end up losing 9. He'll buy back into the fight. They've got themselves the Soulbind once again. That's going to connect up this Night Stalker over to the Nature's Prophet. Zai going to try and TP out the ball lightning as well as the Vortex comes in from 9. They'll get the kill on the Zai. He's got buyback as well. They've already expended 2 in the previous fight. They'll go for more. Mickey in trouble. Gets hit with a nullifier. They'll take out the Death Prophet for the second time, down for 2 minutes. The Soul Assumption lands on a Boxy. He's gone again for 2 minutes. They look over at Matoma Man. They've got this nullifier out onto Matu, and they'll get the kill there too.
That should be the game, barring some like insane defense. Without Mickey, this is going to be really hard to defend. It's going to be 3 versus 5. I love that in that fight, by the way, 9 refreshed to get his electric vortex up to take Matumba out, because now Matumba's going to have to buy back just to defend the throne.
To try and defend the throne. They're still over a minute without these extra heroes. The ensnares get thrown. The Lotus Orb is there to reflect it back at the Naga Siren. Slows them down for a little bit. They've got, well, right now the Ags for the Night Stalker to use that Void and try to deter them, but the Familiar is doing so much damage. They're going with the Dark Ascension. They've got the Silence. They look over the Grimstroke. They've got themselves the Electric Vortex. They take out the Grimstroke. They'll take out the Snake King, but Zai, he is gone. 2 minutes without him. They've bought back on this Nature's Prophet. They've also got some help here from the Rubik. Rubik now with the illusions, but it's not going to matter. They'll take out Matumba Man. They'll take out Insania. The full team is wiped, and Tundra will take game 1, 52.5 minutes in.
Wow, what an insanely close game. Legitimately determined in the end by fighting around Night Stalker ulti being on cooldown for only 40 seconds. That's it. That's it. Up until that point, they had used about the same buybacks in every fight. They had cores that were all equally farmed. All of the cores could have carried the game. Just what a close matchup. I mean, if this is how the major is going to look, minus the Naga, the sleeping and running away, I'm excited for the major. If it's this competitive between all of the teams, it's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's certainly going to set up to be a fun one. Unfortunately, you now have reminded the crowd that they booed at Song of the Siren leaves, and if Naga does get picked up, I mean, it's a European crowd watching us now for the most part. I expect we're going to hear some boos. You've brought the boos back to the Naga Siren.
Sure, yeah, go for it. She deserves it.
Yeah, and so did that co-main event last night. So, I mean, it's interesting to see how close this game has been, how close this series has been, and at the end of the day, Tundra takes game 1, and it really is so back and forth that they just take it at the end by an inch. So it's a game of inches here between these two teams. Game 1 goes the way of Tundra. We'll take a quick break and then send it back to the panel. We'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay tuned.
जब चढ़ाई में चलो चढ़ने में तो इतनी प्रॉब्लम नहीं होती, तो थोड़ा सी बर्फ़ में यहाँ पे आंगन में ही थोड़ा सा पैर फ्रैक्चर हो गया था। मेरा नाम सीमा ठाकुर है, मैं हाउसवाइफ हूँ। वैक्सीन लगवाने के लिए हमें टूटू जाना पड़ता है, नहीं तो नहीं आयुर्वेदिक वो भी है ऊपर। बच्चों के साथ आधा घंटा लग जाता है। गिरब में जो है डिस्पेंसरी, उसके लिए आधा घंटा लग जाता है। जो टूटू जाना हो तो टूटू जाने में पौना घंटा बच्चों के साथ लग जाता है और पैदल जाना पड़ता है। बारिश बर्फ़ में तो बहुत मुश्किलें होती है क्योंकि बच्चों के साथ आना जाना बहुत दिक्कत होती है।
मेरा नाम कृष्ण लाल है जी और मैं स्वास्थ्य विभाग में, क्योंकि कुछ साल पहले ऐसा होता था कि गांव में पता ही नहीं चलता था लोगों को कि क्या है, कोई पोलियो है कि कोई जानता नहीं था। अब जब सरकार ने इसके लिए इस तरीके के अभियान छेड़े हैं, जब तक हमारे को पूरा कंफर्म नहीं होगा कि इस बच्चे ने यहाँ पे दवाई नहीं पी या पिलाई या नहीं पिलाई, चले जाओ आप दूर दराज के क्षेत्र में चले जाओ तो हमारे को कोई ऐसा केस या ऐसा कोई बच्चा, अगर यहाँ बच्चा आ गया तो हमने यहाँ भी पिलानी, किसी कारणवश अगर बच्चा हो जाता गांव में लोग रहते, क्या पता क्या मजबूरी है उसको, क्यों नहीं आया बच्चा, क्या पता वो बीमार है या कोई उसको कोई और प्रॉब्लम है। तो हमारा ये है कि भी हमारे पास पूरी वो होती है लिस्ट बनी हुई ना कि हमारा अब लोकल जी में तो पता ही होता है सबको कि फलानी जगह बच्चा है फलानी जगह, तो हमारे पूरा पता है कि फलाना बच्चा फलानी जगह से नहीं आया। वो तो हम क्या करते हैं, जैसे 4 बजे तक आज हम दवाई पिलाएंगे तो नेक्स्ट डे उसको घर में जाके दवाई पिला। वही जैसे मैंने पहले कहा कि भी ऐसा नहीं होता कि भी उसको उस सुविधा से वंचित रहना पड़ेगा।
looks like dishonesty might be Tundra's strength. I mean, Liquid did what they could. Insania said they're an expert in dishonesty, but just couldn't quite get them far enough in that game, although they did hold out for a long time.
Yeah, they made them work for it. Like, at the end of that draft, we thought Naga, if the game goes longer, it's going to be a foregone conclusion, but Liquid were really good at picking their fights and picking their targets.
Yeah, they really made the game go. It looked even for a super, super long time. It ultimately came down to ultra late game execution, which was not what I predicted from the draft. I thought the Naga would be too troublesome to deal with, but I thought the Nature's Prophet would be a vulnerability against all of the dive they had. But IO really helped to solidify those and make it different. When they did commit on Nature's Prophet at a lot of crucial moments, IO would provide the heals to keep him alive. That would happen for Death Prophet as well, keeping Mickey alive, keeping Matoma Man alive. That allowed them to get to a point where their heroes were actually comparable in carry potential against Naga Siren. And then it just came down to execution ultra late game. So it was a really amazing Dota game.
Like every fight had like 3 or 4 resets, right? You had like Naga Song, you had the battery of HP and mana from the IO, you had overgrowth, buybacks, all this good stuff, relocates back in. It was beautiful.
So it was a fun game to watch.
And the largest net worth lead we had, because Gareth was in the game watching, was what, about 5.5k, around 15 minutes?
It was like 6,250 was like 16 minutes in, and the entire game was just 2k, like 2k lead, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. And it would just swap back and forth. When you look at this draft, it doesn't look like it should stay that even. Naga is a farming powerhouse. How exactly did Liquid manage to keep this game so even for so long?
They just did a really good job with their frontline heroes. There's a lot of times they would go in Death Prophet. Death Prophet would keep himself alive with the Yules, or they would go in Night Stalker. Night Stalker would deflect a lot of spells with Lotus Orb, so it became a lot harder to initiate and poke, certainly. But Skeeter kept running illusions at his opponents. They cut their losses in a ton of situations with Skeeter's ultimate. They also eventually separated the fights as well. But I think at the very end, the initiation by Storm and the Roche Pill is really the deciding there. But it ends up initiating. Even though Liquid was able to get the Roche and get the majority of the benefits, they didn't get Aegis. Their heroes got worked down eventually, and Storm just once again punishes your team's ability to force the fight at times that look advantageous for you. So it works out, and they end up taking the win.
It was twice as well, right? The second Roche 9 went in, killed Roche, and took the Aegis. Then the third Roshan, he went in, got lifted back by Insania, you said, and then it was 3-3 who denied the Aegis from them. But yeah, it was insane. It was definitely a problem for Tundra to try and start fights, and I think that's why Liquid did look so good. As Night Stalker could ulti, they could have Mickey walking in and face tanking these Tundra heroes, whereas it kind of came down to snaking his Grimstroke just to be like, I'm the +5. We don't really have a position 3 to go break vision and give the vision and the initiation we need. So it was just Grimstroke walking in, dying and buying back to start these fights for them if they wanted to actually kick it off.
Time and time again, we saw we saw the Grimstroke die. Liquid commit a lot. They smoke ganks, either Grim or Tree dies, and then they couldn't do anything on the map after that.
Yeah, that made things really difficult for sure, because the Liquid side is very reliant on their cooldowns, BKB's abilities. There's that fight where Storm jumps in, takes Roshan, and steals it. Ultimately, Liquid is able to stay alive with this due to the relocate, pulls the Night Stalker back. Very smart, quick TP here by Matoma Man. The net hits the Death Prophet instead. So it's just remarkable how good teams are these days at avoiding the really, really bad outcomes in some of these team fights.
And that early Ags from Naga as well, it came like a minute, maybe a minute and a half before the double BKB timing of Liquid. And it felt like if Naga didn't have that Ags, Liquid could have run them over and potentially just snowballed the game. Like that one item decision from Naga to not go, the Manta into Skadi or that earlier Nullifier or whatever she wanted to. That Aghanim Scepter was a really great pickup.
It was really good, yeah. Diffusal Blade's definitely less common on Naga these days, but the advantage that Naga gives you is just the ability to run at your opponents. You still have pretty good damage. You get to pick and choose your engagements as well. And congrats to Grimstroke, who did have a Desolator before he died. That's a 100% win rate, I'm sure, that item at this point. The hero.
Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, I did not notice that. Well, looking forward, we want that three-game series. We want Purge to be right. We can't let Gary have this victory of predicting a 2-game series. In order for Liquid to push this to a Game 3, They had great tempo, they had great movement, control, and everything. Is it the draft that let them down here, and that's really the only thing they need to fix in game 2?
Nah, you can't distill it down to draft alone. Both teams had kind of interesting drafts. It was just a very, very close game. Execution was the name of it, and both teams executed at an extremely high level. Just Tundra got the upper hand. I think that's where it lies.
Like every team fight was on a knife's edge, basically. I think the entire game was a coin flip up until the very end. There's some individual moments, the Storm and the Visage stealing Roshan and denying stuff like that, but I think Liquid always had a chance to win the game.
So does this mean we just rinse and repeat? We're going to see the teams pretty much try the same things because they both feel like it went well? Or are we expecting to see a huge change up from Liquid?
It really just depends on what the teams want, right? You could change your openers. I'm sure the draft is going to be at least slightly different. I'd be very surprised if it was the same. First phase bans, I think, will likely be very similar because they don't necessarily want the same outcome to happen. Maybe in hindsight, they banned Naga second phase knowing that they wanted to pick Profit, but yeah, probably a little different than what we saw last game.
Yeah, I have this feeling that Insania might be wishing that he'd been playing Undying that game instead of Rubik. Like, sure, we had some cool, like, shard, telekinesis, lifts and saves and stuff like that, but Rubik, I just very rarely feel the impact from this hero in games where he's not able to steal, like, Fissure or Burrow Strike or a big teamfight ulti.
Yeah, I totally agree, and he's not exactly the best laner either. And they didn't even get the Rubik versus Grimstroke matchup that might have been good in the laning stage to help limit Grimstroke's impact from Inkswell, so I don't know. I agree with that aspect. Maybe it was a mistake to have Rubik instead.
It's like hindsight. You see it after the game, you're like, eh.
And they might have picked it as well to flex it, and then they said, okay, well, it's got to be a support now. And then they tried to put it somewhere valuable, and it just did okay.
Well, they continue the trend. Pugna CK banned again.
Do you think that Tundra is considering the IO ban right now? Boxy was pretty frustrating in that game.
I would be heavily considering it.
Who was the other hero they banned the last game? Guess it is the IO.
Razor? Razor Mars.
That's right.
Yes.
It was Razor. If you ban Razor, the Razor combo's gone anyways. It's maybe still something Liquid might play with, but clearly they were more comfortable with the IO combo with it. But if they pick Razor first phase, I'd be a little surprised. If they can force their opponents into some carry or core matchups that aren't very favorable, then I could see them playing around with it to try to get that like 2 to 3 core matchup advantage, but maybe we'll just see something super different this game.
Yeah, it's like, do you first phase the Storm yourself? Like, you've tried it before, Mickey is an exceptional Storm player, but you don't have the potential for the IO. You do have a Kotl you could grab after. It just feels like Storm Spirit first phase is still potentially exploitable.
Yeah, that's true. And that's basically the question right now. Which of these strats do you try to develop with your first pick? That's another tough thing in this situation about being first pick. You get to pick part of a strategy, but your opponents get the opportunity to undercut it. And actually, I think Grim, out of all those options, is really safe as a first pick. Because while it wasn't the best game last game, there's so many heroes that combo with it. So snagging it up here is going to take that dual combo away from your opponents while still leaving you flexible. If they'd picked either Kotl or Storm, then I feel like you lose the opposite of those combos that make that hero really effective, and it just makes the rest of the draft a lot more difficult.
And you're also blocking the big strat that Tundra have been so good with, right? Like, you could theoretically here pick up the Grim Wraith King or the Grim plus one of these offlane heroes, the tanky strength heroes that go along with it, that stops Tundra from having it.
That's a really good point. I wonder if Tundra is going to pivot back towards their like Hoodwink dual lane potentially.
The Sand King.
Sand King got the bat too hard, maybe, is what
Yeah.
I'm leaning against. They do pick up Doom. Maybe not something Tundra wanted to grab here, but if they don't pick it here, it's gone, probably. Team Liquid takes it, gets the double Doom, and that's going to be a lot of problems down the line. So I think if Team Liquid is doing the smart thing right now, what they do is they make their Grimstroke good, but they make sure they pick a lot of heroes that Doom is not very effective against. And those are usually tanky heroes. Why not Wraith King here? Prophet's kind of good too. If he gets doomed, he's kind of like, whatever, I was right-clicking anyways. And probably still allows them to do a little bit more of the draft that they wanted, but I'm certain they don't ban Wraith King Unless they're worried about Tundra grabbing it.
Yeah, and with that early Orchid rush we've seen Matu, they actually banned Wraith King themselves. The early Orchid build super good against heroes like Shadow Shaman, even the Doom. Just sprout them, trap them, and kill them off. In pretty quick, like 12-minute tread Orchid for this Prophet.
Gary, I can touch you a little bit.
Can you?
Breaking through the border.
Which side is it? This side? Ooh.
Hey, it's Gamers Without Borders, all right?
No borders
Tickles.
here.
Stop it. Oh, jeez.
Welcome to the grand finals, everyone.
Yeah.
We've watched a lot of Dota.
Too bad Team
And-
Tickles got knocked out earlier. Big disappointment.
Would have been so nice here. Gary seems on board with that.
Beastmaster.
I hate being tickled. It's the worst.
Digital tickles, dude. Beastmaster banned a very good Grim combo. That double word. Liquid themselves actually do ban the Wraith King, surprisingly. Guess they didn't want to play with it. I guess if you're playing Prophet Carry, Wraith King would have been a bad pick, and thus, get it out of there.
Okay, but here's a question. I think that Liquid have been priding themselves on being flexible. Are they doing something sneaky here with the Prophet going somewhere else? And they're just trying to pretend that it's a carry Prophet?
I don't think so. I feel like they're just confident. They're like, this is what we're doing. We're picking it in the first phase. Deal with it. That's what it feels like to me.
I think they're going to try and replicate their draft that they played against Nigma here. Having, like, they don't have the Mars, but having, like, the offlane Venge, the Undying, these kind of heroes that can lane very well, have combos into the Grimstroke ulti, and be that kind of global presence with the Nature's Prophet, or even just ball up as 4 as Matu split pushes. That does very well against heroes like Doom and Shadow Shaman, who like to kind of isolate targets, pick them off, and then move towards the next objective.
They ban out the Naga Siren. Too problematic from the last game. It definitely was an issue. I feel like the Tundra draft is still very flexible and open. Doom's going to get no worth no matter what. He can lane in different lanes. Shadow Shaman gives him some tempo in terms of objectives, and then disables, so it's just still very flexible. I feel like Doom's actually probably pretty good against Nature's Prophet too, right? He throws treants at you, eat one of them. Hopefully it's one of the fresh ones, not one of the old ones. And then offsets a lot of that laning advantage, at least for the first couple waves. And later on, you've got Scorched Earth. I feel like that's a good response, regardless of the expected Prophet pick.
Maybe a ways to cancel his TP as well if he tries to sneak away.
It's true.
Yeah, I think it's so difficult to aim and target bans against Tundra when they're not giving anything away in the first 2 picks, and they've got such a wide hero pool. Like, banning a 3/3 hero just never makes sense. Just let him have what he's going to pick. Probably target Skitter the most. So Naga, Wraith King, CK gone. What else has he played? It feels like those are the 3.
I mean, these are older picks, but Bloodseeker, Gyro, Luna, Void.
Yeah. There's like Dusa there as well, but I don't know how I feel about Dusa versus Nature's Prophet. I feel like he could out-carry her.
Yeah, a lot of people talk about the tempo difference as well. That Prophet accelerates the game so much with tower kills that it makes Dusa not have enough time to hit creeps to combat it. But at later stages, Dusa is quite good, right? You have lots of AoE, individually very tanky. Stone Gaze is going to help turn Prophet away from the fight for a bit of it. And I was wondering if the Coddle would make an impact here, to be honest, because we saw it ignored last game. Obviously, Tundra grabbed the Storm, but this was the previous hero they used to open drafts with because of the flexibility of 9 playing at mid. And very few teams right now are playing at mid Coddle. It's kind of got popular. And then I think all those players are like, you know what? This is not the hero for me. It is still the hero for 9, though. And Liquid's also going to do a little bit of a throwback from the meta anciently a year or a week ago. Sorry, they're gonna pick Tiny.
Is that gonna be a mid Tiny then? I guess there is still that point Nessa was bringing up that Furion could be flexible. But I do like the Undying, again, going back to that game they had against Nigma Galaxy. Undying, Grim, Nature's Prophet just gives you so much team fight no matter where you are on the map.
I guess that's one weak thing about Shaman and Doom though, is that Underlord, or I feel like Undying actually kind of counters both of them a little bit. Because Undying's able to steal their raw HP, he's able to get comparable base damage to Shadow Shaman using Decay, and then he's faster than Shaman. So that kind of feels like, and then sucking away Doom's damage and HP as well. And Doom's not exactly the best trader or kill off lane, so it just makes it easy for Undying to pressure these guys.
And no one hits Tombstone. Like, Shadow Shaman's shackling someone, Doom's going to go off and Doom and hit someone else. Kotl doesn't want to be hitting a Tombstone. They've got some pretty serious problems.
That is true. So do they grab a ranged core here to deal with that problem? Is this where you grab the PL, the Illusion Hero? They have weak AoE. They will grab Dusa instead, which is fine. Dusa traditionally pretty good against Tiny Core. Once you get the Scotty, you control him decently. Scotty against Prophet is pretty good too right now. Against other DPS heroes, I think Scotty's slightly better. It still does more than enough slow, but even more attack speed slow.
And Dusa with Bottle as well, right? That mana pumping her up, giving her so much more effective HP. We could have Team Liquid suffering from damage issues as the game progresses.
As long as they kill Kotl and Shaman at early stages of the fights, it's not too bad though.
Yeah.
And both of their heroes are not too worried about Doom right now. Again, Prophet would love to cast Sprouts more often, maybe TP or use items, but him getting doomed isn't always the worst. And Tiny, as long as he's Avatossed already, or at least Avalanche minimum, and he's still got a tree in his hand, I don't think he cares that much about getting doomed either. He should be able
Doom the Undying. Stop the before he tombstones, just Doom the Undying.
Although, yeah, that's a good point. But the other thing to remember is that, again, Tiny's right click is likely not going to be as valued. Unless if it's Tiny carry, sure, it matters. But if this is Tiny mid or something, getting doomed actually does matter, because your whole goal is to reinitiate multiple times. Toss people back, stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they move on from this. Like, is it going to be 3 Prophet, mid Tiny, one Tiny, or what? Whereas I think Tundra's become more apparent what they're doing. It's just the flexibility of the Kotl between 4 and mid. But I don't know. With a Shadow Shaman there, it's like Shadow Shaman with Doom, Kotl would be a 5 or mid then? Would you say it's more likely it's a 9 keeper?
I feel like it's more likely a 9 keeper right now, because if it's a mid Kotl, you're going to get levels stupid fast, and then it's going to make counter pushing towers even easier, assuming you're set up in time. Like if he has like the ideal early game and gets like a 6 to 8 minute boost of travel again, he's going to be at all these base defenses or all these tower defenses. The only big problem is certainly still Tombstone, but if he plays trees or his team backs him up a bit, I feel like he can defend. But with that said, there's not exactly a lot of other heroes on his team that are good at defending before 10 minutes or before 15 minutes really. So maybe he's going to be a bit alone in that.
What exactly do Tundra think that Liquid is about to pick? Anti-mage timber bans are...
Yeah. It's like, so, I mean, AM off lane is a thing, right? It's been shown to do pretty well against Medusa, both in lane and in game. And obviously Timbersaw position 3 hero, so I guess they're assuming it's a Zai hero, and Pango would also fit the bill. But it's still flexible. Still could have any one of these 3 potential core heroes in any one of the lanes.
Gary, that's 5 support heroes that I'm looking at right now. It's an interesting strategy, but no, I'm just kidding. I think Pango fits her draft well. I assume that's going to be their offlane. I assume it's going to be Tiny mid. Could be Mickey playing it, but I think it's more likely Tiny mid. I'm sure it's going to be a 5 Undying and a 4 Grim. That seems clear to me. It depends on this last pick, though. They do have flexibility to adjust things. If this last pick makes any of the heroes particularly bad, maybe Lina mid is a possibility to try to win the mid lane or something. Maybe it's too farm heavy, but it gives them some counter push potentially. Some core matchup, another tomb hitter. That's my rare prediction. I think it's going to be Alina.
Yeah, it could be cool. I really like the Pango though. My brain was telling me Phoenix, but that's like South American influence coming in, having something that's big, team fighty, that can burn through big HP heroes. But you know, Pango's team fighty. He buys Diffusal Blade potentially to burn Medusa's mana, and it will be the 9 Queen of Pain.
There it is, Dishonest Lina.
The dishonest
Lina. Got it.
Demon Lina.
Finding some dishonesty in Tundra's draft. Purge, does that mean that you're picking Tundra for game 2? You're nullifying your earlier 2-1 3-game prediction, though.
No, I think I like Liquid's draft better. Right now, at least based on this 8 seconds of analysis, Quap seems a little bit like it's got good burst damage, but I'm not sure they have the best setups right now for her. So she's going to have to play around her allies and then jump in to get kills. And I just feel like Liquid's draft looks like standard Liquid stuff, great team fight initiation, tower dive, stuff like that. So I feel like they're going to be able to play the game that they want to play. And it's going to be a little bit harder for Tundra to find that.
Okay, and Gareth, Liquid or Tundra?
Tundra. I mean, I have to stay with my 2-0 prediction at the beginning, right?
Of course, yeah.
Of course. Yeah, all right. Well, our analysts are split, but they're on track with their predictions at the start of our European bracket. We've got Jenkins and B-Cup to see if we're going to go to a game 3 or if Tundra are going to take the whole thing.
Thank you very much. And yes, we will see if we are going to the early prediction of game 3, but we'll see if Tundra can finish up the series 2-0. They did look strong in that first game, but Jenkins, let me pick your brain a little bit here. Who are you thinking? Who do you think's got the slight edge or maybe a very favorable edge in your mindset?
I would pick Liquid in this one. I feel like they've got some very nice, solid tempo from Nature's Prophet. Tiny early game. I think they have answers to the Dusa and the Pango that will eventually build into a Diffusal Blade. And, you know, Medusa's this big, slow run-at-you hero. Nature's Prophet, he splits you up. He doesn't need to run at you. So that's always been a fairly decent matchup if you can at some point fight. And with the Pango, I think they can.
So what are the biggest factors for both teams to get to their end game?
Liquid, I mean, I think as always with the Nature's Prophet, the game is a lot easier if you can win the lanes and snowball to get some early towers. And then, you know, you might not even have to worry about dealing with the Medusa. 9 is going to be a factor in this game. With Queen of Pain, you can always have those like explosive rotations where she gets, you know, 2 or 3 kills in a side lane, and then all of a sudden she's snowballing, and all of the analysis that you can do regarding the game just goes out the window because you have this snowballing like semi-carry mid that's just too huge. So 9 is going to be he's going to be a factor there. But I do think if the game is slow, Tundra has Dusa, Tundra has Doom. Like, they will out-farm. You're never going to be able to just slowly out-farm them. So the pressure is on Liquid to, at the very least, stop Tundra from farming, even if they're not taking towers.
We'll see if they can execute their game plans. Let's see where they go as the horn does go off, but Zai jumping forward with the shield crash, trying to fight Snake King and Skeeter here. Mystic Snake thrown his way and some damage done, and not the greatest feeling, but it's 2 bounty runes apiece, so ending up pretty even.
Oh, and they're doing old Tumby mid on Nature's Prophet versus the Queen of Pain, which is a very good matchup for Nature's Prophet. It's for some mid laners, they say that it's like a counter matchup. There's just, you know, the dagger doesn't matter because you can just TP base and regen, and then the treants just absolutely demolish her in CSing and just harass.
So with an earlier level 6 here from Matoma Man, do you think that we're going to see him be as mobile and certainly be as aggressive? Because he's played this Nature's Prophet in that previous game, of course, and he played really up in the face of the side of Tundra, and getting those extra levels with the solo experience definitely seems like an opportunity to continue to do it in this game.
Yeah, I like this. I like this a lot. This makes me favor Liquid even more, actually. I think mid Nature's is probably his best role. I know it's the highest win rate role for Nature's Prophet on Dota 2 Pro Tracker, and it makes sense. Like, he's a really solid +1 type hero, and if he TPs to a side lane, if you can TP to side lanes, like, that's what a mid laner does, right? Be a +1 to side lanes. Like, it just makes sense.
So we'll see where, in fact, he tries to put himself, especially once he gets a couple of levels. And then just one last super boring question. What do you think of this Tiny now that it's been nerfed a little bit?
I don't think it's that bad, honestly. I mean, it would be different if, like, the 15 talent got replaced with nothing. You know, if it was just, okay, the tree bonus damage is gone, but you do eventually get it, and it is replaced by something that's decent. I've played with Tiny a few times since the patch, and it seems not broken, but it's still a good hero. Like, it was way too good before, and now it just seems decent. Especially as like a more of a semi-carry, I really like it.
Do you go back to the older builds where it's more so focused on avalanche toss instead of getting the tree grab?
I think so. We might not see it here, but that's what my assumption would be after seeing the changes and from what I've seen in pubs. But it's it's really it's hard to say like what these guys have been practicing in scrims, and it's hard to say even if what they've been practicing in scrims is something that they would even carry forward into the major, because the nerfs to Tiny are so brand new that maybe they're not even 100% comfortable with like what are you supposed to do with this hero. We might be seeing an Aghanim Scepter build coming out of Tiny at the major, but you know, never before the major, which I suppose this would be one of the last days that we could possibly, one of the last games we could possibly see it.
Shackle's out onto Zai. They're going to try and chase him down. Again, that second highest base damage of the game will get the first blood. That is the Shadow Shaman, and that is the stat I always like to say, because that's all I've got going for me. And, well, Snaking is
once again
going to continue to chase Foxy, but gives up on it and decides to go for the Bounty Rune instead. That's a fine choice. And then, yeah.
He's suiciding anyway.
Tower. That's all while 33 up top is looking like he might just die. Nikkei picks up a tree and throws it over just to get the kill.
So both side lanes are a little disastrous for the off lanes, because I don't think that a Medusa lane is really ever supposed to get kills. But then again, I feel like every single analyst says that, and then it happens in games. So maybe Medusa is just a killer. And this other lane, I mean, Tiny plus Undying against a melee strength hero sounds like the melee strength hero is supposed to lose. So I do understand why 3-3's going down. I mean, for God's sakes, he started Boots, Quelling Blade. That's how bad this lane matchup is for him.
Never fun. Boots, Quelling Blade. Shield crash in. Zai again just moving forward. That's why while Sox is dying to Mickey. We got the Shackle once more on the Zai. Skeeter has a Mystic Snake in just a second, but doesn't bother to use it, and he'll pass the salve over, although Snaking, just not getting in range to stop that salve.
Yeah, he wanted that. Unfortunate. Yeah, but I mean, they did kill them both down here, so like this lane could go even for the rest of the laning phase, and I think Tundra is going to be okay with this, because Skeeter is going to outfarm.
There was a point in time, and I don't know if there's really anything that's changed from Pango, but you had guys like Chalice who talked about Pango as the most broken hero in Dota. It's just what he's able to accomplish, and the fact that shield crash, the reduction, it can be so devastating.
I can understand it. I can understand why people think that. I mean, the hero does everything. He's got team fight, he's got disable, he's utility, you can build Lotus, you can build tanky. You don't even need to build tanky, and you can be tanky because of shield crash. Your laning is really solid because of the new shield crash changes. And then you scale to essentially be a carry because of Swashbuckle using all of your orb modifiers. So you pick up Diffusal, you pick up Basher, and an Aghanim Scepter, and all of a sudden you're doing more damage than the carry Medusa is. So yeah, I can definitely understand that sentiment.
And speaking of the mid lane, by the way, it was what we were talking about earlier. It seems to be sitting at about even, a little bit of more favoring towards Matu, as he's going into that first item, Orchid, and 9, at least for right now, treads Wand.
Yeah, 9 appears to be, you know, well aware this is a counter matchup. He's maxing out Scream of Pain. He's not even trying to walk up and dagger the natures, because he knows if he does that, he's going to get completely out-traded. And this was the correct choice. He's able to just push out the wave with Scream of Pain.
Tombstone and the Sprout with the double damage, but it's that blink and will escape.
But he will lose the tower for this. I think. Double damage, Treants, doesn't have another round of them. Tombstone to tank.
Yeah, 9 was really looking and thinking about going to get that Tombstone. Then I think he took a couple of shots from the zombies and was like, you know what, I'm out. Snake King, he's also out. He's dead bottom. Goes down to Zai.
Well, at least it's not Skeeter going down. That's what they have going for them.
Yeah, that being said, though, he is kind of falling behind on where the Tiny's at least, and not maybe not as telling, but certainly the lane hasn't gotten as easy as maybe I would have thought. They do have the option to use this Pango combo with the Inkswell, where you just get the Swashbuckle, jump forward, and you could really do some damage there if the Inkswell pops in the right spot. Goes to the shield crash, and then Swashbuckle, Inkswell, they haven't seen you here. They're gonna need a TP, and actually the ones who get the TP are Liquid. So Skeeter falls, Snake King, he's next to go. It's just a matter of time, and it will be Matu who gets both kills.
Yeah, Liquid's like super upping the tempo on this one. Ditching the Tiny in the safe lane, sending Insania mid for the tower, sending Matumba bot for the tower.
Interesting tombstone. Sonic Wave.
Oh, he swashes away.
He doesn't get anybody off of that one. And they'll lose another tower. Or, well, just that one tower. They didn't end up losing the tower over mid.
See, that kind of makes me feel like Matu can just run around and take all of the towers now with no Sonic Wave. That seems like a very important ability to have up for these team fights, especially if Zai can get his roll. Like, oftentimes you'll see a Pango get Rolling Thunder off at like 10% HP and get finished off by a Queen of Pain who has the Sonic Wave. And that's on a 125-second cooldown. So this is an opportunity for Liquid.
We'll see how Liquid take this opportunity. The game is still sitting pretty even in terms of net worth, but I think that's largely also due to the fact that you've got 33 who's on this Doom. He's got the Devour, he'll have the Midas, and of course he's going to be buffing up that net worth. And that does, if you look, it makes, if you're a fan of Tundra, pretty nervous. Because you see the Queen of Pain, he only has 2,900 net worth compared to the mid opponent of Matama Man. He's 1,200 gold behind.
Yeah. There's 2 carries right now on Liquid. It's Mickey and Matumba. They're both carries, so that is scary. Dusa, very strong, I think, against either of these heroes individually, but against both of them, not so much. I mean, they're not defusal heroes. They don't hard counter Medusa by any means, but 2 right-click carries beating into you, that's going to drain your mana. And Dusa's not having a good enough game to 1v2 this.
They look for the Doom, they get the kill, Mickey's in. Avalanche toss, Matumba Man is there, and they're going to try and take this tower again.
They're just trying to take towers across the map. Skeeter shows up, and that might deter them. However, they've done a lot of damage here, not only mid, but top, and this is a big issue for them, as now Zai gets a solo kill on Saksa. So they're losing numbers all across the map.
That's a big kill for him, because I feel like Zai was the one guy on Liquid in the core position that was not like absolutely popping off and in contention for carrying the game. Now he queues up the defusal because he just got a bunch of gold for a solo kill. He's loving life right now. My boy has 2 bracers. He's having a toughie.
Yeah, bracers are fine.
Does 9 go for this?
Are fine.
Yeah, but you know, they're all right. I think if you're Pango, you'd love to be in such a position where you get Wraith Bands or something, you know, or just not get bracers at all. Just rush that defusal. Maybe something more exciting like an Orb of Corrosion. But he's, you know, it's not the freest game for him.
Kind of opening up a little bit as time goes on, as he's ahead of the non-inflated cores of Tundra.
Yeah, now it's a free game for him. I mean, you get a solo kill, you take the tower, you take like a few waves of absolute free farm because they took the tower so early. Like Zai's a core now, and he's just able to position so aggressively. Especially with Mickey in the area.
Inkswell, and that's going to be the debut of the Blink Dagger on this Tiny. An easy kill on Snaking. I think this game might just be moving too fast for Tundra at this point. They need to find a way to slow it down.
Yeah, they are doing a decent job at keeping up in farm, though, surprisingly. And I mean, there's a lot of, maybe not anymore.
And yeah, that's the Medusa in a lot of trouble. And out of mana, out of life, out of time, goodbye. Mickey getting another kill. He's now on a mega kill streak, sitting 5-0-0.
I'm going to say, I feel like Liquid is not as farmed as as bad as this looks, because they're just running around taking all the towers and fighting, and they're not actually hitting creeps. Like, they just don't care to hit creeps. They'd rather just take creeps away from Tundra, take towers away from Tundra.
Yeah, but it is
mid-heroes away from Tundra, apparently.
Yeah, it's resulting in more and more kills. Like, yeah, cool, you got an Undying, that was over top, and then you smoke to try and make something happen. But in doing so, you end up losing your mid laner. And the smoke really doesn't do anything. They didn't get any vision down with it. It didn't really accomplish much.
I I think this is a smoke to just take the top tower because they're at this big tower disadvantage right now and they need to even up the map. So this is more so like one of those objective smokes where it's like if you get a kill, you get a kill, sweet, but it's necessary to take the tower. If this tower gets defended for like 5 more minutes, there's a 0% chance they win this game. Like you can't have a 2-tower disadvantage for, you know, 15 minutes. That's just like such a low chance of winning Dota.
They give away that they have vision there, but it doesn't matter. Mosquito just never has a chance.
Oh boy, a tier 2. And there's... Oh, they do have actually fortification. Okay.
And they go up top to
Still
try and
full.
defend their own tier 2.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I don't really think Tundra want to fight.
Nope, nope. I like that Liquid is not showing on the top lane, by the way. They're looking for a kill. So that way, Tundra isn't sure if they're bot or if they're top. Because otherwise, Tundra could all TP towards bot and kill the Liquid heroes that are still there. So Tundra just has to play really safe with their movements right now.
Oh boy. Got Tiny going in again, trying to get a kill here on Asaxa. Roshane helping you out on that one, and well, they'll be unable to get themselves denied by Roche. Meanwhile, the Rolling Thunder coming in again. Snake King, he's chased down, hit up, swashbuckle there. 3-3 is also in trouble. Like, this game is just not slowing down. Liquid 13-3. Like you said, he wants that Diffusal Blade. Well, he's already got it.
Shockingly,
No.
still a 1k gold lead. But, you know, it is 13 minutes into the game. There's no Roshan. Tier 2s have not fallen yet. Kill bounties are not as high as, you know, later on into the game, especially when there are streaks.
Right.
So, yeah, it's one of those things where I think there's an eventual net worth lead that's going to come from Liquid, and I imagine the XP lead is pretty substantial. Where the hell is it? How do I click to it?
Dire are scanning.
Do you...
I don't want to pause the game by accident. Do you know what the hotkey for XP is?
F6?
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
Cool, I'm glad that worked for you. I was nervous.
That's awesome. Plus 12% XP. So they have double the XP lead that they have a gold lead.
So if they're not getting kills, like, at what point can Tundra really kind of fight back? Because they're going to lose 9 again. Like, these heroes are just dying immediately. They have no chance to react.
Yeah, we're in such a situation. 9 is building a pipe because he's just getting one shot by Mickey. And I don't think it gets any easier because Mickey's going for the Moon Shard build, and he's going to have Boxy follow up as well with the Ink Swell and the Phantom's Embrace. So this is not just a tiny combo. This is a tiny combo extended by the Grimstroke combo as well. Snake King, he's smoked up, looking to just go for a ward, I assume. Yo, dude, solo Roche, dog. Let's fucking go. Come on. Get in there. Nah, he can't do it.
He can. He's just got to have faith.
That's true.
Bounty. Ooh. And even 9 jumping in like that, that's still a scary proposition. Like, going after Snake King, you just... not going after Snake King, going towards Roche and, like, trying to make a play here. Like, going for Roche with Snake King is just not going to be the answer. It's forcing something that's going to be too much, right? Like, if he does drop this
it is. But you can sense the desperation from them, though, just considering, like, 9's build, that he needs to go for this in order to survive. So I could see it happening.
Top lane, 33 is very dead. I mean, Mickey's made great use of this Blink Dagger. He's 10-0-0. He's just getting kills all over the map. He's picked up multiple double damages. He's now going for the Moon Shard. The Moon Shard was the build in China for these Tinies before the nerf. And now they might have even got themselves 9. He's silenced up. There's nowhere for him to go. He'll end up burning out to Matama Man. And now the Rolling Thunder comes in. Matama Man, he is surrounded by these Serpent Wards. They might do enough damage to kill him before the TP, but they're just not enough. Avalanche comes in. Mika gets the kill on Asaxa. They'll take out Snake King. Truthfully, like, it feels that way, but I want to say there's almost always a chance when you've got yourself a Medusa if you can kind of hold off this pressure and pushing these tier 2s in the high ground. But it's certainly a tough game to think that Tundra can come back.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just that Zai, you know, like they just have so much. They've got 2 very farmed carries and then a Zai to deal with the Medusa with the Diffusal Blade. So, and 33, he's showing an award in the actual game as we're still in the replay. 33, we come back and he is dying.
He is dead again.
He was just standing on a ward, and they immediately TP into the outpost that they have active. We are going to get to one of the. We're probably going to get to one of the funny numbers. We can go for either right now.
All right, chat. Chat interaction time, my favorite part of Dota.
420 or 322?
Yeah, press 1 for 322, press 2 for 420.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I'm hoping.
Or press 3 for neither. Is that possible?
Press 3? Come on.
Well, you know, it may happen. Who knows? Snaking, gone.
We'll go 3 for 69-69. I'd say this game lasts for
forever.
2 hours. Yeah, it happens.
I'm buckled in. I'm ready. I'm in for the long haul.
I'm down for it.
They're gonna get 9, I think.
AC 9.
Yeah, Phantom's Embrace into a Rolling Thunder. 9 trying to cut these creep waves. He does end up popping the hood, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah, he's orchided. Yeah, unfortunately, the hood may protect him from the tiny combo. Actually, I don't even. I can't even get those words out of my mouth. It's not going to protect him from the tiny combo. Mickey has 12 kills. He's going to die.
He's out of control.
Nothing's going to protect him. He's going for a 4-staff B-Cop, a 4-staff on Queen of Pain. That's when you're absolute poverty mode and just looking for a way to have impact in the game. That is very rough.
I also want to say for all you 2-typers out there, you're wrong.
Yeah, we're open for 1 or 3 right now.
Yeah.
3 will be a long time coming, but it will be nice.
See if we can get there.
Skeeter's split pushing on the bot lane with the Mantas.
He's trying his hardest
boy.
to farm, and it's just, it is pure poverty mode from all of them. That being said, there's a lot of net worth here for the Coddle, too. Like, he's farmed up pretty well. What does he have?
Yeah,
Air Vessel?
He's doing all right for himself, all things considered.
Good for him.
Old Tumby on the bot lane. He does have a BKB for when he respawns, and an Aegis. And he's gone.
Yep. Well, you were talking about that earlier, right? Like, just how impossible it's going to feel to catch this Nature's Prophet.
Right. It's basically Shadow Shaman to do that, and that's not really that good, especially in a game like this. We got it.
There goes 9. We got it, ladies and gentlemen. We got it.
And it's very quickly going
cherish
to be
this
gone.
moment. Skitter goes into the Stone Gaze, runs away, but Snaking falls. Now it's 23-3, and they're just gonna stick with this, and they'll kill off Skeeter.
Oh boy! Oh my God! This is a high level Gaben shellacking. I gotta say.
Yeah.
I mean, this is insane. Between teams of this caliber, too. Not something you would expect, especially after last game, dude. What on earth? What is happening?
Just completely and utterly shellacked.
Yeah. Liquid snorted some Gaben juice after the last game. They're like, all right, it's on.
They purchased a couple of chests, and they opened up some ultra rares, and then Gaben has rewarded them.
Absolutely. They spent 1 million Dota Plus shards on winning Gamers Without Borders.
Dire are scanning.
That's nice. 1 million Dota Plus points for $1 million to charity. That's not bad.
1 for 1. I mean, if Valve is giving out 1-for-1s, I'm here for it.
I'd be rich. Got a lot of Dota Plus points. Wasted them on Pudge. Oh, shit hero.
But at least you can keep track of all the hooks you hit and miss.
Yeah. Desperation Smokeout. They have the BKB on 33.
Tombstone.
Sania.
That comes
He's
through.
Just there. He's just
Avalanche
breaking
toss.
it.
And they have no way. And now they've got the Rolling Thunder. Scooter, he's inside the trees to maybe make a Stone Gaze play here. But that is a pipe dream. As they'll go to the Stone Gaze, the Force Staff is there. They'll chase up these heroes. Can they get a kill on the board? Not looking likely. They get the Doom out onto the tiny Scooter, just trying to hit away. He's got some mana back. They've got the Soulbind connecting the Doom as well as the Coddle. They finally take out Mickey, and it's a 10-time spree. But how much will it be worth? Because it looks like 33 is going to die here to Zai, and he will fall. They'll find themselves 9. He's sprouted, silenced, and killed off very quickly. And there's not much left to this Tundra side after Liquid has broken the dam and flowed through them.
Yeah. Yeah. Feels like they're flying through them, though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Velocity that they're traveling at. I like that Liquid, they understand the advantage they have. I just saw Boxy turn on a Queen of Pain who jumped him. 9 was sitting there like, oh, I'm going for your backlines. Look out for me. And then Boxy just turns and man fights him as a Grimstroke and then wins. And it's like, if he runs away there, he's just not understanding his strength, you know? But this is a weird game to be in. Games are not like this usually, so I can understand why somebody would run as a backliner. But it means that Mickey can die, and yet the fight still goes well because all of the other heroes still understand that even without arguably their strongest hero, they're still very strong. They can probably 4v5 without Mickey in this game. They might even be able to 3v5 with the strength of their heroes.
Huh. If they were to win a 3v5, I'd be pretty impressed. I'm not asking them to do it, but if they could demonstrate, that would be pretty cool. They forced the BKB on Matuma Man. It was a 10-time spree that went into the hands of 9, so maybe there's a chance. What button did I say it was? XP and net worth? F5? F6?
F6, yeah.
Oh, I just don't want to pause the game.
I don't think you can as a spectator. I've tried.
Well, Avalanche toss, and well, it looks like they have lost 9 again. There's just no way for him to deal with the Phantom's Embrace. Right click's coming through on Zaya. Snake King trying to gain some health here with the shackles. Hides in the trees, but the courier sees him, and shield crash again, and eventually the kill for Zaya over Snake King. So he's godlike now too.
Yeah, he's been killing everybody in these fights because Tundra's like, oh god, we have to focus Mickey. He's killing all of us. Oh no, he's in our base. He's one-shotting me. And then Zai just goes in and starts right-clicking people like he's a carry and kills everyone. Matumba's like, hey guys, I haven't died once yet. Can you please focus on me? I want to have fun.
Yeah, let me just work at you and right-click you down. You have nothing to deal with this. As I sprout you up. Solar Bind, I laugh. I don't need movement speed.
Oh, almost got the Doom. That would have been big.
$19,000 net worth lead. And I know I wanted this to go 3 games. I just didn't really expect such a one-sided game, right? Like with how close these teams have certainly proven themselves.
Yeah, this is an anomaly for sure. This is an interesting game. Not something people would expect. 33 does have Doom.
Could even try to use it on.
Yeah.
Come over, and Undying's in a little bit far, but here comes the Rolling Thunder as well as the Soulbind. They've got 33 in a lot of trouble, and he ended up throwing out the Doom onto the Nature's Prophet. They just don't have the damage to get the kill. They'll toss up this Medusa into the air. Skitter will fall, and the Sonic Wave will get Matumba Man. So again, hope, I guess. They buy back on Matumba Man. They buy back on Skitter, and they'll try and go again.
Yeah, Matumba, he smells blood in the water. He knows he can just end the game right here. At least force all the buybacks.
There's the other one.
Nice little bait. I like that. That's a really cool bait. I don't think they ever intended to actually go for the play there. They're just like, let's just force him to buy back by showing some aggression.
Uh-oh. He's picked up the silver edge.
Yeah.
And they're going to go Roche instead. Not up for another 55 seconds, though.
Rough. This is looking real tough. And normally, at this point, I would say, oh, they just need to soulbind into Double Doom. That guy's on the other team, so that one's not going to be happening. I think Dooming Zai would be ideal. He's got a Lincoln's, though. There's not any Lincoln. That's Insania. That's not who you want.
Well, all right. No Doom used. It's still on cooldown, but they do get a kill. I think that's so with Roche potentially coming up, maybe. Sorry, I'm huffing some real copium over here.
You're choking on it at this point.
Avalanche toss. Stone Gaze used, and they'll turn the Rolling Thunder into just Stone. And 9 goes after Boxy, but there's the Phantom's Embrace with the Inkswell. Mickey, like a shark in the water, he chooses to go for the other one and connect him to the Soulbind.
That was nice.
That was pretty hype, and no chance 9's getting out. And into Roche they go.
And
GG
they
is
called.
called.
Yep.
38-7.
Probably could have been called earlier. I mean, you definitely don't want to. But I think they probably had the feeling it was over. Liquid had the feeling it was. Everybody knew it was over. Most likely, they're just holding out for that like small percentage chance, as well as these guys are about to go to the major. They took game 1, obviously, so it's like it's good practice. It's good practice. It's time to talk about stuff. It's time to test. You know, what do you do as a team when you're at some sort of deficit? Because if you're playing in a major, if you're playing at TI, if you're playing for millions of dollars, like you're not giving up. So I can understand why they would keep going, but other than that, like that was a Gaben's top hat level shellacking, I think, from Liquid. It doesn't get worse than that. That was a stomp.
Yeah, that was quite the stomp, quite the shellacking. Pretty sure the definition for shellacking is like an oil you throw over wood to seal it, or it's like a shellac or something like that. So I guess that's what that was. I have no idea. It's a very North American phrase that I've used a lot, and I know Sunsman and you use all the time, so it's very interesting to hear. But while you guys take in that information of shellacking and the definition of it, well, we're going to go to a quick break before we throw it back to the panel. So we'll see you guys in just a moment. Stay right there.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
We know you hate it when you have to wait to get back into the game, but the wait will end in seconds. In real life, some people don't have the option to restart. Millions of refugees and displaced people have their lives on hold, eager for a chance to move forward. There are 84 million people around the world who were forced to flee due to war, conflict, violence, persecution, and climate change. And we are here to serve them, working day and night to provide them with life-saving aid and support. And you can be part of it. You can help people forced to flee gain access to life-saving aid like shelter, food, water, medicine, and much more. Donate to UNHCR. Help help refugees and displaced families rebuild their lives.
The divisions in the world are stark. Recent years have shown some of the largest natural disasters ever in history. And that really hits hardest the people who had the least to begin with. These people need help. It would be a real tragedy if all these advances in science and health and technology only benefit people in a position to pay for them. There should be no lesser standard if you happen to be poor. These problems can be overcome. Direct Relief is a humanitarian, nonprofit health organization. The focus has been on the least fortunate, most vulnerable people. On a good day, things are tough for a lot of people in this world and in this country. And what we can do is mobilize private resources for their benefit and make it available free of charge. We're the first nonprofit in the history of the United States to obtain accreditation just like a commercial distributor. And it's been expanded geographically to every country in the world and every state and territory of the United States. What's now Direct Relief officially was started in 1948 as a private effort of a war immigrant businessman named William Zimden. The basic guiding principles of a war immigrant businessman really influence what Direct Relief has done ever since. And they begin with just serving the people who need help. We have this great privilege of engaging with people who come in from very different backgrounds, but with the same purpose of trying to just do something good. It doesn't matter if you're typing or talking on the phone or working on the warehouse floor. They're all part of an effort that means something bigger, and that is the fuel that kind of keeps you going. It gives you some sense that there is a way to make meaningful progress, even for a little organization that started at a kitchen table, but that's what provides motivation in life. The notion that many people, just by virtue of where they're born, the color of their skin, the country they live in, they're going to get sicker, they're going to stay sicker longer, and they're going to die sooner. That's pretty good motivation. These issues are too big for any one organization to address. We really work hard to honor these guiding principles, invite people to participate, and we are sure thankful for the thousands of people across the country and world who have become part of Direct Relief by virtue of their participation.
It looks like Gary was just trying to make sure that we had some storylines for us today. He wanted to be wrong, and boy, were you wrong in dominating fashion. That was
purposeful cast a curse.
Exactly. That was quite the Liquid victory there. What a turnaround from game number one. Honestly, from Tundra, right? Liquid played great both games, but why did Tundra struggle so much this time?
I think it was just that Liquid's heroes are very good at rolling over the map. They really justified their early Nature's Prophet pick. They dove towers and took the towers, and they did that on multiple lanes. And in the same vein, Mickey also just had a really good game. So he transitioned. I mean, he was like 13-0-0 at one point. That's just like the story of the game. He got so many kills that he catapulted into a firm farming position. And that was the case for everybody on Liquid. They just did really well.
Yeah, Mickey got his Blink Dagger 10 minutes and 8 seconds in, and the game ended then. That's pretty much it. It was a really nifty lane swap they did with Matu and Mickey swapping lanes, but not really swapping roles. You know, Mickey still went for the Blink Dagger. He went Soul Ring Bottle as well to keep getting these DDs and Arcane Runes to keep fighting. And of course, Matu with that Orchid Rush on Prophet. Like Purge said, just allowing them to dogpile onto an objective. Oh, you got to kill bottom lane? I'm here with Treants. We'll take tower. Mid lane? Sure, do that too. He was everywhere.
I mean, they even forced 9 into like a really bad itemization too. I don't think he made the wrong choice, but he's forced to get tanky. He's like, okay, I need treads. I need a Hood of Defiance, because Tiny's Blink Dagger was so fast that it sets up this initiation and follows up into an Orchid or follows up into Grimstroke combos or Pango roll. He just gets killed too much. And that really like meant that not only does he get killed, but he doesn't get to play his game.
That Pango pick at the end was really good as well, right? Because we talked about the team fight with the Thunder. We talked about Diffusal Blade against Medusa, pretty damn good, but it's like the lane with that Grimstroke made sure Medusa didn't have any breathing room early. Then she was forced out of lane, and there was nowhere for her to go. There was no holding ground for Tundra to actually sit and say, okay, this is our part of the map. They were cutting waves 10 minutes in. You know, Quap was behind tier 2s trying to find any inch of space, and Liquid just didn't give them any.
I thought Tiny was nerfed. Right, I thought Tiny was bad now. Do we just need to nerf Mickey now, right? Like Ice Frog shows up at his house and just takes away his keyboard.
I'm sure a lot of players and teams would like that if Mickey was nerfed. I think what was interesting about his build is he basically went skill points into Avalanche, which is normally the thing you see if you see tempo setting Tiny. It falls on its face if your laning stage goes badly or you die too many times before you get Blink, because then by the time Blink rolls around, your Avatos combo just doesn't feel as strong because your damage ratio to the minutes in games is just not nearly as good. But yeah, in his case, he got it at a really, really good time, and then he was able to get kills with it, and then that lets all of his other levels follow, so everything worked out nicely.
I know you guys are upset you didn't get enough time to talk about why this Pango was such a good pick, right? We saw strength in the lane, strength in team fight.
Yep.
Why was Pango the ace?
Yeah, the Diffusal Blade against Medusa is obviously very good. The supports are pretty low armor, so the physical damage that Diffusal Blade represents is quite good. And it also covered those team fight things that we talked about, like being able to initiate team fights, chain stunning, more pressure, diving towers. That is sometimes a problem when you're trying to take tier 1s. If the enemy team's hiding in the trees and you can't really get to them without them casting spells on you first, it can be really too much. So yeah, Zai played great as well. Take a look at the net worths. He's 3rd highest, and he's heaps ahead of the next closest on the Tundra side.
Yeah, which is the doom, and you know, comparatively, these two position 3s. Who does 3-3 go on? He can't really doom the Prophet. You said this earlier on, Purge, right? That Tiny, Prophet, they don't care that much if they're being doomed. So he's like, okay, I have to try and doom the Pango, I guess. Then Zai built a Lincoln Sphere. The 3-3, you know, comparative to the performance from Zai, it was just not there in terms of teamfight contribution. Like here we see a nice move with a double Infernal Blade, but it's an Undying killing.
Yeah, that was cool. Really long stun duration there. But yeah, Team Liquid just completely roll over Tundra there. They won the laning stage in a huge way. They didn't pick too much carry potential. They're finding their footing. And this now opens a new question. Do they have to ban Prophet in the first phase instead? Because he's the key hero in both these games. Game 1 obviously was a little bit different because they were better at running at their opponents and making it hard for Liquid to play their game. But Game 2 just felt like Liquid blew them out of the water. And maybe it was based on other lanes as well, or just particularly good play. But maybe Prophet ban is another solution too.
So far, they've banned Mars every time, and then either Razor or Io. Between those heroes, who would they want to let through in order to take out the Prophet?
Maybe Mars, because they also can flex on that, and it doesn't present like a really abnormal game state, but it's hard to say.
Yeah, I would say Mars is one that you're probably more used to playing against, and he fills the same archetype as a lot of these other position 3 initiator heroes. He's just very good at what he does. I just think that Tundra had this kind of classic two supports that didn't do much. You know, Doom is farming, he's getting towards late game. Medusa, they want to get towards, 30, 40 minutes as well. Queen of Pain had a rough lane stage, but when you have this first 10, 15 minutes where you're behind and you're trying to catch up, you need supports that go and do stuff. Kotl was cutting waves, he was farming. Shadow Shaman was kind of running around trying to get wards down and get vision. And maybe if they had another hero that the Queen of Pain could play with and look for individual pickoffs, maybe they could find the little way back into the game, but then it comes back again to what Liquid were doing, which is the Death Ball, group up as 4, have Prophet TP onto you, and your 5 heroes everywhere.
So they do end up banning the Prophet and the CK. All right, this time you can go.
Sorry, I'm just taking the Prophet out of the pool. We've seen Liquid Death Ball without that hero. They have other strategies for this, right? So Death Ball's not still out of off the table.
It's not, but it's definitely going to look different. Most of the other push heroes that were easy to fit into a draft were Chen and Enchantress, and Chen hasn't done so well, and Enchantress definitely got nerfed as well. So I don't know, it's maybe a little bit harder to cheese towers quickly. Maybe the other option is Helm of the Dominator heroes who can grab the Dark Trolls. So maybe your Lycan heroes are still pretty good at early push or Death Ball. But yeah, a lot of the other tower siegers with the Chen Enchantress nerf and the nerf to Death Prophet tower damage, they're pretty removed or nerfed from the game.
This is kind of a difficult first pick. Like, Liquid banning that Tiny now gives Tundra the options of what? Io, Grim?
Yep, Io, Grim, or Coddle if they want to go that round.
Yeah.
And this is also the first game where Tundra is on first pick instead of second pick.
Or the Mars if they want to do that.
Was Team Liquid on Dire all 3 games or just the second one and this one? Can't remember. Were they Radiant first game?
They were Radiant first game with the Night Stalker. Yeah.
Okay.
So now Grim Mars?
Assuming
That's
Mars
such a
is their
strong
preferred,
opener.
yeah. It is really good, yeah. Covers a lot of bases. Great dual lane if they want it. They can flex the Grim to the other lane if they want. They will instantly pick the Mars. Either Mickey or Zai will play that. But do they take the Grim? Or do they pair it with something else that they want to mess around with? Possibly Lone Druid is a hero that sometimes gets banned in the second phase for them. Like, there's other Matu heroes that often would get banned. They could grab Medusa potentially. Like, what is going to get banned in the second phase that you might want to take here? They'll go for the safe route and just pick the Grimstroke, though.
I think it's just such a solid opener. Like, it gives you team fight, gives you the off lane. You've got kill threat on pretty much anyone you put up against it.
Both of these teams have been ignoring Bane, which has been pretty popular with every other team in the tournament. Does Bane just not contribute enough to fight potential?
I think it's more just that they've been picking other heroes instead, and then Bane doesn't fit into their draft afterwards.
That's cheeky, isn't it, Tundra?
Yeah. Like, you know what, guys? This Io plus Razor thing, it's pretty good. Let's play it. Because it's going to give them a lane win somewhere. With that said, though, the fact that Liquid has Mars undercuts it a bit. Because now you have some anti-mobility, some repositioning tools to mess up the Razor. True, you can tank the damage of the Bulwark, even on allies.
So what do we start to see banned out then? If this is going to be the Zai and the Boxy heroes, you don't really want to be focusing on position 5s in the second phase. Yeah, you called the Lone Druid, that's a good shout.
I mean, you'd want to ban setup heroes that will set up for the Io and the Razor. So Bane does sound okay to me here. That's a great one to start things off. What else? Who else fights up well right now?
It's like anyone with a stun. Like, we could even see like Beastmaster, Snapfire, any of these guys that just kick things off.
True. There's the Beast.
Sand King and Doom are still available.
Yeah. It's just every time someone plays against Insania Undying, I can't help but feel they want to ban it in the next game. Just don't let him have it.
Just always feels so like not the way to go. It depends with the offlane heroes. I feel like Tundra definitely bans Doom surely, right? Like every single game that Grimstroke gets picked, it gets banned. With that said, though, they already have Mars, so maybe it's less likely now. But again, Mickey could easily play mid. They'll go for the Dusa ban, the other hero that was expected to be banned in the second phase, no matter what team it was going to be. Dusa gets banned there, I feel like.
There's also like tower push heroes. I think DP comes to mind here for me for Liquid to pick and maybe Tundra to ban, just because Grim and Mars don't really offer you that much. They give you great team fight and pick off, but you want someone who can then transfer that momentum into an objective.
That's true, but I gotta say, watching the first game, it was very like nostalgic. Like watching Death Prophet use her ultimate, fight towers, and the towers were like, okay, you ultied me, that's dangerous, but I'm all right. Like, it was weird. Like, I had to like reset my brain to like, oh, you don't just easily kill a tower every time you exorcism. It was like, oh, he armored it and it tanked it and you did damage, but now you're gonna have to back. That was like totally what happened all the time 5-6 months ago when Death Prophet was picked. So could be an option for that, but maybe the better one is actually Leshrac. Not necessarily great against like Razor IO, but similar principle. But yeah, I think Death Prophet could be fine, certainly.
Yeah, something for Mickey in the mid lane. What's the 3-3 hero going to be for Tundra? I'm assuming Skitter on the Razor. We have Snaking IO.
How does it feel to be Matumba with that many bans against you?
I think those are like protect the Razor as a hard carry bans to me. Because those are all
buyer bans.
Scotty buyers that outscale him. That's what that looks like to me. So that makes me think definitely going to be Razor carry.
Yeah, it's like, what does Matu pick then if he's pos one and you know that you're going to be going into like mid game against Razor? You don't want to play a melee hero that doesn't have mobility. So it's like PA, Faceless Void, heroes that can jump away from the static link.
Yeah, either like high burst or jump away escape could be kind of good. Yeah.
Oh, this could be a really good Ember game for Mika, actually. Great ways to get away from Razor, get on top of IO, and you've already got Mars Grimstroke to set up, and Ember with Inkswell on him is nasty.
Yeah, I like that idea. I think that could be good. Maybe you might want to see what the enemy mid is going to be first, but
not third pick, but maybe maybe fourth or fifth.
Yeah, no, I agree though. I think it's really solid. I assume they'll pick their second support here. Some generic 5 that is good against. What? Sorry, what'd you say?
I'm just bouncing with Undying. Come on.
Oh, Undying. I don't think Undying's surely not good against these two heroes. Yeah, that is a much better pick. The Demonic Purge against Razor is probably one of the best spells in the game against Razor because it goes through BKB. It's going to slow the IO as well. Generic save is pretty much always good. I think this is a much better pick. If they pick Undying, what does he do when Razor runs in? He's going to pop his he's going to put his tomb on the ground. He's going to maybe try to go punch Razor. Razor's just like, what are you doing, bro? He's going to attack the tomb like 5 times overcharged. And then yeah, Undying's really sad.
Yeah. It makes sense in like draft logic as well, right? You don't see the offlane and you don't know who you're against. Theoretically, Tundra could pick up no strength heroes and like Undying gets super sad.
Could be like Viper offlane against Undying, and then Undying's really, really sad. But is Doom going to make it through for Team Liquid, given that double Grim ulti combo? Right now, I guess, they're going to Demonic Purge both the IO and the Razor in most cases.
Yeah, that's big.
If they are linked. That's kind of fun.
So if they do pick Doom, where do you assume the Mars would be going? Or would you think like Doom is going to be mid or something? Or Tundra just steal it again? Yep. So that's 3-3's hero. We're still looking for that Saxa hero. When you've got an IO, you want someone who can actually initiate team fights and has a stun, because your Razor IO don't offer any. Doom doesn't give you great team fight.
Did I freeze there for like 15 seconds? Anyone knows?
I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, my thing stopped working for like 15 seconds. It just looked like I was deeply thinking and not blinking.
It was you're very intensely focused.
Thinking, not blinking. I'm gonna keep that one in mind for the future.
What about a Clockwork or a Snapfire? There it is. What's gonna be my other one?
Yep, it's great dual lane. Good follow-up, I guess. Can bomb the backline supports too. Doesn't have to worry as much about Grim interrupting him, basically. And they can use like Cookie to initiate with Razor as well. So I like it. I think it's pretty cool.
Cookie with a Doom with a Centaur War Stomp as well is pretty nice to initiate.
Mm-hmm.
Snapfire is going to eliminate all of my Broodmother dreams, right?
Not necessarily. I just think Brood is like one of those like kind of win the lane, but do okay mid game. But if you win hard enough, it's over kind of cheese heroes right now. So I just don't see teams really valuing it. The web spinner thing with the Ags is pretty annoying at times, but I don't know. I'd be really surprised if there was a brood pick personally.
Oh, Wraith King doesn't care about getting doomed. He's got 2 lives.
Great with the Grimstroke as well. So that is very solid. Doesn't really like getting damage sapped away from him, but definitely can be manageable. And then they ban Invoker. Would have been a solid hero to set tempo and mana burn either Razor or Doom, because without mana, those heroes are kind of crappy.
It does mean Liquid are taking a step away from that really strong global group up and be everywhere on the map kind of draft. Wraith King is kind of slow until he gets his Blink Dagger. And Grim, Shadow Demon, and Mars are pretty good at like roaming around together, but I'd love to see make again, like Ember Spirit, some kind of spirit that can join from long range, something that allows them to make up the numbers.
One downside though is I guess lane push is not so good for Tundra right now. So Wraith King, that's another good thing about Wraith King too. Send skeletons somewhere, it could force them to react with, I don't know, burning a Scorched Earth or Snapfire being there to use a double combo to kill it. So that's kind of an upside.
What are we missing for Tundra? 4 Snap, 5 IO, 1 Razor, 3 Doom.
Mid,
Still 9 mid, yeah.
Unless they do Snap mid, but it's possible, but maybe not less likely. So yeah, ban the strong mid hero that combos well with Lesh or with IO is what Team Liquid was going for. Lesh would work really well with IO, something they like doing, because that gives IO 2 people to tether to. If it's just Razor, it's fine, but ideally you want 2. So very likely it'll be another IO combo mid hero that gets banned.
We haven't seen the TA much either, and I'm wondering if she's going to be relevant here to just kill supports quickly.
She is good against the supports, but it's not so good with IO because she's generally survivable. But you're right, decent against the supports. I assume it's going to be Ags, Radiance faces Void personally. That's a great hero to heal.
A TA doesn't feel particularly good against Wraith King either. Like you jump in, you kill him, then you're slowed by Reincarnation, you're stuck in Arena.
That's true.
BKB, you have a really difficult time.
The annoying thing is almost that you have to wait like 3 seconds for him to respawn again. Ideally, you like kill him, he instantly respawns, you kill him a second time. But when you wait 3 seconds, the enemy team's like, oh shit, we better get in there. Then they catch up, and then they start casting spells on you, and you've wasted 3 seconds of BKB at that
Snap
point.
mid?
Is this Hoodwink mid? All right, it's either Hoodwink or Snap mid. Something weird. Nine's doing some shit.
I guess they've got the flex. They're just like, okay, do whatever we wanna. Lina last for Team Liquid.
I assume it's going to be mid Snapfire because Soxa plays Hoodwink most of the time. It could be Hoodwink mid, but I doubt it. So Snap mid is quite good. Shard is amazing, gives you another initiation option. So yeah, probably like Boots of Travel, Blink, Shard for 9, and then some other cool stuff. So I like it.
Well, I'm absolutely ready to get another prediction wrong.
Hit us with it.
I'm back in Team Liquid.
Okay, Team Liquid for Gareth. What about you,
I'm
Purge?
leaning that way also. The Razor's lane should be quite good against the Mars. That undercuts that a bit, but they don't really have like the best disable setups and ganks. I mean, Hoodwink is going to have to be the one that finds the kills, or it's going to have to be Snapfire. Snapfire needs a Blink to do that. I just feel like it's going to be easier for Team Liquid to play their game than Tundra's. But Tundra's draft is definitely not bad at all.
All right. Well, we've got 2 analysts going for Team Liquid, trying to see how strong this caster curse can be. From the desk, this is our final game to decide it all. Who's going to be donating the lion's share of the money to charity, and who is qualifying to a $4 million LAN. Casters, it's all yours.
I'm kind of favoring the Liquid lineup here, as I think that with the Lina, I saw it earlier today. It was an amazing play from the Chinese teams, and they really knew how to destroy with this hero. It was absolutely disgusting what they were able to accomplish, and I don't know. It's just maybe it's something about the Tundra lineup that doesn't exactly line up for a victory in my mind. I don't know about you, Jenkins.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'm favoring Liquid for other reasons. I think I'm not sure how the mid Snap versus Lina goes. I can't say that I've seen that one that often, especially on this patch. I do feel like the SD pick was very good. I really like this as an answer to the IO Razor. You know, Liquid being the team that's played so much of this IO Razor, I feel like they know how to deal with it. They also have the Grimstroke versus the IO, which is one of the most annoying things, just being soulbound to the IO, and you focus either the IO target or the IO and you kill the IO. So, and that's what you want to do. You want to jump the IO. So I really feel the 2 support picks from Liquid, and I think it's enough to carry the game, but we'll see. Tundra's got some weird heroes. They've got some map stuff. They've got the farming from Doom, so they're not going to really get out farmed. So they do have avenues to win, obviously. You know, these are 2 top tier teams.
What's like the expansion off that idea, right? Like, what do Tundra need to do? Is this just a fast moving lineup that needs to stay quick?
I think, you know, a couple of fights going right, taking over the map, and then just like taking space to farm, basically.
Bushwhack lands. Mutama Man's going to be in trouble. They've got Snaking in front of him to get the body blocks, and they will get the first blood. That's exactly the start that they would love to have, and they got it.
Yeah, Soxa is always so on point with the Bushwhacks. Like, he makes them look really easy to hit the long range Bushwhacks, but they're definitely not. I mean, it's a pretty small ability. He seems to always catch them in fog as well. Like, he predicts where people have gone, to the degree where, like, it looks like he's observing with us, you know?
Maybe he is. It's the malware.
Maybe.
That is being detected by your Norton antivirus.
Yeah.
We'll go for Scooter, and, well, Zai, he's got the God's Rebuke, so no spear to lock him down. Trying to get some help here from the IO, but eventually I think they have to give way to the fact that they will lose this Razor, and that is exactly what happened. So both teams getting a kill here as the horn sounds, and we take a look at these matchups across the board. The one that really does stand out at me is just the Lina and the Snapfire, but that's just because it's not as meta standard as we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I would probably favor Lina just a bit, because I feel like Snapfire has to get kind of close to use her shotgun or Fire Snap if she wants to actually use it on the Lina. And so Lina loves stunning heroes to get close. But Snapfire can also just push the wave, so they should both do fine in this lane. Any hero that can push the lane, mid, always just farms and does fine.
And what's this Snapfire gonna give to you as the game goes on? Because it definitely seems like one of those heroes that, yeah, it's gonna have a good mid game if it gets to that point, but it can also fall off very heavily.
I'm guessing we're gonna see like a Blink Shard and you know, running around and being this like magical burst damage hero for the first part of the game. Boot to travel to clear up the waves, farm the dead lane, and then into the, you know, Daedalus triple Little Shredder build that, man, if you go late game against that and the Snapfire is not behind, it actually does feel like one of the strongest late game heroes in Dota. And I'm saying that when she's up against a Lina, you know, I think it's stronger than that. You can just shred the whole enemy team.
And Matoma Man taking a lot of damage right there. The Inkswell will be what keeps him alive because Insania pops it right on top of 3-3. But that was really close once again. You just got Acorn Shot as well as the Bushwhack, that lockdown combined with an Infernal Blade and trying to chase with the Scorcher. So going to an early point in the Infernal Blade, not the Devour, which we've seen on these off-lane Dooms.
Yeah, that's cool. Looking to pressure. It's a really value ability at level 1. 20 damage over 4 seconds. It's 80 damage, and then you have the percent damage as well. For 40 mana, doing like 150 damage is pretty insane.
There was a point in time where I was playing Doom a little bit and just like heavily putting my points into Infernal Blade. Bushwhack not connecting that time.
Insania didn't want to use his Mango or Magic Stick for Inkswell. That wasn't really a kill attempt, just putting some harass out when 33 is, you know, swarmed by creeps. It's fair. Just value harass.
Right now, the one matchup kind of sticking out is, of course, that Lina Snapfire. Lina having a bit of a CS lead.
Sitting there up about 6 at the moment. And then, of course, actually, the Razor has a big lead over what we're seeing over bottom on Matamba Man, and we've seen him get pressured quite a bit in the bottom lane. So things opening up more, at least for now, for Tundra in the safe lane.
Yeah, I think it's fair. Mars is definitely one of the better heroes at dealing with the Razor, especially with an SD, because you can just imprison when the stack link comes out. But Mars can just spear away Razor. However, you're still going to get the damage advantage, even from like a small link. And so you're going to be able to just sit there and deny his Razor.
Losing his courier. Pulled across the board. 3-3 in some trouble. As he sits a little bit low, but go into a quick pause. So 25-5 for Mickey right now, and boots into the Soul Ring. He'll look over maybe to get 9. 9's about to hit level 5, and we'll see once they hit that level 6 who is really going to get off the margin first. And that's something I think we kind of have alluded to every single game, because it feels like these mids that are being picked are, of course, ones that really want to get the body moving.
See, the one weird thing about Snapfire mid in this game is that they're, at least from what I can see, like there's not much to set up for the Snap ult. And a lot of the time when you see Snapfire, like she looks the best when there's a, you know, a Mars arena or like a Chronosphere to throw the ult into. It just makes the game look so much easier. And there isn't that. So the ult is not going to be as effective this game. It's going to be about the nukes more so from 9.
And that's why you're thinking more that he's going to go into the blink as well as the shard, right? Where he has that availability to blink in.
Yeah, for sure.
Use the scatter blast, have it upgraded, and of course, you know, get that 1.4 second stun.
Yeah, I also think Snapfire players just kind of agree that that's the best way to play her right now in terms of just what's, you know, what's strong, what's been buffed. People really like that one.
Shark again landing on a Matamba Man. He's taking a lot of damage. The acorn shot bouncing around. Needs to be careful about how he approaches the lane, sitting with this low of health.
The laning is being played like very spectacularly from both of these teams. You know, that goes without saying considering the caliber of teams, but I'm just watching bottom lane, and Matamba and Insania, they keep like going on 33, but then backing off, you know, just before. And Soxa like misses the bushwhack, which would have actually led to a bunch of harass back on them. You just see these little micro movements where they understand that 33 and Soxa have a lot of kill threat on them. And so they're poking instead of committing. And it's like, if you're a worse team, if you're worse laners and you commit, you die.
Mortimer's Kiss is coming out, and the Lina will be saved right now by the disruption, so not a lot of damage being done just yet, but they've got the Fire Snap Cookie. They have the control to get the kill on a Mickey, and well done, because that was a pretty long-range cookie, and it looks like Boxy might die too, as for a second it felt like he was staked to that tree for the Ancients to swallow, but it ends up being another kill there for Snaking.
Yeah, and they see some juicy stack action over there too. So I would imagine 9 probably wants to go over and clear that out, or maybe Skeeter on Razor, although he's only got 1 point in Plasma Field, so maybe that's not going to happen. Soxa's scouting it out, though.
Soxa scouting it out, sentry down, trying to catch any vision that might be scoping this. And they know that these stacks have been seen, so they probably need to start taking them now, or at least try to, and that's exactly what Mickey might be doing here as he goes to stack that camp once again. And they got a stack on the Ancient and that big camp too, so even more gold going their way, but this is exactly what 9 and Snake King want. They want more gold. It's going to be juicy. Here they come, but there's the disruption, so that should at least lock up the big camp. And I don't know if they could fight for the Ancient stack.
Oh, that barely
Fire Snap
missed.
Cookie. And now Inkswell, but with the LSA and the Laguna Blade, Snake King blows up. They got 3 heroes here that can really do some business on the side of Liquid to go after Tundra. And they've already used that burst damage, and then when 9 threw out the Scatter Blast, that might have been enough of a deterrent to make sure that Liquid don't come their way any further.
Yeah, unfortunate for Tundra that Soxa just barely misses the bushwhack there. If that connects, that's a really good play. If it misses, then all of a sudden it's something that, you know, gets his IO killed. And Mickey obviously hitting the double stun That definitely helps. Oh, that's not the way you want to get pushed.
Bushwhack, and here comes Insanio looking for the Ink Swell. He's trying to land it on the right heroes, mainly onto the Snapfire so they can get the control. They've got Matumba Man here, mid-game low. They're trying to get the kill into the Lina, who's going to be outputting the most damage in this exchange. And you can see that Matumba Man, with how far behind he is, isn't exactly doing that much damage to deter Tundra, and they'll get a second in Insanio. So well done by Tundra. They're starting to keep the pressure on with these 3 heroes.
Yeah, just these 3 running around together. I mean, 3 like traditionally support heroes. It was pretty cool that Liquid were like focusing 9 there because they know that he's really the only one that outputs like a ton of damage, especially right-click damage. But still, like the IO sustain is enough, and they delay for long enough. Soxa, he does not have Scurry.
He may die here, but he has certainly been a nuisance so far. Do they even want to go for this? They'll go for the cookie play. That lands, but the LSA and the Laguna Blade is there, so another bit of burst damage, as that is only on a 70-second cooldown. He's certainly been a nuisance, though.
Both mids are going for a Soul Ring Boots of Travel build. I thought this build was dead ages ago, but it seems to still just be so strong. Like, the Soul Ring lets you spam out the lane until you get the Boots of Travel, and once you have the Boots of Travel, you can just, like, you know, sit top lane forever, just keep spamming. And then because you have the Soul Ring, you have enough mana to TP somewhere and actually use your resources. Like, if you didn't go Soul Ring, you'd be spamming your mana, you TP somewhere, you'd be too low mana. So that's why this build works. It's how the items pair together that makes it so nice.
So what's the benefits of that, right? Like with the Soul Ring and the Boots of Travel, actually, hold that thought for a second. They're going to relocate and go for Zai. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie as well as the Scatter Blast, so 9 getting the kill. Does 9 go back with them? Or go back with Snake King? Or does he stay to push the tower? He'll go back, okay.
I think that's one of those plays, by the way, from Zai that you like realize like, oh, IO 6. You know, it was pre 10 minutes and IO was 6. Like, that's just not something that you really expect.
Yeah, they're
usually it's like, yeah, the fighting has been helping levels on both sides, actually. Like, all the supports are actually doing very well with levels.
So we've had the conversation about IO a couple times, and I was wondering what kind of IO are we expecting this time around? Is it going to be more so using that relocate to get the attack as we just saw in Zai, or is this still more of a, I'm going to sit back and if you need me to pull the plug, I'm here?
I think relocating in this game is pretty good. There's not the greatest of setup for it. It would either be like 9 going in and setting up, or Soxa, and it's a little scuffed. It's not like a Bane who can Nightmare from far away and, you know, disable for like 15 seconds. But it's something. And there's not, like, there's pretty decent IO relocate out cancel too. And the Mars arena is hard to like relocate into, and spears flying around, and you can like disrupt the target. You can disrupt the IO.
Whoa! That actually landed. I know there was nothing to follow that up, and 9 actually might end up being dead instead. But it was kind of impressive. The Fire Snap Cookie, at least from such a far distance, landed. And just everybody came mid, and 9 maybe not expecting that.
You know what I've seen a lot more of these days than in the past? Is Grimstroke throwing Inkswell on something that's not like a primary hero. Like a Grimstroke throwing it on like a Visage Familiar or a Lycan Wolf or an Illusion. It's just so non-committal. Like, it doesn't require you to have a hero in harm's way, but still gives you the same effects of the Inkswell. And it also like makes that target, which, you know, usually is low value, like an Illusion, it makes that have value for the enemy team to like use dispels on and to stun and to, you know, use things on. So it's like, it's this interesting trend that you see happening, that people are basically realizing Inkswell has a lot more uses than just, you know, throwing it on some Chaos Knight and having them run in.
What do you
Especially with the shard too.
Yeah, well, with the heal from the shard and the dispel, it's always nice.
Hard
right?
dispel, yeah.
Yeah. What do you think has kind of caused that change? Is it just more use from Grimstroke, and it's just like, okay, here we go. Like, I want to just be able to not sacrifice my heroes if they make a jump and it's a false start.
I think people getting better at the hero in general, seeing other people doing it, helps, especially if it's in like a huge tournament. And then as well as like, I just feel like there's a lot of summons heroes that are pretty good right now. Like, you know, Nature's Prophet, Visage, Lycan, Beastmaster, like all of these heroes are super viable. So there's a lot of things to throw that Inkswell on. Remember at TI? Oh, never mind. Hold that thought.
Spear comes through, and they've got the Ink Swell, and that'll pop. And they're immediately going to TP to try and save Matumba Man with the second life. So, can Tundra stay here and continue to get this? It looks very likely. And yeah, Mortimer's Kiss is coming out, looking for a distant shot to land. That might slow him enough to get a kill here. They'll go to the relocate forward, and there's the Soul Bind. But Insania, you're right next to them, and you're still going to die. Saksa gets the double kill. They look over at Boxy. They've got the disruption, and eventually they'll be able to relocate out. However, just not in time. Boxy's been throwing the Shadow Poison enough to get the kill on a Skeeter. He'll lose his life afterwards, but well worth it when you're able to get a kill like that. Ooh, Nikkei's still trying to get Saksa. Good bushwhack.
Radiant's top tower is under
Yeah, I'm shocked that he survived that on Saksa. Yeah, that was a big dive, understanding that they had the strength to do that. Boxy did pick up a kill on the Razor, so he's feeling very large right now.
Bottom lane too. LSA landed in the spear, and it's an easy kill on 3-3.
Yeah, Zai's just been silently sitting down here getting kills. Like right before that big fight top started, he got a kill onto 33 in the exact same place, actually. 33 has just been down here dying twice in a row now. And that's giving Zai a really solid game, because you're doomed. Your net worth is inflated artificially, so you're giving way more to this offlaner that's not supposed to be getting that farm, because you're a Mars.
So Liquid have kind of hit this point where I think they've defended against most of the aggression that Tundra's been throwing through this mid game, and I wonder if it's going to be enough. Like, there's still opportunity here, especially once they pick up the BKB on Skeeter, to make more plays. But for the most part, at least right now, Liquid's doing a good job of mitigating that damage that they're trying to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid's late game is very solid for sure. Like, their mid to late game, definitely. But I like this smoke coming out from them, because I also feel like if they just run with Zai, and if they put Zai plus one of the other cores together, they're really strong. They just need Zai to start stuff off. But I can understand he was free farming bot and getting kills, and also he wants to get the Blink Dagger, so I can understand not wanting to show up to stuff until that point. But now they're realizing, like, okay, we've got so many levels, like, we definitely are strong enough to just do this. Zai's actually doing a full wraparound in the trees, by the way. Up top, just off camera. And he's gonna find Saksa.
Oh, is he?
Oh, no, he's not. Yeah, he is.
Phantom's Embrace. And there's the spear. Okay.
Yeah, I forgot. That ability destroys trees in a way bigger circle than the actual arena. For whatever reason. I am not sure. It's very annoying if there's a Monkey King on your team. He just destroys trees all the time.
Yeah, sometimes your ally is just trying to be in the trees, and you throw down an arena and stun up your own Monkey King.
Yep. Be nowhere near him and you'll still stun him. Nikkei's just farming that whole time too. Like, he's legit just hitting creeps mid. Almost has his BKB. So does 9 though. Like, they're going the exact same build on both mid laners. I suppose, what does that say about the mid lane in this Dota patch? That it's basically the same thing on both heroes.
That it is boring? I don't know.
Bots, Soul Ring, BKB. I think that probably means
standard.
Some items are a little too good. I think that's what that probably means.
They did look for Zai for a second, and they are trying to maybe chase him down. Meanwhile, 9 going for the BKB, like you said. So I'm just wondering when in fact he's gonna get that shard that we've been wondering about.
BKB first does.
BKB.
Yeah, the BKB first does make sense. I mean, you're just going to be, like, almost immune to the Liquid damage, because the only BKB piercing thing really is this Demonic Purge, which it will hit 2 targets because you have a Grimstroke, but those 2 targets are going to be the Razor and the Io. That's not going to be cast on you if you're 9, and so he's thinking, okay, I get a BKB, all of a sudden I get multiple rounds of spells off in a fight, and it's going to look really good. Shard comes after, I would imagine.
Unless they want to do it the other way, where maybe second Roche and wait that long and try not to spend the gold. But
yeah, maybe get a blink first, and like that actually sounds kind of viable, because the other shards in this game are not all that impactful.
It's just about controlling Roche and knowing you could take the second one.
Yeah, exactly. But I'm sure they feel pretty comfortable in this game right now. At least it's something worth like thinking about because I don't think the blink is that much less value than just going for the shard. In fact, depending on the game, like a player might think that the blink is actually a little bit better than the shard if they feel like they just need to get in there in position, and the stun and the damage from the shard just doesn't matter that much.
I definitely do worry about that too, right? Like putting your eggs in the basket of the shard, especially when you're getting BKBs on these cores on the side of Liquid. So like, how worth it is it going to be when they go and get the shard? Static Link, McKay, he will try to run from this one while Saksa goes down to Zai. And McKay now trying to maybe even turn this one around. They've got Matsu coming over with the stun, the Laguna Blade, and the kill. There's a lot of damage real quick, and I'm kind of wondering why Skinner made the move to just even be that deep. He started with the Static Link, and then once the Lina got away, I thought maybe they'd just give it up, and instead he kept going.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake. That was definitely a mistake. That was one of those things where he thinks he's going to get the kill. He sees the invis, he knows he's not going to get the kill, but then he decides like, okay, well, I'm going to soak as much damage as I can, and then just goes a little too far. All of a sudden he's overcommitted. Snake King was not safe enough to go and save him. Like, Io's going to die diving towers like that, so Snake King was too far away, couldn't heal him, and all of a sudden they lose their carry, which is not good. I mean, that's a Razor. He's not exactly a snowball, or he's not exactly like a great farming carry. So you want to snowball, you want to get kills.
Yeah, he's not exactly snowballing or anything like that at the moment either. Bushwhack comes in, and while they're able to cut the tree, they've got themselves a sharpshooter. They'll get the kill at his eye. They'll look over now, and Insania. The chase is on. The Soulbind is there, but they're walking in tandem. It's like a three-legged race over here. And, well, they'll get the kill on both. Actually,
I just watched
and look for Matama Man. They'll continue to chase. The plasma field is there. The cookies, though, well off the mark, and that'll stop them.
He's got ult. He's good. I just saw the weirdest interaction in that fight. So Zai speared 33, who was stuck on the outside of the arena, but he was close enough to get clipped by the spear, pulled inside the arena, and then speared to that wall. And then I don't know if he BKB'd on the same frame. I swear I heard the spear, or maybe the spear was max range. I don't know. That was a weird fight, weird interaction. Mars has some weird stuff happen with him.
There are a couple heroes who still kind of have some weird things, or kind of like similar to the weird things that used to happen with Arena, right? Where if you were getting hit by the spear, but you were thrown up via something else, you just get pushed right out of the arena.
Yep. Like lion stun, because it would give you horizontal movement.
Also,
the walrus punch.
Yeah, and then there's also the. I think it's still in the game, and not many people utilize it as much anymore. It could have been taken out, I'm not sure. But the Mars spear with the God's Rebuke immediately, if you land the spear back end and you hit the God's Rebuke, and he moves.
Oh yeah, no, that's still in the game. That's still in the game. Yeah, the Rebuke stops the movement from the spear, but they still get stunned.
EKB from 9 and TPing, but a lot of damage being done. Not enough damage. I don't see anybody really utilize that option anymore, and I know that's really hard to like land on control. But someone like Chalice is a good example of that. He used to do it a lot.
Amar the fucker uses that one all the time. He loves that one. He likes anything that's like really edgy and cool.
Dropping what, Sage's masks on the ground or whatever it was?
Yeah. It was Null Talismans, Null Tallies. Was it Null Tallies? No, I'm forgetting. No, Mantles of Intelligence.
Yeah, the Mantles. Yeah.
You got to get smarter. Yeah. That's class. Oh, now everybody does that one, so I think he's onto some other stuff.
I think you just got to start dropping some like high upgraded items.
That's a very committal. I mean, that is the true BM if you want to go that way.
Bushwhack, sharpshooter coming through, and there's the break and taking out the Aegis from the hands of this Lina, who just got it, by the way. BKB comes out, Soulbind not connecting, so Skeeter is able to just continue forward. Finally connects over to the Doom, but it's on the back end of the duration. The BKB is going to wear out in just a second on Mickey. They'll force staff him away. They've got the Mortimer's Kisses dropping down on Azai. Infernal Blade, 33 gets the kill, and they take the Aegis. They get a kill. It ends up working out in their favor. And with the relocate, they don't lose the IO on the back end, which is something you always got to be pretty aware of.
Yeah, Zai's just the sacrificial chicken in that fight. That could have been a disaster. Lina getting focused and the IO relocate coming in, catching the back lines, like you said. Like, it could have been really bad. And it looks like actually Tundra wants to turn it into something really bad.
Well, they know the BKB is down, so they are trying to take that fight and potentially get the Lina. Bushwhack lands! Ooh, but just on the edge. Blink, Infernal Blade, and that is more than enough damage. They'll get the kill there. They'll look over at the side. Matumba Man trying to fight Skeeter. 33 over to the edge of this fight with the Laguna Blade out. The Bushwhack lands on it too, but the LSA is there.
Yeah, Tundra just ditched because Skeeter got a 6 damage static link. It got like almost immediately broken. So the moment that happens, you know your carry is gonna do no damage. So like, just get the hell out. I can understand that choice.
How do you
Liquid, they want to capitalize.
Yeah, had he lasted on that link a little bit longer, maybe they'd take that fight, because they were trying to beat the BKB timings, and now maybe going the other way to try and go after some of these supports and gain some control of the map as they get the kill on the socks, and they'll push towards the top tier 2 as well. Knowing that a lot of these abilities on Tundra are down, especially with the fact that 2 of the big heroes are dead.
Yeah, that's going to be a tier 2. They have Desolator. Even with 33 being up, I don't see Tundra defending this. It's too low. So Liquid has the map control around Roshan. This is pretty big. The question is, can they actually keep this for the next 5 minutes?
It's a long time for the next Roshan. That's actually... Now I got to check the Snapfire's inventory. He is looking to buy the shard, because Roche is in for 5 to potentially 7 minutes, right? So do you really want to wait 7 minutes almost and have to get the Roche to get this shard? He's already got the Blink Dagger, so...
Game's dead even too, so that doesn't help.
I think
it's not like they have the advantage they had earlier. Use the shard to help you get the Roche. That's what I say.
Use the shard, use the Schwartz. Try and do anything you can to get the victory in these fights.
Whatever you can, yeah. We're kind of chilling out now. Everybody's chill. Nobody wants to go in and feed. We're at the point where it's all smoke initiations. There's not really going to be anything else. So maybe we're waiting on smoke cooldowns. I can't see the shops
happening for Dire. I think it shows these days again.
Does it? Oh, very nice.
Yeah. So I believe smokes are still in stock. It doesn't say the number. It does say the wards though.
So Insania has 1 smoke, and the other one's going to be in stock in 49 seconds. So they're a little limited on Liquid. And how many do we have?
Used to be broken for so long.
And Tundra does not have one. So that's why there's this chill moment for them. They've got... Or did he just send one out? Nope, they have none. So they don't want to just like walk in division. That sounds like a very good way of losing. That's precisely why they're five manning here. So they don't just walk in and die.
So... Speaking of the smoke conversation we had yesterday about not forcing the smoke and, you know, getting out within the net even is fine. You don't have to force a move and take a bad fight. I said that to Blizzard today during the LGD Extreme Gaming, and he said, a smoke can still be considered as connecting as long as you get visioned. And I thought that was a very wise thing to say.
Yeah, I think that's true. I always say, like, when I'm coaching terribly, whenever you smoke, there should be some objective, and then killing somebody is like the secondary objective, because that way if you don't get the kill, then there's still something happening. So that could be getting vision down, that could be to smoke to take a tower. I was actually watching a Fnatic game today researching for the major, and I saw that they smoked to just gank a tower, and before the TPs could even come in, they take the tower down. I thought that was really cool.
Wait a second, you're watching SEA games? You're not allowed to know other regions.
Sorry about
Scatterblast comes out. BKB is popped immediately by the Snapfire, as well as Zai drew down the arena. And this might go back and forth. They've got the refresher popped. You got to be careful because Mickey has that Daedalus. He has a lot of damage to throw your way, but not if he gets hit with a static link. They've got the disruption. Now they'll go after the IO.
Oh, he brought him back.
They lost Mickey already. It's the first casualty of this fight. They'll finish off Zai. They get the first life out of the hands of Matama Man. A big fight for Tundra if they can clean up without losing any casualties. They're thinking about going to the back lines as well. Plasma Field is there. Inkswell pops, but it's not going to land on anybody. The Scatter Blast is in. They get the kill on a Boxy. They've taken out 4. They'll go for Matama Man, and they'll dive the tier 3. They've got the Fire Snap Cookie with the Inferno Blade. They'll glyph the tower, but it's not going to matter. A full team wipe for Tundra here, and it is absolutely massive.
Yeah, for some reason, this always seems to happen in Tundra games. Like, these guys are just so down to dive your tier 4s. Look at that. Oh, my God. Look at that cliff, dude. My God. I feel like that's in a lot of Tundra games. These guys are just so aggressive, and Liquid had absolutely no buybacks. I can guarantee you, if they had a single buyback in that fight, like, doesn't matter who it is, they would have bought back, and they would have turned that, because they were in the tier 4s, man.
This fight again.
Matamba blinks in because he sees that Skeeter used the BKB, but he has another one. He has a second one. And that gets Mickey killed.
And he just survived. He gets pulled back on the end of the relocate. And then
kill both of the supports. I mean, when these cores are dead and you see that it's just supports alive, it's so easy to just make the call to dive, and instead of like, oh, let's all focus one guy, at that point you can focus on, like, okay, you go for that support, I'll go for this support, and all we need to do is kite them until the other one is dead, and then we go for the next one. Because you know that, like, without the course, there's not enough damage to turn it around at all.
And you can see the power of the Shark coming into play there too, right? Like, Snapfire post BKBs is all of a sudden jumping in, getting the Scatter Blast and stunning up these heroes. It's so hard to deal with that, especially with the follow-up damage that's there for Tundra too. You have to be very particular about your BKB usage now, knowing that that is an available option.
And it's getting to the point that for Liquid, their BKBs are not even going to matter as much because Snapfire, he's almost got a Daedalus, and he's got the level 20 talent, so he's getting damage on his little Shredder. So that's BKB piercing. You have Doom that's BKB piercing, and you have Razor, who we saw kill Mickey through BKB in that fight.
And then, like you were talking about at the beginning of this game, there will come a point where 9, if it goes long enough, will get that 3 times little Shredder, and you're not looking to be a Mortimer's Kisses kind of Snapfire. You're looking to be a in-your-face, right-click damage kind of Snapfire. This grandma can bake cookies and kick your ass.
Yeah, she has pretty good aim, too. Hitting 3 people at once. It's scary stuff.
Roche is up in 5 seconds.
See, now let's look at the smoke situation. Let's see. All right, things have settled down. 2 smokes on Insania, so they've not been using smokes. I feel like they've been the ones getting smoked on. Tundra, if they have one, like that's it. I imagine it's just coming out. They don't even have one. They've got one in 2 minutes, 24 seconds, so they're pretty much mode stall and camp wards up until that point. If Roshan starts getting initiated on, of course, by Liquid, they'll go in and they'll fight that. But Tundra is, yeah, their mode stand on a high ground right now, which you can see that they're doing.
So maybe just trying to wait it out, of course, and wait for that opportunity. But now they have Refresher, like Refresher Doom. This feels like a really good spot for Tundra. I know they're up 9,000 net worth, and there's still damage there for Liquid, but having this opportunity to potentially take Roche and have these refreshers could be very dangerous. Like, I think this Roche, especially if it goes to Tundra, maybe dictates the victory.
Yeah, definitely. If it goes to Tundra, it's just like the easiest siege ever. I think Liquid can kill them in a fight right now if they take the right fight. If they kill the backliners, take out the IO first while, you know, kiting the Razor. If somehow they can, you know, bait him to static link, and his first static link is like a 6 damage one and the second one's like a 40 damage one, something small, then they will be good. But then 9's a problem too. Like 9 is doing damage. It's not like there's one source of damage on Tundra. That's the problem. It's asking a lot to beat them in a team fight right now.
I think even maybe more important than that, and you can tell me I'm wrong because I'm usually wrong, is the fact that the static links have come out on the Lina, who's trying to output the most damage from the backlines. Like, Skitter's first and only target in that last fight was Lina, to make sure that you're not outputting any damage, you've got a decent build going on, you've got a lot of farm, but I'm going to take you out of this fight. And, I mean, that was at least the mindset that I saw in that last engagement. I think that's really important to make sure that the Lina can't get any output.
Yeah, I think that's a good choice in general, but I think that's a great choice against Liquid. To take out Mickey of all of the players on this team, like, a lot of the time, he's the 1v9 guy in games, especially if he's on Alina. Taking him out is just priority number one. And I mean, if you static link a Wraith King anyway, like, he's just gonna respawn and get his damage back. So the only other right click here is the Lina, so it does make sense. And I feel like Lina's gonna do way more damage than a Wraith King is. Like, Wraith King wants to go in and burst somebody. Lina's like over time. So once Wraith King has done his thing at the start, static linking him, he's like, I don't care, I've already killed a support.
And they jump in, they find Matumba Man.
Spot out.
Static link and 4 staffs being used to try and disengage the Inkswell too. And this is what you talked about, you know, having this lull period while they wait for maybe smokes and look for the right opportunity to go for Roche. That certainly could have been it if they took the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King.
They've got it now. Finally, Snake King has a smoke. A double damage has also very conveniently spawned.
Of course, but he
denied by
it.
Soxa though, so they're really respecting the fact that Liquid could take this back with one of their own smokes.
Yeah, and getting a double damage.
That's a way.
Yeah,
that's a way back into the game for sure.
So Liquid start to head over that direction, throwing the cast of the dancing skeletons into their Roche pit.
Oh man, Insania knows he hits them. Oh,
But
2-man!
3, he's gonna just jump in. They've got the bushwhack. They'll get the kill to Insania and Boxy immediately. That was perfect, and they don't have buyback available on the Grimstroke, who I feel like is very important in these fights.
That was a
especially.
ridiculous bushwhack, dude. Like, if you're talking the best 2 heroes to hit with a bushwhack at the same time, it's those ones. Those are the backliners. Like, he somehow just upped the high ground. He sets himself up, throwing the decoy. I think that was a bushwhack, right? Or no, that was the decoy, actually. They killed the decoy, and both got bushwhacked. Oh my god, that's disastrous. Oh man. That's really... They pressed the spell on the decoy, dude.
Yeah, whoever ranked this shard is one of the worst. I've heard it in ranked before as being awful.
Well, it was much worse. Like, the stun duration was a lot less. The cooldown on it was 60 seconds, which is more than double. So it has been, like, massively buffed. I think it's actually pretty good now.
And that was a
nice
Doom used over bottom. They're gonna relocate and get this kill. Scatterblast doing a lot of damage, by the way. 9 getting closer and closer to that level 25. And I believe Liquid had pinged out that they thought there was a ward there, but there isn't. Well, now there is.
Okay.
Entry.
Let's theory craft. Let's theory craft here. How the hell does Liquid win a team fight? So a Mars Arena has to be placed somewhere, I think, that prevents the little shredder from doing damage. Like, half of Team Liquid needs to be on one side, while the other half is on the other side, because 9 has a BKB and a blink, so he can just walk or blink through it. So you need to split half and half around the arena, or Zai can go in and bulwark and soak all 3, which will kill him, but he'll soak for his team. And then while that's happening, never mind. We'll see what they can do.
Matumba Man in some trouble. 9 finally TPing into the fight. They've got the right click damage hitting onto the Razor. Skeeter trying to get away with the BKB. Matumba Man now cleaning up the creeps. They'll back away from this. Maybe look to reset.
I've forced all of Liquid into their base, so they are exiting now. I mean, this is what Tundra wants, though. Like, they want Liquid to leave so they can kill them, because their high ground siege is not all that great. Razor is really their only good hero for it. A decent hero. I guess Snap's all right. Dude, 9 is desperately trying to get his level 25. He wants to have a good time in this game. That's when the enemies get to have a bad time.
That's when they start to pizza when they should have French fried. You're gonna have a bad time.
Yeah. 3 times. I mean, it triples your damage. That's insane. That's just a crazy number.
Not once, but not twice, but 3 times.
Doesn't get worse than that. Well, actually, it does. Could be 4 times.
Could even be the 5 time.
If Snapfire was really bad otherwise, then I think that would be all right. Oh, the TP's coming in. McKay is not going to bite, though. He's not going to push up past that wave. He's being safe. Because Tundra and 9, or not Tundra and 9, 33 and 9 are hunting. They're looking.
You do want something. Meanwhile, Zai is up in the top lane trying to farm up his refresher orb. Which, math. He is, I believe, still short.
1,500. I think?
No. 700.
700. Oh, it's 5,000 now, yeah. All right. It's exactly 5,000, actually. It's very easy math.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Summerman is by this tier 1 tower, which is still up 40 minutes into the game. It's gone book a little bit too soon.
It really does show how worthless those towers are when, like, on the flip side, it's the same thing. The safe lane tier 1 is, or the off lane tier 1 is.
Oh boy, 9's got it.
He's level 25.
Oh god, I took a look, I took a glance. He's level 25, and he just ripped up like 8 different things.
Yeah, he's getting a Satanic. He's got a Witchbane coming on the courier. So he's going to be dealing extra bonus damage from his auto attacks. That's actually a lot of damage with the little Shredder because of the speed that you have on that. I mean, what isn't a lot of damage with little Shredder? Who am I kidding? It's bonus damage too, so I'm pretty sure it can crit. Maybe I'm wrong about that.
I almost want to see 9 just blink in there and go. BKB, blink, little Shredder, fire.
Yeah, just
season,
fire
duck
away.
season, fire.
Dude, if he gets a strength blink too, he's getting extra base damage off of that. He's slowing every target.
He's going in
for his little Shredder.
Smoke's gonna break. Does he have?
Oh, they're hunting him.
They're hunting him.
They're hunting him.
Gonna fail them? No, he's gonna just BKB and blink away. I thought he'd go for it. I thought he'd be like, all right, little Shredder time.
1v5. That'd be the most Chad move ever. They're Power Ranger TPing top though, because they know that Tundra, they don't have 9. He TP'd right back to base. He panicked and he double tapped that TP button. He's running as fast as he can to his team though, because he realizes like this is the one shot that Liquid would have. But they're not even going for
TPs
it.
too.
Yeah, they did. Because Tundra had the read on it. Like if Tundra kept hitting the tower, then yeah, they're gonna go and they're gonna take that fight. But Tundra had the read. Oh jeez.
Okay.
Oh god, I don't like seeing that.
I don't like being able to farm the ancients from the low ground over there.
It's just how far it goes too. I mean, the multi-shot is. Oh man, I just feel like it's way bigger than the actual range of little Shredder for some reason. They just threw some random number in there and they're like, yep, nobody's gonna go for that talent. This is a support hero. And then all of a sudden 9's like, ooh, delectable.
Blink, and the BKBs, they go to the Abyssal Blade. That's going to land on a 33. He's got himself the Lotus Orb, and they're going to doom up Matamba Man. Mickey trying to get the damage out. They look over at this Razor. Razor, though, broken and trying to get this damage out. Zai ends up dying. The Mortimer's Kiss is coming, rain down on top of Boxy. Boxy down to one more shot. He ends up falling. Now they're going to go to the BKB. They kill off this Doom. He's dead for 92 seconds. Went in well too far. And Snapfire kind of sat back in that fight a little bit. With the
yeah, we didn't get to see some like sick little Shredder action in that fight.
He's
still sitting on a 7,000 gold, so he could be doing way more damage right now. He's not sure he wants to buy between the Satanic and the Monkey King.
BKB's come out quick. Break is there. The tether is in, and all of a sudden, a little bit of low Shredder damage coming out. Not enough as he got disrupted though. And then he goes to the kisses. Also, at some point, he's going to get that +2 Little Shredder attacks, so doing even more damage, which it's really, what, +6 attacks, right?
Oh, that's right. I totally forgot that was a talent at 15 because everybody goes for the other one because it's so good with the shard. Yeah, he's actually pretty close to that.
Ooh.
2 more levels.
Whoa, Saksa. Oh, speared, dead. He tried.
He was quite out of position there. Being a cheeky devil.
Yeah. Trying to use the decoy as much as possible.
Yeah, yeah. Man, if I saw that little squirrel running around like that, I'd be like, oh, that's the decoy, guys. Don't go on it. Come on, don't be stupid. Because he was so deep. Damn, they're going for some play mid.
Yeah, they really want to go for this, and Mars is nowhere near the fight. They'll throw the Doom out on a Matuma, man. The Little Shredder damage is ripping through this Wraith King. Fire Snap Cookie to get away. They've got the relocate again, and they'll back off. So they're going to be relocating back towards where Mickey is, and they go after this Snapfire. Nine's not going to get anything off. He ends up just dying outright, dead for 95 seconds. And look at the right-click damage. This is what I talked about. Mickey, he just, if you give him the space, he will make the damage appear. Lena the Magician.
There's no Roche. That's the unfortunate thing here for Liquid, is if they got an early spawn on the Roche, they would take that fight, take the Roche, and honestly have a really good window back into the game. For now, they have 2 heroes that are dead with buyback, so it's really just a slight waiting game for Tundra as opposed to, you know, forcing buybacks and having to actually defend that Roche.
They do, in fact, get this Aegis. It's going to be, what, Aegis, Cheese, and potentially one or the other. It's only 3rd Roche.
They caught Saksa top.
They caught Saksa, and they get another kill. He's dead with no buyback, so 70 seconds. That'll be enough to get towards Roche. His buyback is on cooldown. All right, he's actually short the goal. Never mind. He's short the goal by 350. They don't even want to wait for Roche. They're just going to go to the high ground. All of a sudden, your base is being taken. They break the high ground first after having a 20k lead. All of a sudden,
had no TP, dude. That's why they didn't fight this. 33 had no TP. He had to walk back.
Oh my.
So it's like, even if they buy back, they don't have 33. They don't have Saksa.
How long are they going to allow this to happen? They're trying to turn it around. They'll go for the mid set of racks. All of a sudden, it's 2 racks to 0. If they just take that range racks. Come on, guys.
And Roshan is up with 22 seconds left on Saksa.
And it's the Ag's blessing. If things couldn't go from bad to worse, it's the Ag's blessing.
Let's see. Who do you give that to? Probably Boxy, honestly. And maybe?
No, he's got an Ags.
Oh, he has an Ags on
So does
Boxy.
Wraith King.
Okay.
And Wraith King wants the Divine Rapier. Who'd they just give that to?
Wait, did Wraith King already have one?
Stroke? I thought he did. You know what? He activated it immediately.
He ate it. He ate it. Yeah. Okay. It
was in his inventory when I looked.
That means he can get the Rapier, which actually he's not even going for.
Well, now he swapped off of it.
He changed it to an MKB.
Come on, Matu.
So. Come on.
Come on. It's for charity. Do it.
Genuinely, though, it's probably higher damage to get the MKB because he's against 2 sources of evasion on Skitter. Like, Skitter has Butterfly plus Trickster Cloak. See, what is that? What's that total evasion? It's like 45%. Where's the evasion? 48%. Okay. Yeah, that's... Yeah, he needs the MKB. It's going to be way more damage. Yeah, very close game. Very close game.
Just went from a 22k lead to a 7.
And I don't honestly feel like the barracks don't have to matter that much right now. I think Liquid's doing a really good job playing around it. Like, playing top. If they win this fight, they can just throne.
Skitter's in some trouble. They'll throw out the Soulbind. They'll go for the damage to get out Snake King. They'll kill off the IO immediately, and he's going to buy back because he's forced to. The damage coming out of Skitter. He's trying to survive. They'll take the first life out of the hands of the Wraith King. They get the kill on Skitter.
There's no buyback.
Too. He's got no buyback. He's short 1,300 gold. There's the refresher as well as the arena comes down around 9 as well as Satsa. 9's going to fall. He's got buyback, but they lost Snake King again. Liquid have taken this one back. It is even in net worth, but quite honestly, it might just be done.
And dude, they pushed in the top lane preemptively. Like, the way that they're playing the map, since they're playing top, it means that they can just run down this lane and go throne. 9 and 33, they have to pull off something miraculous right now.
You're going to try to do so. They'll take the first life out of the hands of the Lina. That's the damage that 9 can do if he's got the space to do so. They go to the Mortimer's Kisses to try and maybe stop these blinks. They go to the Abyssal Blade that lands onto the Doom. The Fire Snap Cookie gives them some space. They've got the Hoodwink back with the buyback. And now what else can they do with this? They've got the Ags out, which gives them the Hunter's Boomerang on this Hoodwink. Bushwhack lands, Infernal Blade is there. Do they have the extra lockdown? They'll go to the Spear. It's not going to land and latch onto anything as they throw the Doom out on Azai. They've got the damage as well as the Laguna Blade to get the kill on Asaxa, and they'll take out this Mars, but he's got himself that Ags from the Wraith King to just take the throne and end the game! Liquid, from the depths of defeat, pull themselves out and take the series over Tundra. They had a 22,000 net worth lead just moments ago, and it's gone, and so is this series. Liquid are the victors. Wow. All off that one fight. That was crazy.
Yeah, that's insane. I mean, I remember Tour 1 watching Liquid when this team first formed with this roster, and very quickly getting the idea about them, that it was a team you could never count out. At that time, I attributed it to, like, it's insane he is captaining, whatever. Doesn't matter what it is. It's hard to say without actually being in the, on the team, in the team environment. But they always seem to be able to pull out something miraculous in a game, and you can see that teams respect that. Like, Tundra was not willing to go high ground, not willing to make plays without smokes, because these guys are playing against each other all the time in scrims, all the time in DPC, and like Liquid is not a team to give up. And they're also a team that can strategically outmaneuver you with the deficit, just like they did in this game, to qualify for a multi-million-dollar LAN.
So it's going to be, at the end of the day, it will be...
I heard Slacks in my ear, by the way.
I heard it for a split second, and well, we're going to throw it over to a quick break, and then we'll have the interview, we'll have the breakdown, we'll have the panel. I mean, it was quite the comeback. They've got a lot on their agenda, so we'll see you in a second. We'll be right back.
That game was quite the roller coaster. Certainly something, maybe fun to have for us viewers. At least that was pretty entertaining to watch that turnaround. The question I have to ask: was Liquid biding their time for the inevitable, or did Tundra make some mistakes?
I think Tundra were incredibly passive, and there was this kind of agreement to not cross the river and farm until everyone had their items. But it is honestly a monumental task. Like Jenkins was saying at the end, Liquid are a team that never gives up. They can strategically outmaneuver you, and going high ground against Soulbind, Demonic Purge, we saw Razor struggle really hard to scale in this game just because of Shadow Demon.
Yeah, there's only so far you can get into the enemy team fight. Like, you can blink forward, but then you're not going any farther than that or retreating. And their other win condition is dooming all the best heroes. That's difficult, especially with Linken's in plays. And 9 blinking in and getting a crazy good Lil Shredder split shot, which is also an option. But things got hard when Mickey just started doing an incredible amount of single target DPS from huge range. And then when Liquid had a couple fights where both Matumba Man and Mickey were jumping on the same target. And that didn't really work out for them very well until they got their MKBs, because then they could actually reliably hit Skeeter on the Razor, or Doom as well if they wanted to kill him instead. But once they kill Razor, they kind of open up the whole team fight, because then the damage potential is basically just gone for the enemy squad outside of using Lil Shredder, which is amazing, but only works so many times. And just them having enough separation, having Mickey in front, having Wraith King in front, it helped keep the grandma away from the support backline.
Yeah, it kind of felt like Matumba Man didn't get to dish out any damage until he got those big items, and 25, 35, those team fights around 25 to 35 minutes when Razor got the refresher orb and he was ready to go in with double BKB, they could just focus Lina and go straight for Lina and not care about Matu's Wraith King at all. But once Matu got that MKB, had AC, Abyssal Blade, he was a massive threat to be able to actually turn around and fight back. So it became much more difficult for Tundra to have that same damage scaling from multiple cores, when especially they're up against Soulbind, Demonic Purge, and these big arena spears from Zai, who was able to get into the backlines quite often.
And we saw a lot of damage from Mickey, as you were talking about at the end, just the super right click from Lina. But something else I noticed early game, it felt like Mickey was Liquid's only chance to kill for the first 10, 15 minutes. The only time they ever fought was grouping up around Lina's ultimate.
Yeah, her ultimate and her spell damage was definitely really important. There was a couple skirmishes, engagements where he was like the main reason that they got kills, but it just takes time, especially early. Wraith King needs to buy Armlet, then he needs to buy his Deso, and then until he gets Blink Dagger, it's kind of hard for him to get an engagement in a comfortable way. So yeah, it's basically very reliant on Mickey in those early skirmishes if the supports can't be the one to lead things off. And keep in mind that this all, ultimately, the problem came from the fact that Mars was underfarmed. He had to lane against Razor. Razor outlaned him, and he was the one core that was really underfarmed out of the 6 in the whole game. So his net worth being behind means he doesn't get as much damage output. He doesn't get as many pickoffs. That's part of the reason that Liquid struggled for most of the games, because they were so behind with Mars.
Well, everyone watching may have gotten a little tip-off about what is coming next, because Slacks was very excited. So we are going to throw you over to the billboard, the side of the building where Slacks gets to interview Zai about this win and heading into the land. Take it away, Slacks.
What a beautiful day. What a beautiful opportunity. Not only do we get to talk to Zai, the greatest in the world, more specifically Zai's beautiful forehead, but we get to talk about that game 3. All right, now usually I like to say, hey, game 1, what happened? Game 2, what happened? Bro, I didn't write down a single question. I thought you guys were boned. I got like 5K knowledge, I thought it was over. Did you believe you were gonna win game 3? What a turnaround.
From my perspective, no. I mean, I had a pretty rough game. So I wasn't feeling the most optimistic throughout the beginning of the game. No, but of course, I think we had a slow start, and we kind of got ran over earlier into mid game as well, and they were pushing the tempo on us quite hard. But I think, yeah, with the heroes we had, we were confident going late game. Kind of just had to bide our time, be patient, and yeah, look for openings.
Oh my god, I miss you so much, man. It's been a really long time since I gotten to talk to you, so it's good to hear.
It has been.
Answers. Thank you, bud. All right, so let's talk about game 1. Let's get back into a normal interview, though. That was a very hard-fought victory by Tundra. Any thoughts on this team, by the way? Anything to say to them?
I think they're very intelligent. I think their game plans and their drafts are always very tough to deal with for us. Like I feel like half the time I play them, I get completely shafted in lane because my hero wasn't appropriate or something like that, and then it's just hard to play. So I think they require a lot of, from our side, they require a lot of preparation and attention to what they're doing and what they're playing to come up with good responses. So I wouldn't say it's fun playing them, but it's very challenging. Yeah.
Well, it looked like you guys had some fun in game 2. I mean, that was a absolute beatdown. Can you explain why that one was so much easier after what we saw in game 1 and game 3?
Well, I think we just had we had very good lane matchups in game 2, and then the game becomes kind of stupid easy to play. Kind of autopilot in a sense, because I think we just our drafts with the way the lanes ended up going, it's kind of hard to mess up that game, even for us. So pretty simple game, I'd say.
All right, good to hear. Almost done here with you. Now, I do want to hear about that jacking, that Grand Theft Razor in that last series. IO Razor stolen out. I know how Insania, he's a big fan of the combo. What were the team comms like on that one? Did you guys react? Like, how dare they? How dare they take our IO Razor? Or was it pretty chill?
Yeah, no, I mean, we knew once they got the wisp, we knew it was a possibility. And, the life of an offlaner is that you have to play Mars into it, whether you like it or not. So for my sake, I mean, I was prepared to play into it. It's not fun. And
what? Mars?
It's just not fun. It's just not fun.
Oh,
so I'm just happy we won in the end. Yeah.
Who would you prefer instead of Mars? Who's the most fun offlaner for you?
The thing is, if I'm playing as Wisp Razor, I don't really want to play anything, so I would probably just go jungle, I'd go Axe and just the jungle instead.
All right, noted. Well, congratulations. Big win for you guys. You're on the way to the LAN, so I guess we should get serious here. What are your thoughts? Are you excited for the LAN? Are you excited to get out there and fight some more?
Yeah, I'm excited to play any tournament, really. It's been so long since we've just been doing Ana and stuff, and as you mentioned before, I haven't seen you in ages. So just getting to see people again on the spot, and not through webcams is gonna be fun.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be weird. It's been a long time. So, anyway, we're very close to getting there, Zai. Thank you so much. And fantastic series by Team Liquid. It was an absolute joy to watch. But now my heart breaks, for we must return and end the show, and no longer can I scream at the desert ends of the future city. So I guess we'll go back to panel. Thanks for having me. See you around. Back to work, citizens!
Thanks, Lex. We always appreciate your insight, and thanks to Zai for doing that interview. We've heard from Insania a couple of times. It's awesome to get another perspective, and I think what we can take away from that is win the lanes, win the game. Novel insight, I know.
It didn't happen last game though. They lost the lanes, and they still won.
It took blood sacrifice from Zai though, didn't it? All his sacrifice paid off in the end.
Yeah, I mean, he played against one of the best lane counters in the game with extra boom speed and regen, so there's no outs.
And he's being compared to a Doom off lane as well, which makes it even worse.
That's true, because that guy just gets farmed no matter what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes it a lot harder.
And we did have our first 3-game series in Europe on this stream. I believe the B stream had our one other 3-game. So, Purge, congratulations. And Gary,
I'm the true winner today. Let's be real.
yes, exactly.
Not the team, not the charities that just made $250,000 and $200,000. Not the team that just qualified for a $4 million land. It's me who predicted the 2-1 today, and I was
absolutely.
Yes.
Victorious.
Gonna keep my bank account very warm.
Resume, Twitter profile. Just absolutely everything. Who would you say is the MVP for the entire series? I know we picked one for the game, but if you're going to do series as a whole, who are you picking?
Mickey.
Yeah, Mickey did play incredible.
His tiny performance was spectacular. His Lina game just now was spot on as well. I think overall, it's probably got to be Mickey.
that's my opinion as well. Across the entire series, he maybe had like, remember he had like one, or entire tournament, he had one Storm performance where he got mega shut down and he didn't get to play Dota. But the exception of that one where he was pressured constantly, he's done incredible almost every single game. And I feel like he's been diversifying his hero pool pretty well here. He's had a good variety of stuff, just had super good performances from the beginning to the end. But there have been a lot of really good performances from Team Liquid in this tournament.
It always feels like if Mick is having a good game, the rest of the team is fully behind him. Like if he's jumping in, you've got 4 people behind him going as well. It's like lifting that morale when he's had a good time.
Yeah.
Hey, it sounded like Zai didn't fully believe in the win this game. He certainly, you know, when Slacks asked about that, he did seem to have some doubts. But, you know, maybe Mickey helped lift him out of those doubts.
Yeah, he did. I mean, there was a lot of fights where he'd jump in, try to use like his abilities, and they would just BKB, and he's like, well, my hero's useless. And that was the reality of his situation. If he can't stun either Razor or Doom, getting that backline is going to be really hard. So yeah, he jumps in, uses his spells, and he just dies. So I'm sure it felt tough from his perspective, but luckily, eventually his team was able to pull through, do enough damage, kill the Razor, win the fights.
And Team Liquid had to take quite the journey. I think they made it as hard on themselves as possible to make it into this grand finals and take home that charity money and LAN qualification spot. They got immediately knocked down by Tundra, fought their way through the lower bracket, got a ton of practice heading into our major, and it really looks like they've tightened up a lot of things from that very first series we watched back on Wednesday.
Yeah, it shows a lot of determination, and you know, it's a great morale boost, like you're saying, heading into the major for them.
Yeah, they got the biggest variety of knowledge collected, too. They got to play every single team one time. Got to knock out 3 teams from the tournament. That feels good. And other than, yeah, and then I mean, the last series was real close. So that is maybe not going to be the best feeling ever, but I'm sure they learned some stuff about the meta, maybe some solutions to some tier 1 draft heroes. It seems clear to me that Chaos Knight is going to be like a top meta pick in the next, in this tournament coming up. But yeah, lots of good things for Team Liquid for the future with us.
Yeah, and they got the benefit of, let's not forget, playing on a new patch. I know that this C patch wasn't a bunch of huge changes, but it certainly adjusted things, and they really sort of reacted to that. Now, I know we kind of already talked about this. Mickey would be your pick the entire tournament, not just this best of 3, but the whole tournament. Really, he walks away with that MVP.
Yeah, for sure. That's my yeah, for sure.
Obviously, after Purge being the MVP for his correct predictions.
Yeah, I worked way harder for this. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, so much harder. Well, congratulations to Team Liquid. Congratulations to Team Liquid.
Thank you, yes.
And Gareth and Purge for joining us. And, you know, a huge shout out to production, to Gamers Without Borders for this $10 million charity effort that they have. All of this money going to humanitarian relief, part of a larger $30 million charity campaign over the last few years with a series of tournaments. And I think it's this wonderful opportunity for a Saudi Arabian team to go compete in this $4 million LAN. Another great third-party event for our Asian and European teams to be a part of. I'm really looking forward to watching that. So thank you, Gamers Without Borders. Thank you to all of our wonderful talent, my analysts, our casters, our production, and of course, the viewers at home who have been supporting the tournament, watching along, cheering on your favorite teams. We appreciate you. We cannot wait to see you the next time. Thank you everyone for watching this incredible Dota. Have a wonderful evening, and thank you again, Gamers Without Borders, for putting on a great event.